The return to my childhood home was a decision made not out of desire, but necessity. My father had passed away, and the duty of overseeing his affairs fell to me, the only living son. As the car wound its way through the small, familiar town, memories layered like the rings of an ancient tree began to surface. The streets, lined with their ever-fading pastel houses, seemed unchanged. Time had left its mark, but the essence of the place remained, like a long-forgotten melody hummed on a breeze. The family home stood as it always had, stoic and unyielding, with its Victorian gables and ivy-clad walls. It was a house that breathed history, a place where stories whispered their way into the crevices of its structure. The air was crisp, laden with the scent of autumn leaves and the faraway promise of rain. I stepped out of the car, my feet crunching the gravel driveway, and paused to take it all in. There was a comfort in the familiarity, a melancholic embrace from the past. Inside, the house seemed to sigh with the same resignation I felt. Dust motes swirled in beams of light, filtering through the lace curtains, and the floorboards creaked underfoot, as if greeting me in a language only the house and I understood. My first task was to sift through my father's affairs, a duty I approached with a somber determination. His study was a testament to his life's work, a clutter of books, papers, and curios collected over a lifetime. It was there, amidst the yellowed pages and leather-bound tomes, that I discovered something curious, a collection of notes and journal entries about local legends and folklore. My father had always been a man of science, a respected historian, yet there was an unexpected fascination with the supernatural within these pages. Among them, a particularly worn journal caught my eye. Its spine cracked under my touch, revealing a story that sent a shiver down my spine. The legend of the Strigoi, the restless undead who returned to haunt the living. The notion seemed absurd. Ghost stories, I thought, remnants of old-world superstitions. Yet, as I read on, a chill settled in my bones, not because of the words themselves, but because of the meticulous care with which my father had documented them. His notes, normally so precise and detached, seemed to indicate a personal interest, a deeper involvement. The first disturbance came that night. Sleep eluded me, the house's creaks and groans amplified in the solitude. Just as I began to drift, a sound snapped me back to wakefulness, a faint scratching, like nails on a window pane. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I sat up, straining to listen, convinced it was my imagination. Yet there it was again, unmistakable. I rose from bed, heart pounding, and approached the window. Peering through the glass, I saw nothing but the darkness of the yard, the skeletal trees swaying in the breeze. The sound had stopped, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I returned to bed, dismissing it as some nocturnal creature passing by. Yet, a seed of unease had taken root. The following days passed in a blur of mundane tasks, yet the unease lingered. I found myself drawn back to my father's journal, to the tale of the Strigoi. It spoke of those who died under tragic or violent circumstances, their souls unable to rest, compelled to return, to reclaim what was lost. shadows played tricks on the periphery of my vision, and each night the scratching resumed, always at the window, always when the clock ticked past midnight. I confided in the local priest, an old family friend who had known my father well. His reaction was unexpected. Father Michael listened with a grave expression, nodding thoughtfully. "Your father was a man of reason," he said, "but even he could not deny the peculiarities surrounding these legends. There's more truth in folklore than we often care to admit." His words did little to ease my growing apprehension. Each night the phenomena escalated, not just the scratching, but footsteps on the stairs, a fleeting shadow darting at the edge of my sight. The air turned colder, the temperature plummeting inexplicably within the confines of the house. I took to wandering the corridors, sleep-deprived and tense, trying to catch a glimpse of the phantom that plagued me. The climax came on the eve of my father's funeral. Exhausted, my nerves frayed, I sat in the study, surrounded by the remnants of his life. The clock struck midnight, and the house fell into its familiar silence. Then, a new sound emerged, the unmistakable creak of the front door opening. I froze, breath caught in my throat, ears straining to catch any further noise. Slowly, deliberately, I moved towards the sound, each step heavy with dread. What I saw defied reason. A figure standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the pale moonlight. It was a man, tall and thin, his posture eerily familiar. For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks, conjuring hallucinations from the depths of my fatigue. But the figure moved, stepping into the house with a fluid grace. As he entered the study, my heart stilled, my mind reeling with disbelief. It was my father, or what once was my father, his features ashen and eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. The air around us thickened, charged with an energy I could not comprehend. "Father?" The word slipped from my lips, a fragile whisper. The figure stopped, head tilting slightly, as if acknowledging my voice. In that moment, I understood the truth behind the legend. The Strigoi was real, and it had returned, not out of malice, but longing. My father's spirit, tethered to the world by unfinished business, compelled to return. I reached out, my hand trembling, and the specter mirrored the gesture. Our fingers met, a spark of warmth amidst the cold, a silent communication passing between us. In that contact, I felt his yearning, the weight of his regrets, and his final wish to set things right. The morning light broke, and with it, the apparition faded. I was left alone, a profound stillness settling over the house. The funeral proceeded, a somber affair, yet I carried a new understanding, a strange peace within me. My father's return, his final appearance, was not a curse, but a blessing, a chance to say farewell, to close the chapter that had held us both captive. Yet, as I departed the cemetery, a lingering fear shadowed my steps. The legends spoke of those who returned again and again, unable to find peace. Had my father found his, or would the scratching resume, a reminder of the thin veil between our worlds? Back at the house, I packed my bags, preparing to leave. But as I did, the air shifted. a subtle change that promised an end to the disturbances. The house, once heavy with secrets, felt lighter. Its whispers softened. I knew then that my father had finally moved on, the Strigoi laid to rest. I locked the door, casting a last glance at the house that had been my home, both in life and in the haunting echoes of death. The drive away was filled with a bittersweet relief, tempered by the knowledge that the past, no matter how spectral, never truly lets go. My name is Samuel Hargrove, and up until a month ago, I lived a life of undisturbed normalcy. For most of my years, the Hargrove family name carried with it a modest prestige, an unremarkable yet respected lineage in the small town of Eldridge. The Hargroves were known for their dedication to the community, a family that upheld tradition and values without a hint of scandal or mystery, or so I thought. I lived in the old Hargrove house, a Victorian structure that had seen little change since its construction in the late 1800s. It stood with a certain dignified weariness, its wooden frame creaking during windy nights, and its narrow hallways echoing footsteps, as if to remind me of the generations that had walked the same paths before me. I often spent my evenings in the study, surrounded by volumes of books that my ancestors had collected over the years. It was during one such evening that my life took a turn into the inexplicable. It began with an innocuous discovery. I had been sifting through some old files in the attic, hoping to find a document confirming the house's original ownership, an idle curiosity that had seized me on a particularly dull afternoon. As I rummaged through the dust-covered boxes, I came across a small sealed envelope that caught my attention. The paper was yellowed with age, the ink faint yet legible. It was a certificate of death, titled with the name I did not recognize, Margaret Hargrove. The name Margaret Hargrove was unfamiliar to me, a surprising revelation given my exhaustive knowledge of the family tree. I pondered over it, reasoning that she might have been a distant relative, perhaps lost to the annals of forgotten history. But what truly perplexed me was the certificate's date, October 31st, 1899, a day before the last recorded death within our family. The cause of death was left blank, an omission that only deepened the enigma. In the following days, I found myself drawn back to the attic, my curiosity transforming into an obsessive need for answers. There was something about Margaret's certificate that unsettled me, a shadow stretching across the tapestry of my family history. I dedicated hours to combing through every record, diary, and letter I could find, but Margaret remained an elusive ghost, haunting the edges of the Hargrove legacy. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stumbled upon an old journal hidden behind a loose panel in the wall of the study. The leather-bound book was fragile, its pages crackling like dry leaves with each turn. It belonged to my great-grandfather, Edwin Hargrove, a man known for his reclusive intellect. As I read his entries, penned in an elegant hand, I began to piece together the fragments of a narrative that, even in its incomplete state, filled me with a creeping dread. Edwin wrote of strange occurrences around the house, events that he attributed to the dissatisfaction of his deceased sister, Margaret. He described hearing whispers in the night, finding objects moved to places he hadn't left them, and shadows that seemed to stalk the corners of his vision. His writings grew increasingly erratic, filled with references to rituals and a belief that Margaret's death had disturbed something within the house, a darkness that sought release. With each page, Edwin's words painted a picture of a man teetering on the edge of sanity, his despair twisting into a desperate fascination with the occult. He spoke of rites and incantations, of sealing pacts with forces beyond comprehension, all in an effort to resurrect his sister. I was disturbed by his accounts, yet skeptical. A man's delusions colored by grief, perhaps, or the onset of madness. Despite my rational mind's protests, I could not shake a growing sense of unease. The air in Hargrove's house had shifted, thick with an oppressive weight that seemed to pulse with its own sinister heartbeat. As nights passed, I found myself unable to sleep, the silence of the house interrupted by the faintest of noises, a floorboard creaking, a distant whisper, the soft rustle of fabric brushing against wood. I questioned my own senses, attributing these disturbances to the power of suggestion, the mind's inclination to manifest fears in the absence of light. But the escalation of events soon forced me to confront the possibility that I was not alone. One evening, while reading in the dim light of the study, I felt a cold breeze flow through the room, though the windows were securely shut. The candle flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced across the walls like malevolent specters. The temperature dropped suddenly, and as I shivered, I heard it, a soft, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from deep within the house. Driven by a mix of terror and curiosity, I followed the sound down the hallway, past the family portraits that watched with eyes that seemed to glimmer in the dark. The sound grew louder, guiding me to the door of a room I seldom entered, the old nursery. As I pushed the door open, it creaked on its hinges, revealing a space frozen in time, untouched by the present. Dust motes swirled in the pale moonlight filtering through the window, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. At the center of the room sat a wooden rocking chair, swaying gently despite the absence of any breeze. It was there that I saw her, a translucent figure, a woman with long, flowing hair, her features obscured, yet unmistakably sorrowful. She looked at me, her eyes pools of despair, and in that moment, I understood. This was Margaret, trapped between worlds, her spirit tethered to the house by unfinished business, or perhaps a curse born of Edwin's dark experiments. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and fevered research. I delved into the arcane, desperate to comprehend the forces my great-grandfather had invoked. The lore was dense and terrifying, detailing practices of black magic and rituals intended to breach the veil between life and death. Each revelation brought more questions than answers, each hypothesis a thread leading deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. I realized that Edwin's attempts to resurrect Margaret had likely gone awry, binding her spirit to this plane in a state of unrest. The rituals he had performed, described in fragmented passages and cryptic symbols, were perilously incomplete. I wondered if finishing what he had started could finally bring peace to Margaret and cleanse the house of its haunting presence. But such endeavors were fraught with danger. the consequences of meddling with dark forces unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. In the end, it was fear of the unknown that propelled me forward. The haunting had grown intolerable, with apparitions appearing frequently, their mournful cries resonating through the walls at all hours. Objects moved of their own accord, and the house felt alive, its very foundation shuddering as if in protest. Sleep eluded me, and I could feel my own grip on sanity slipping, much like Edwin's had over a century ago. On the night of October 31st, the anniversary of Margaret's death, I resolved to complete Edwin's ritual. I gathered the necessary items, relying on the scant notes I had deciphered, a mixture of herbs, a dagger etched with runes, and a circle of salt to protect me from malevolent spirits. As the clock struck midnight, I began the incantation, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. The room grew colder, the shadows deepening as if drawing strength from the words I uttered. The candle flames flickered wildly, and I felt a presence closing in, oppressive and foreboding. My heart pounded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat, nearly drowning out the whispers that surrounded me. The air crackled with energy, a storm of supernatural forces converging upon the circle. And then, silence. The temperature returned to normal, the candle flames steadying as the oppressive weight lifted. In the middle of the circle stood Margaret, no longer a spectral figure, but solid and real, her expression one of surprise and relief. Yet the relief was short-lived, as I realized that in restoring her, I had opened a door to something far darker, a breach that threatened to spill forth its contents into our world. Margaret's expression shifted to one of horror as she glanced behind me, her mouth opening in a silent scream. It was then that I understood the true nature of Edwin's folly. His ritual had not been intended to bring his sister back, but to bind her soul, preventing it from being claimed by whatever waited beyond. In my ignorance, I had undone his work, releasing a force that neither of us could control. The room grew dark, shadows writhing with a life of their own, and I felt the cold grip of despair clawing at my mind. But Margaret reached out, her touch warm and grounding. She whispered words I could not understand, her voice weaving a protective cocoon around us. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the corners of the room, and in that moment, I knew that she had saved me. When the dawn broke, Margaret was gone, her spirit finally at rest. The house was quiet, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, but the memory of what had transpired lingered. I knew the danger had passed, yet I could not shake the feeling of unease, the knowledge that I had danced with forces beyond my comprehension, the echoes of that encounter reverberating through the corridors of my mind. In the weeks that followed, I pondered the legacy of the Hargrove family, a lineage tainted by secrets and shadows. I often found myself drawn to the old nursery, the room where I had glimpsed both terror and redemption. It was a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, a barrier that should not be crossed lightly. Though the house now stood in peace, I could not silence the whispers of the past that haunted my thoughts. They served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the limits of human understanding in the face of the supernatural. The Hargrove legacy, once a source of pride, had transformed into a sobering reminder of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the veneer of tradition. And as I walk the halls of the old house, I carry with me the lingering fear that one day the shadows may return, seeking retribution or fulfillment of an unfinished bargain. Until then, I remain the keeper of the Hargrove secrets, a guardian against the encroaching darkness, forever wary of the power that lies within the unseen world. I remember the day I first discovered the letters. I had moved into the old house nestled in the woods on the outskirts of Hollywood, a place where the whisper of ancient trees seemed to swallow the cacophony of the city not too far away. It was a quaint home, unpretentious but with an air of neglected grandeur. The previous owner, an elderly woman named Vera, had passed away, leaving behind few tangible assets, but an abundance of mystery. The house had been sold to me for a pittance, a fact I found peculiar given its location. As I settled in, my days were consumed by the mundane tasks of unpacking and familiarizing myself with my new environment. The house was a labyrinth of echoing corridors and dusty rooms, each with its own story to tell. It was during one of these exploratory ventures that I stumbled upon the attic, a narrow staircase, almost hidden behind a bookshelf, led up to the dust-laden space. The attic, dimly lit by a small half-moon window, was cluttered with forgotten relics of the past. Amongst the dusty trunks and cobwebbed corners, a small wooden chest caught my attention. As I opened it, an avalanche of yellowed papers tumbled out, letters written in a careful, elegant hand. The name Vera appeared frequently, both as sender and recipient. Intrigued, I began to read the correspondence, expecting to uncover the mundane details of a life long past. However, what I found was far from ordinary. The letters were addressed to a man named Richard. They began innocuously enough, describing life in Hollywood during its golden age, painting vivid scenes of glamour and excitement. But as I delved deeper, the tone shifted. Vera's words reflected a growing unease, a creeping dread that seemed to permeate her once vivid descriptions. As I read on, I realized that the story conveyed within the letters was one of a cursed legacy. Vera wrote of strange occurrences, unexplained phenomena that began to plague her life. She described footsteps echoing through empty halls, disembodied voices whispering in the dark, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Her fears grew as she recounted dreams of shadowy figures and malevolent presences lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. The letters revealed that Vera had become convinced her family was cursed, a belief that took root after she inherited the house from her grandmother. She detailed the tragic fates of her relatives, each meeting untimely and inexplicable deaths. Vera's desperation leapt from the pages as she vowed to uncover the truth behind her family's dark history. As I sat there, the letters spread across the floor like a fan of ancient secrets. A chill crept over me. The air in the attic seemed to thicken, and I felt an inexplicable urge to look over my shoulder, half expecting to find Vera herself standing there, her eyes pleading for understanding. Days passed as I became consumed by the contents of the letters. I found myself drawn to Vera's story, her fear becoming my own. Each night, I retired to bed with a strange heaviness in my chest, my sleep disturbed by dreams that were not mine. I saw fleeting images of shadowy figures and heard the whisper of voices, indistinct but haunting. The first real disturbance came one evening as I read through a particularly harrowing letter. Vera had written about a night when the oppressive silence of the house was shattered by a crash. She described rushing to the source of the noise, only to find nothing but an overturned vase and a lingering coldness in the air. As I read those words, a shiver ran down my spine, for in that moment, something fell in the room below me, the sound echoing up the staircase. Heart pounding, I descended, expecting to find the source of the noise. Yet, like Vera, I found nothing but an inexplicable chill that clung to the shadows. The incident left me unnerved, the rational part of my mind struggling to find a logical explanation, while a deeper, more primal fear took root. As the days turned into weeks, the disturbances increased. Objects moved from their places, lights flickered without cause, and the sensation of being watched became a constant companion. The atmosphere of the house grew oppressive, the air thick with tension. It was as if the very walls were closing in, suffocating me with a presence that seemed to delight in my discomfort. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, I found myself drawn once more to the attic. The letters seemed to call out to me, demanding my attention. I read with a feverish intensity, desperate to find answers. Vera's words took on a frantic quality as she described her attempts to contact whatever entity haunted her. She spoke of seances and rituals, her desperation driving her to the brink of madness. Her final letter, however, was different. It was a farewell, a resignation to a fate she could not escape. She spoke of leaving the house, of trying to distance herself from the curse that dogged her every step. Yet, there was a note of hope, a belief that someone, someday, might uncover the truth and lay her family's legacy to rest. As I set the letter aside, a deep, resonant thud echoed through the house. It was a sound unlike any I had heard before, a noise that seemed to reverberate in my very bones. Heart racing, I descended the stairs, following the sound as it seemed to pulse through the corridors. It led me to the basement, a place I had not yet dared to explore. The door creaked open as if inviting me in, the darkness beyond impenetrable. I stood at the threshold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and metallic. I hesitated, a primal fear holding me back, but an inexplicable compulsion urged me onward. I stepped into the basement, the darkness swallowing me whole. As my eyes adjusted, I saw them, figures, indistinct and shadowy, hovering at the edges of my vision. They moved with a fluid grace, their forms shifting and undulating, as if made from the very shadows themselves. And amidst them, a figure stood, more solid than the rest, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that stole my breath away. It was Vera, or her likeness, a pale, ethereal visage with eyes that spoke of centuries of sorrow. She reached out, her hand passing through the air between us, her lips moving silently. I strained to hear, but her words were lost to the void. Then, as suddenly as it began, the vision faded. I found myself alone in the basement, the oppressive silence pressing in on all sides. Trembling, I stumbled back, the weight of what I had seen pressing heavily upon me. The house had grown quiet in the aftermath, the disturbances ceasing as if satisfied with the terror they had wrought. I returned to the attic one final time, gathering the letters with a sense of reverence. I understood now what Vera had experienced, the relentless pursuit of a legacy that refused to be forgotten. In the weeks that followed, I sought to learn more about Vera and her family, uncovering a history steeped in tragedy and unexplained phenomena. Each new discovery only served to deepen my unease, the pieces of the puzzle forming a picture too horrific to fully comprehend. Though the house stood in silence, the fear lingered, an ever-present shadow that followed me wherever I went. I found myself frequently glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those shadowy figures lurking just beyond the edge of vision. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams not my own, my nights a tumult of whispering voices and fleeting apparitions. I considered leaving the house, abandoning it to the ghosts of its past. But something kept me tethered. A need to see Vera's story reach its conclusion. I began writing, recounting her tale in the hopes that sharing it might somehow lay the spirits to rest. As I penned the final words, a strange calm settled over me. The air in the house seemed lighter, the oppressive presence lifting as if satisfied with the telling of its tale. I knew that I had not banished the ghosts entirely, but I had given them voice, allowed their story to be heard. The fear, though diminished, never truly left. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the shadows that lurk just beyond the light. I learned to live with it, to accept that some mysteries are never meant to be solved, only understood. And so, I remain in the house, a custodian of the past, forever intertwined with the legacy of Vera and the haunting echoes of her letters. Each day, I walk through the woods surrounding my home, the whispering leaves a comfort now, their secrets known only to me. In the stillness, I hear Vera's voice, a soft murmur carried on the wind, a promise that as long as I remember, she is never truly gone. The shadows may persist, but they no longer hold sway over my heart. I have become part of their story, a guardian of the secrets hidden within the letters from Vera. When my Aunt Eliza passed away, she left me her house, a creaky Victorian relic perched on the outskirts of a sleepy town. It was an inheritance I neither expected nor particularly wanted. Yet, driven by a sense of duty and curiosity, I made arrangements to visit the house, a place I hadn't seen since childhood. My memories of it were hazy, tinged with the scent of dust and the warmth of Eliza's embrace. I arrived on a chilly autumn afternoon, the sky a canvas of gray clouds. The house stood solemnly against the backdrop of skeletal trees, its gabled roof and shuttered windows reminiscent of a bygone era. I carried a single suitcase and a mind full of uncertainties as I stepped inside. The door creaked in protest, welcoming me into a foyer blanketed in shadows, with the faint scent of lavender and decay hanging in the air. The house was a museum of family history, each room a curated collection of the past. The furniture was old but well kept, the walls adorned with portraits of stern ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow me. I wandered from room to room, reacquainting myself with the place. The parlor, with its grand piano and fainting couch, the dining room dominated by a long oak table, and finally, the study, a cozy nook lined with bookshelves, a place I remembered vividly as my aunt's favorite retreat. It was in the study that I first noticed her, a woman in a photograph, distinct from the others. She was beautiful, with cascading dark hair and an enigmatic smile that seemed to hold secrets of its own. Her eyes, intense and alive, were locked onto mine, as if she knew me. The photograph was slightly apart from the others, placed on a small side table next to a window. I picked it up, tracing a finger over the glass, and felt a chill slip down my spine. Her name was inscribed on the frame, Clara. The first night in the house passed uneventfully. The tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway and the groan of old pipes were my only companions as I drifted into sleep. But the tranquility was short-lived. I awoke abruptly, heart pounding, drawn to the photograph of Clara. There was a soft glow emanating from it, the source of which I could not determine. It was subtle, yet arresting, casting a halo around her face that seemed to pulse gently in the darkness. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, or perhaps my mind still fogged with sleep. But the glow persisted, fading only with the first light of dawn. I shook off the experience as a product of my imagination, fueled by the strangeness of the new yet familiar surroundings. In the daylight, the house resumed its guise of normalcy. I busied myself with chores, dusting and sorting through old belongings. Yet, despite my efforts to dismiss it, the image of Clara lingered in my thoughts. There was an inexplicable pull, a gnawing curiosity that drew me back to the study, to that photograph that defied understanding. Days turned into a week, and each night brought with it an unsettling disturbance. The photograph would glow, brighter and more insistent, accompanied now by a faint whispering sound that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I strained to listen, catching only fragments of words, elusive and teasing, just beyond comprehension. Help. Remember. Home. They seemed to say, though I could not be sure. I sought solace in the town library, delving into records and histories, searching for any mention of Clara or the house's past that might explain the phenomena. But the archives were scant, the history of Aunt Eliza's house unremarkable outside of its architectural significance. There was no mention of a Clara. I reached out to an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, who had known my aunt well. Over tea, I broached the subject delicately, mentioning the photograph and its peculiarities. "Ah, Clara," Mrs. Thompson murmured, a shadow passing over her face. "She was a friend of your grandmother's, though the details are hazy. Some say she met a tragic end, but such stories." Mrs. Thompson trailed off, her eyes distant, as if peering into a past she preferred to forget. Her words lingered with me, a suggestion of something dark and unresolved. That night I prepared myself for the now expected glow of the photograph. But as I lay in bed, listening to the clock's rhythmic tick, the glow intensified to a blinding light. I shielded my eyes, heart racing as a shadow moved across the room, a silhouette that paused near the study door. I sat up, calling out, half expecting an intruder, but the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the photograph, its glow receding once more. I approached it cautiously, compelled yet wary, and for the first time noticed a slight change. Clara's expression had altered, her enigmatic smile now tinged with sadness, her eyes pleading. A sense of urgency gripped me. I felt driven to uncover the story behind Clara, convinced it held the key to the disturbances. I threw myself into research, piecing together fragments of the past from family letters and forgotten diaries. It was in one such diary, tucked away in the attic, that I found a revelation. Clara had been a close companion to my grandmother, a vibrant woman who had mysteriously vanished one winter, her disappearance shrouded in rumor and silence. The diary hinted at a secret relationship, a bond so intense it may have led Clara to the house one last time before she disappeared forever. The attic, with its sloped ceiling and dusty beams, became my refuge as I sifted through the remnants of lives once lived. I discovered an old trunk, locked but not insurmountable. With some effort, I pried it open, revealing a treasure trove of forgotten things. Among them, a bundle of letters tied with a ribbon, aged and fragile, addressed to my grandmother from Clara. The letters were intimate, filled with longing and despair, speaking of love unrequited and a sense of belonging that eluded her. The final letter was unfinished, its ink smudged, as if written in haste or distress. It spoke of a decision, a resolution to leave, or perhaps to stay, and a cryptic mention of a meeting at the house. As I held these letters, the air grew cold, and the whispering intensified, swirling around me, a cacophony of echoes urging me to understand. Clara's story unfolded in my mind, a tapestry of love and loss, interwoven with my own history. The photograph was no mere image. It was a conduit, a bridge between her world and mine. The climax came one stormy night when the house itself seemed to come alive. Thunder rumbled in the distance, the wind howled through the eaves, and I found myself once more in the study, drawn unerringly to Clara's photograph. The glow was intense, the whispers now a chorus, urgent and insistent. "Help me." The voice was clear, resonant, filling the room. I reached out, touching the photograph, feeling a warmth radiate from it. The air shimmered, and for a moment I glimpsed her, not as a figure in a photograph, but as a presence, real and tangible. She stood before me, ethereal yet solid, her eyes locked onto mine, pleading, beseeching. In that instant, I understood. Clara was not at rest. Her spirit lingered, bound to the house by unresolved ties, yearning for closure, for acknowledgement. I whispered to her that her story would not be forgotten, that I would share it, bring peace to her memory. The storm abated, the house settling into silence once more. The photograph ceased its glow, Clara's image serene and at peace. her eyes now closed as if in sleep. I felt a profound sense of calm wash over me, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle acceptance. The following morning, I gathered Clara's letters and returned them to the trunk, placing it back in the attic where it belonged. The house was different now, still old and creaky, but no longer foreboding. Clara's presence was a part of it, a silent guardian watching over her home. Yet, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of the unseen that dwells in shadows, the stories that haunt the corners of our lives. As I prepared to leave, I took one last look at the photograph. Clara's smile was warm, welcoming, and I felt an unexpected kinship with her, a connection that transcended time. I locked the door behind me, the weight of the key reassuring in my hand, the house standing resolute and enduring. Clara's story was a part of me now, a whisper in the wind, a shadow in the light, a testament to the mysteries that bind us to the past. And though the photograph no longer glowed with an eerie light, I knew that Clara's spirit lived on, a gentle echo in the halls of memory, reminding me that some stories never truly end. The house on Willow Lane had a certain charm to it, with its ivy-covered brick facade and tall, narrow windows that seemed to whisper secrets from the past. It was the kind of place that felt lived in, where the creak of the floorboards spoke of a history that stretched back generations. We moved in during the fall, the air crisp with the promise of change, and the leaves rustling like the soft, secretive laughter of children. Life settled into a gentle rhythm. My husband, David, and I found comfort in the house's embrace. Our two children, Emma and Benjamin, were enchanted by the sprawling backyard, the attic filled with forgotten relics, and the hidden nooks and crannies that seemed made for exploration. Every inch of the house felt imbued with stories, like the pages of an old book waiting to be read. The pantry was quaint, a narrow room tucked at the back of the kitchen, its shelves lined with jars of preserves and rows of spices. It was a place I found solace in, where I could retreat for a moment of peace amid the chaos of family life. I loved the way the afternoon light slanted through the small window, casting a golden glow over everything, as if preserving the past in amber. One afternoon, as I was rearranging the jars, I noticed something peculiar. The light seemed to catch on the edge of a small, hidden door I'd never noticed before, nestled in the far corner of the pantry. Intrigued, I knelt down and gently tugged at the handle. It creaked open to reveal a narrow passageway, dusty and dimly lit, its air cool with neglect. It was the beginning of an unraveling, though I didn't know it at the time. Curiosity piqued, I called out to David, and together we explored the passageway. It led to a small, hidden room that seemed out of place in our modern world, a relic of another time, complete with shelves lined with dusty cans and a single chair in the corner. A sense of unease prickled at the back of my neck, but David dismissed it with a laugh, chalking it up to the quirks of an old house. As days turned to weeks, the house settled around us, embracing us in its warm, gentle hold. Yet, the discovery of the secret pantry lingered in my mind, like the half-remembered melody of a song. It wasn't until Emma came to me one evening, her eyes wide with excitement, that I realized the house held more than just memories. "Mom, there's a ghost in the pantry," she whispered, her voice a blend of awe and fear. She had always been imaginative, spinning tales out of thin air, but there was something in her eyes that made me pause. "A ghost?" I asked, feigning skepticism even as my heart skipped a beat. "Her name is Clara," Emma insisted. "She told me so." I laughed it off, attributing it to a child's fancy. Yet as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching from the shadows, a presence lingering just out of sight. The house creaked and settled around us, but every sound seemed amplified, resonating with a hidden vibration that hummed beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Emma's insistence on Clara's existence grew with each passing day. She would stand at the pantry door, chatting animatedly, as if in conversation with an old friend. Benjamin, too, seemed to sense something, often peering into the darkened corners with a furrowed brow, as if trying to understand a language only he could hear. David remained unconvinced, dismissing our daughter's claims with a wave of his hand. "It's just her imagination," he said, with a certainty that made my skin prickle with unease. "Kids create stories to make sense of the world." But doubt gnawed at me, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. I found myself drawn to the pantry, listening for the faintest echo of Clara's presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that the house was trying to tell us something we couldn't quite grasp. The tension in our home grew, as if the walls themselves were tightening around us. Arguments erupted over trivial matters, and the air felt thick with a palpable energy that set my nerves on edge. David seemed more distant, retreating into work and leaving me to navigate the growing unease within our family. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sky to a bruised shade of purple, Emma came to me, her eyes wide with urgency. "Clara is sad," she said, her voice trembling. "She wants to go home." I knelt down, brushing a stray hair from her face. "What do you mean, sweetie?" "She's waiting for someone," Emma explained, her voice tinged with a sadness that seemed far too mature for a child. "She's been waiting for so long." I felt a chill creep up my spine, the shadows in the pantry stretching longer, deeper. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to be revealed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. What if Emma was right? What if there was something or someone trapped within our home's walls, reaching out for help? Unable to shake the feeling, I slipped from bed, drawn to the pantry by an invisible thread. The house was silent, save for the soft snoring of my family. In the dim light, I opened the hidden door, the passageway yawning before me like a portal to another realm. I stepped inside, the air cool and musty, and it was there, in the shadows, that I felt her. Clara. An overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me, as if I'd stumbled into a well of forgotten sorrow. My breath caught in my throat, and I whispered into the darkness, "What do you need?" I waited, heart pounding for a response. The silence stretched on, but then I felt it, a soft, almost imperceptible touch against my hand, a gentle caress that sent a shiver through me. It was both comforting and unnerving, a plea and a promise, wrapped in a single gesture. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Clara was always with us. The air seemed charged, alive with a presence that went unseen, but was felt in the quiet moments, when the hustle and bustle of life faded into the background. Strange occurrences became commonplace. Objects moved from their usual places, soft murmurs in the walls, as if the house itself was speaking. I began to wonder if Clara was trying to communicate, to reach out to us in the only way she could. David grew more irritable, dismissing my concerns with a weariness that spoke of deeper troubles. "It's all in your head," he insisted, but I could see the strain in his eyes, the weight of something unsaid lingering in the air between us. It all came to a head one stormy night, the wind howling through the eaves like a banshee's wail. The power flickered, the lights dimming until we were plunged into darkness. Emma clung to me, her small body trembling with fear. "It's Clara," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. "She's scared." I held her close, the realization dawning with a clarity that left me breathless. We needed to help her, to find a way to set Clara free. The storm raged outside, a reflection of the turmoil within, but I knew what needed to be done. With David's reluctant help, we gathered in the pantry, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. Emma took my hand, her small fingers squeezing mine with a strength that belied her age. "What do we do?" David asked, his voice tinged with skepticism, but laced with the same hope that fluttered in my chest. "We ask her," I replied, the words feeling both absurd and perfectly right. "We ask Clara what she needs." Together, we stood in the dim light, the air heavy with anticipation. "Clara," I called softly, the name echoing in the small space. "We're here to help. What do you need?" The room felt charged, alive with an energy that seemed to pulse with every breath. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation of Clara's presence, allowing myself to be open to whatever she might reveal. And then it happened. A soft, gentle breeze, impossible in the enclosed space, brushed against our skin. Emma gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, and I felt the warmth of understanding settle over me like a cloak. "She's ready," Emma whispered, her voice filled with a certainty that left no room for doubt. We followed Emma's lead, moving as if guided by an unseen force. She led us through the passageway to the hidden room, the air thick with the scent of dust and memories. It was there, in the quiet stillness, that we found it. A small, forgotten locket, tarnished with age, lying beneath the chair. Emma reached for it, cradling the locket in her hands. "This is hers," she said, and I knew she was right. It was as if the locket held the final piece of a puzzle, one that had been waiting for us to find. With trembling fingers, Emma opened the locket, revealing a faded photograph of a young woman whose eyes seemed to hold secrets of their own. Clara's eyes. I felt a rush of emotions, a lifetime of hopes and dreams, captured in that single weathered image. As we stood together, The room seemed to exhale, the tension easing as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Clara's presence lingered, a gentle warmth that filled the space, and I knew she had found her peace. The storm outside subsided, the house settling into a quiet tranquility that felt like a blessing. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted, the tensions easing as if a veil had been lifted. David and I found a newfound understanding, our family drawing closer in the wake of Clara's silent departure. Yet, even as life returned to normal, the memory of Clara lingered, a reminder of the unseen ties that bind us to the past. The pantry remained a place of solace, its hidden door now open, a portal to the stories that lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow that spoke of a presence unseen. I would smile, comforted by the knowledge that we had been part of something extraordinary, a bridge between worlds that had allowed Clara to finally find her way home. And so, we lived with the gentle echoes of her presence, a ghostly friend who had touched our lives in ways we could never have imagined. The house continued to speak in its own quiet language, a whisper of things forgotten and those yet to come, its secrets woven into the very fabric of our lives. When I first moved into my modest two-story home in the quiet suburbs, I relished the solitude it brought. My job as a freelance writer afforded me the luxury of working from home, and the gentle rustle of leaves outside my office window provided a constant, soothing background score to my thoughts. The neighborhood was characterized by a languid pace. Neighbors waved, but rarely intruded, and the occasional sound of children playing in the distance was but a faint echo. The house itself was an aging structure, but it exuded a quaint charm. The hardwood floors creaked with stories of their own, and the walls, adorned with faded floral wallpaper, seemed to whisper secrets from decades past. I cherished these creaks and whispers, embracing them as part of the house's personality. The first few months were blissfully uneventful, my days filled with writing and evenings with the occasional dinner with friends. It was on one of those crisp autumn evenings that I first encountered the disturbance. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and I had settled into my favorite armchair by the fireplace with a steaming mug of tea. The room was bathed in the soft glow of the fire, casting flickering shadows that danced on the walls. It was then that the phone rang, a shrill intrusion into the serene ambiance. I hesitated for a moment, a slight chill prickling my skin as I reached for the receiver. "Hello," I said, my voice steady, though a curious unease had settled in my chest. The voice on the other end was a familiar one, yet it was impossible. "It's been too long," the voice said gently, a feminine lilt that tugged at my heart with every syllable. "Clara?" I whispered, my mind reeling. Clara was gone. She had vanished from my life years ago, leaving behind only memories and an ache I had long tried to bury. "You sound surprised," she continued, a hint of amusement in her tone. "I'm just a cold caller tonight, reaching out with an offer." "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper now, my heart pounding in my chest. She laughed softly, a sound that once brought joy, but now chilled my very soul. "I have something to offer, something you've been missing. I think you know what it is." Before I could respond, the line went dead, leaving behind only the static hiss of silence. I placed the receiver back, my hands trembling slightly. Logic told me it was a prank, some cruel joke orchestrated by someone with knowledge of my past. Yet, a part of me, the part that still held on to the last vestiges of hope, wondered if it could be true. In the days that followed, I found myself plagued by a growing sense of unease. I reasoned with myself that it was just a voice, an irrational whisper of a past love that had taken root in my imagination. Yet, no amount of rational thought could quell the feeling that something, or someone, was drawing nearer. My work, usually a refuge, now became a task. Each stroke of the keyboard seemed labored, each sentence a struggle to compose. My mind wandered, often circling back to the mysterious call and Clara's voice. I found myself listening for the phone, anticipating its ring, dreading and yet longing for the connection it might bring. Then, one evening as I sat at my desk, the phone rang again. My hand hovered over the receiver, a battle waging within me. I finally answered, unable to resist the magnetic pull of curiosity. "Hello?" I breathed, my heart lodged in my throat. "Are you ready to accept my offer?" Clara's voice was smooth, coaxing, like a siren's song luring me toward rocky shores. "What is it that you're offering?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. "A chance," she replied, enigmatically, "to reclaim what was lost." The line crackled, and I felt the words hovering in the air, thick with promise and peril. I wanted desperately to believe, to embrace the possibility that somehow I could have a second chance with Clara. But a darker part of me wondered what price I would have to pay. The calls became more frequent after that, always at night, always the same voice with the same offer. I became obsessed, trying to discern any hidden meanings in her words, searching for clues in the tone of her voice. My sleep was fitful, haunted by dreams of Clara, her face vivid and alive, yet always just out of reach. One night, as the winds howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, I found myself standing by the phone, waiting. I no longer knew what I hoped for, only that the need to hear Clara's voice had become a compulsion. The phone rang, and I answered immediately. "Clara," I said, my voice carrying a mix of desperation and longing. "Come outside," she instructed. I paused, glancing toward the window where shadows seemed to writhe just beyond the glass. "Why?" "Come and see," she replied, her voice tinged with an urgency that sent a shiver up my spine. Against my better judgment, I obeyed. The rain had dampened everything into a shimmering, ghostly scene. I stepped out onto the porch, the chill biting through my clothes. The street was empty, the world around me silent, save for the rhythmic patter of rain. Then I saw her, a figure standing beneath the street lamp, the light casting an ethereal glow around her. My heart seized in my chest as recognition washed over me. It was Clara, or at least something that resembled her, her features softened by the rain, her eyes bright and inviting. "Clara," I called out, my voice catching in my throat. She smiled, a slow, haunting curve of her lips. "Will you accept my offer now?" I hesitated, the logical part of my mind screaming at me to step back, to run. But the pull was too strong, the promise of what I had yearned for too enticing. I nodded slowly, my feet moving of their own accord, carrying me toward her. As I approached, the air seemed to thicken, a sense of impending doom settling over me. Clara reached out her hand, and I took it, the touch cool and unfamiliar, yet achingly familiar. Her grip tightened, and I felt a jolt, as if a current passed between us. The world around me shifted, the street lights flickering, the shadows lengthening. I glanced back at my house, at the safety it represented, now feeling so far away. Clara's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I saw something else behind them, a depth of sorrow and longing that mirrored my own. "Why?" I asked, the question laden with years of unanswered wonderings. "To remember," she replied, her voice a whisper carried away by the wind. "To reclaim what was lost." I nodded, the irresistible allure of closure drawing me in. The shadows closed in, and I felt a strange sense of peace, as if I was finally where I was meant to be. Clara leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "Welcome home." In that instant, the world folded in on itself, and I felt a rush of memories flooding my mind, each one vivid yet out of reach. Faces, places, moments of laughter and sorrow, all cascading through my consciousness like a river of forgotten dreams. Then, like a snapped string, everything went dark. I awoke in my armchair, the fire reduced to embers, the room dark and silent. My heart hammered in my chest, my mind scrambling to piece together the fragments of what had transpired. The phone sat on the side table, silent and still. Had it been real? A dream? A ghostly visitation? Or just the workings of an overactive mind? The house around me felt different now, as if imbued with a lingering presence. I could almost sense her, the echo of Clara's essence woven into the very fabric of the space. I stood shakily, the weight of what had happened pressing down on me. For days after, I drifted through life in a haze, reality mingling with memory, until the two were indistinguishable. I would catch glimpses of Clara in the corners of my vision, hear her laughter in the rustle of the wind, feel her touch in the cool evening breeze. The calls stopped, but the promise of her presence lingered like a shadow. Was it a blessing or a curse? I could not tell. But I knew that the house was alive in a way it had not been before. The whispers of its history, joined by the faint, haunting echoes of a love long lost, but never entirely gone. I found myself drawn to the phone still, an unspoken hope that it might ring once more. But even as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the silence remained. Yet I felt her presence, an eternal companion in solitude, a reminder of paths not taken, of second chances offered and accepted. The house stood as a sentinel to these memories, a keeper of secrets both warm and chilling. And though life continued on its inexorable march, I knew that I would never truly be alone. Clara or the idea of her, had taken root deep within the walls and within me, a constant haunting reminder of love's enduring specter. And so I lived, in that strange twilight between reality and memory, with the knowledge that some doors once opened can never be fully closed. I grew up in Olive Grove, a sleepy little farming community nestled in the southern reaches of the United States. It's a place where time seems to stand still, where the air is thick with the scent of magnolias and the sound of cicadas provides a perpetual soundtrack to life. Our family, the Carters, had been part of this community for generations. We were known for our sprawling farmhouse and the acres of fertile land that we worked tirelessly. The Carters were respected, if not entirely understood, by the other townsfolk. I always assumed that our family's peculiarities were just another part of small-town life, until I began to notice that not everything was quite as it seemed. Normalcy was a word I once associated with my family, before I understood what lay beneath the surface. To outsiders, we appeared to be the perfect image of rural Southern charm. My parents, Martha and John Carter, were pillars of the community. My mother was renowned for her warm pies and her ever-present smile, while my father was a figure of strength and reliability, always willing to lend a hand to a neighbor in need. Then there were my siblings, my older brother David, a quiet but intense presence, and my younger sister Ellie, who was vivacious and full of life. I was the middle child, the observer, often standing on the sidelines as life in Olive Grove unfolded. For most of my childhood, I was blissfully unaware of the darker currents flowing beneath the surface of our family life. It wasn't until I turned 16 that I experienced my first real disturbance. It was a sweltering summer evening, the kind where the air clings to your skin and everything feels just a little too close. I was sitting on the porch, idly watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple when David approached me. He was unusually agitated, a far cry from his typically stoic demeanor. He suggested we take a walk down to the edge of the property where the old oak tree stood, a place we often went when we needed to talk in private. As we wandered through the fields, the world around us seemed to slip away, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the crunch of our footsteps on the dry earth. David was silent for a while, his eyes fixed on the horizon, before he finally spoke. "There's something you need to know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something about our family." His words held a weight that made my heart pound in my chest. I listened intently as he explained that our family was different. He spoke of traditions and secrets, things passed down through generations that were never to be uttered beyond the walls of our home. I struggled to grasp the full meaning of his words, but the unease in his eyes told me enough. David was scared, and that scared me. The first real jolt came a few days later. I was helping my mother in the kitchen when she asked me to run down to the cellar and fetch a jar of preserves. The cellar was a place I usually avoided. Its dim, musty interior always gave me the creeps. But my mother's request was simple enough, so I went without protest. As I descended the creaky wooden stairs, the cool dampness of the cellar enveloped me. Rows of shelves lined the walls, filled with jars and cans, an organized chaos that my mother managed with impeccable precision. I found the preserves easily enough, but as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the far corner of the cellar, partially obscured by shadows, was a large wooden chest. It was old and unremarkable at first glance, yet something drew me towards it. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back towards the stairs, before curiosity got the better of me. As I lifted the lid, a sharp metallic odor hit me, a scent I couldn't quite place, but that made my stomach churn. Inside, beneath layers of cloth, were bones. Small bones, human bones. Panic surged through me, and I slammed the lid shut, stumbling back and nearly knocking over a shelf in my haste. I fled up the stairs, my mind racing and heart pounding. My mother was still in the kitchen, her back turned as she kneaded dough. I could barely speak, my voice a trembling whisper, as I asked her what was in the chest. She paused for a moment, her hands stilling, before she turned to face me. Her eyes met mine with a calm that chilled me to the core. "It's part of who we are," she said simply, as if that explained everything. From that moment on, the veneer of normalcy was shattered. My eyes were opened to the myriad ways in which my family was not like others. I noticed the strange hushed conversations that occurred when they thought I wasn't listening, the peculiar rituals that took place during family gatherings, the meals that were always prepared with such care and attention suddenly took on a sinister undertone. I began to question everything, casting a suspicious eye over the people I had once trusted implicitly. As days turned into weeks, the situation escalated. I found myself increasingly at odds with my family, caught between the love I had always felt for them and the growing realization that they were involved in something horrific. I became paranoid, convinced that every bite I took, every dish I was served, might be tainted with the truth I was desperately trying to deny. One night, I overheard a conversation between my parents that confirmed my worst fears. They spoke in low tones, but their words were clear enough for me to understand. They were discussing the next one, a phrase that sent shivers down my spine. The implication was undeniable, and I knew I had to find out more. Driven by a desperation to understand the full extent of my family's secret, I started searching the house whenever I was alone. In the attic, I found old journals, their pages yellowed with age, filled with accounts of gatherings and feasts that sounded both familiar and alien. The entries detailed celebrations that centered around the consumption of flesh, human flesh. It was a tradition that had been part of our family for generations, a dark legacy passed down from ancestors who believed it brought them closer to some primal truth. My discovery left me reeling, my world unraveling with each word I read. The realization that my family were cannibals shook me to my core, and a seed of fear took root in my heart. I began to see them as strangers, their smiling faces masking the horror that lay beneath. The final confrontation came one stormy night, the sky fractured by lightning, the air thick with the scent of rain. I had decided to confront my family, to demand answers and perhaps to find a way to break free from the twisted web they had spun around me. As we sat around the dinner table, The familiar comfort of the setting turned menacing in the flickering candlelight. I summoned all the courage I had, my voice trembling as I spoke. "I know," I said, my words hanging in the air like a challenge. "I know what you are, what all of you are." My family's reaction was not what I expected. Instead of denial or outrage, there was a resigned acceptance in their eyes, a collective exhalation, as if they were relieved to finally let the truth breathe. "We were going to tell you," my father said, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. "But we hoped you would come to accept it willingly." The room was cold, despite the warmth of the fire, and I felt a shiver run through me. They spoke of the tradition, of how it bound us to our past, how it kept our family strong. But their words were hollow to me, twisted justifications for the unspeakable acts they committed. "You don't have to be part of this," David said, his eyes pleading with me to understand. "You can choose another path." But I couldn't hear him over the roar of my own thoughts, the realization that I had to escape. I had to leave Olive Grove and never look back. The decision was both terrifying and liberating, a break from the only life I had ever known. In the dead of night, with the storm raging outside, I packed what few belongings I could carry and slipped out into the darkness. The rain masked my footsteps as I made my way down the familiar path, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I was leaving behind. As I reached the edge of our property, I turned back for one last look at the farmhouse, its windows glowing warmly against the night. It was a vision of home, of family, but now it was tainted by the truth I could no longer ignore. The road away from Olive Grove was long and winding, but with each step I felt the grip of fear loosen its hold on me. I walked until the dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight casting a golden hue over the landscape. It was a new day, and with it came a fragile sense of freedom. But even as I began to build a new life, far from the shadows of my past, the fear never completely left me. It lingered in the quiet moments, in the darkness before sleep, a reminder of the things I had seen and the secrets I had uncovered. I lived with the knowledge that my family was out there, continuing their dark traditions, bound by a legacy I had rejected, and I knew that they were waiting, hopeful that one day I would return to take my place among them. Yet despite the fear, there was also a flicker of hope, a belief that I could break the cycle and forge a new path. I was no longer just a carter from Olive Grove. I was more than the sum of my family's secrets. And though the shadows of my past would always be a part of me, I chose to walk towards the light. Life had always flowed with a serene predictability within the walls of our family home. Nestled at the end of a cul-de-sac, framed by tall oaks whose leaves whispered secrets in the wind, it was a place where echoes of laughter mingled with the soft hum of daily routines. I grew up amidst this quiet choreography, where mornings began with the gentle clinking of breakfast dishes and evenings concluded with the lullaby of distant crickets. My parents, always calm, always composed, were the architects of this tranquil existence. They smiled often, a smile that seemed to hold the world at bay, and their reassurances that all was right in our world wrapped around us like a warm blanket. Yet, beneath the placid surface of our lives, there were whispers I could not quite catch, shadows I could sense, but not see. As a child, I was often reminded to cover my ears when the world outside grew too loud or too frantic. "It's for your own good," my mother would say, her voice soothing, her hands gentle as she pressed my palms against my ears. For years, I accepted this without question, feeling the vibrations of the world in my bones rather than hearing them, cocooned in silence. The first disturbance came subtly, like the flicker of a candle in a drafty room. I was 16, on the cusp of shedding the innocence of childhood, when I began to notice the peculiarities of our family. It started with whispers caught in the stillness of the night. I would wake, my heart drumming a quiet tattoo in my chest, to hear my parents' voices drifting up the staircase. Their words were soft, indistinct, yet charged with an urgency that set my nerves on edge. They spoke of things that should not be spoken of, plans that seemed to weave their way through the fabric of our lives, altering its pattern in ways I couldn't comprehend. Curiosity became my companion, prodding me to venture further into the labyrinth of our family's secrets. I started paying closer attention, piecing together fragments of conversations, noticing the fleeting glances passed between my parents in the presence of others. There was a tension in their interactions, a crack in their flawless facade that hinted at something deep and unsettling lurking beneath. Yet, whenever I tried to confront them, the walls of silence would close around me, their smiles returning with a practiced ease that smothered my growing unease. As the weeks passed, the sense of normalcy that had once anchored me began to erode. I found myself drifting through each day, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest shifts in the rhythm of our home. It was during one of these restless nights, when sleep eluded me and the house lay cloaked in darkness, that I stumbled upon the secret at the heart of our family. I had been restless, a fitful energy driving me from my bed. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the floor. I found myself drawn to the attic, a place I had rarely ventured, its door always closed and, until then, uninviting. As I ascended the creaking stairs, each step a question echoing in my mind, I wondered if I was ready for the answers that awaited me. The attic was a cathedral of shadows, filled with the relics of our past. Old furniture draped in dust-laden sheets, boxes stacked haphazardly, their contents long forgotten. And yet, amidst this clutter, I discovered a door I had never noticed before. It was small, unobtrusive, its surface blending seamlessly with the wooden panels of the wall. But it was ajar, and through it, a faint glow beckoned. I hesitated, a chill tracing a crooked path down my spine. Beyond the door lay a secret I had never dared to imagine. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open, stepping into a room that bore the unmistakable stamp of my parents' meticulousness. It was an office, filled with the scent of old paper and the quiet menace of secrets kept too long. On the desk lay a journal, its pages covered in my mother's elegant script. I picked it up, my hands trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. As I read, the words unfolded a narrative that shattered the image of my family I had held dear. My parents, the paragons of calm and order, were architects of a life far removed from the one I had known. They were part of something larger, something dark, a family legacy built on manipulation and control. The journal detailed generations of carefully orchestrated chaos, a lineage of psychopaths who thrived beneath the veneer of normalcy. Each entry was a testament to a chilling indifference to the pain inflicted on others, a chronicle of calculated decisions that served only to tighten the web of their influence. And as I read, a horrifying understanding settled over me. I was not just their child, but the next in line to inherit this twisted dynasty. Panic clawed at my throat, my hands sweating as I fumbled to return the journal to its place. As I turned to leave, the door creaked open further, revealing my father standing in the threshold, his expression unreadable. There was no anger in his eyes, no disappointment, only a calm acceptance, as though he had anticipated this moment all along. "We wondered how long it would take," he said, his voice as measured as ever. "You're ready now?" I wanted to scream, to deny everything, but the words lodged in my throat. My father stepped aside, gesturing for me to follow him back down the stairs, back into the world I thought I had known. The escalation of events that followed moved with a sinister inevitability. My parents began to include me in their plans, their conversations no longer whispers in the night, but open discussions over dinners that left me nauseous. Their teachings were subtle, insidious, each lesson a further step into the darkness they had carefully shielded me from. I tried to resist, to cling to the person I had been before the attic door had opened, but resistance was futile. Each day, I felt the tightness of their expectations binding me, forcing me into a mold that had been cast long before my birth. I could feel myself changing, my thoughts shifting in unfamiliar ways, my empathy eroding. The climax came on a night as serene as any other, a perfect night for the final test my parents had orchestrated. They had arranged a gathering, a dinner with guests unsuspecting of the true nature of their hosts. I was to prove myself, to show that I had embraced the legacy they were so eager to pass on. Throughout the evening, laughter and conversation flowed like wine, masking the undercurrent of tension that thrummed beneath. I moved through the rooms, my actions automatic, my mind detached, a spectator in my own life. I watched my parents, still the picture of charm, as they orchestrated the evening with a deftness that was terrifying in its ease. And then it happened. A moment of clarity, a piercing realization as I stood on the brink of becoming what they were. In that instant, the weight of their expectations fell away, replaced by a resolve I didn't know I possessed. I would not succumb to their legacy. I would not cover my ears any longer. With a calm I hadn't anticipated, I excused myself from the gathering, my heart pounding with the thrill of rebellion. I made my way back to the attic, to the journal that held the key to breaking free. As I reread the entries, their words seemed to lose power, the fear they once inspired dissolving into determination. I returned to the gathering, my decision made. Tonight would mark the end of this cycle, the severing of ties that had bound me to a past I no longer wished to inherit. With deliberate purpose, I exposed their secrets to our unsuspecting guests, each revelation a blow to the carefully constructed facade my parents had maintained. The room erupted into chaos, gasps and murmurs filling the space as the true nature of our family was laid bare. My parents, stripped of their masks, stood silent and still, their expressions unreadable. I watched them, my own fear giving way to a sense of liberation, a newfound understanding that I was free at last. Even as the guests filed out, their eyes averted, their whispers trailing behind them, I felt the lingering fear that had been my constant companion begin to dissipate. My parents said nothing, their silence a stark contrast to the cacophony that had filled our home moments before. In the days that followed, the weight of my decision settled over me like a mantle. My parents were gone, their presence a ghost that haunted the empty halls. I was left alone to sift through the remnants of my childhood, to rebuild my life from the ashes of the past. Yet, a part of me knew the fear would never truly leave. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of what once was, a specter that whispered of what could have been. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep claimed me, I would cover my ears, if only to remember the child I once was, and the silence that had shielded me from the world. It began on an uneventful evening, the kind where the quiet hum of the living room clock was the loudest sound in the house. My father, a man of routine and order, sat at his familiar spot by the kitchen table, his laptop open in front of him. He was an enigmatic figure, the sort of man who carried secrets in the lines of his forehead and the creases of his smile. His work, shrouded in mystery, was always just beyond the grasp of my curiosity. He had mentioned once, in passing, that he worked for a research facility, but he offered no further detail, and I dared not press. The facility, located in a remote area, was as obscure as his explanations. It was the kind of place that made its presence known only by the absence of any information about it. No signs, no maps, just a vague reference to something meaningful, perhaps to someone somewhere, but not to me. To me, it was as if it hardly existed at all. Our life together was ordinary, a rhythmic dance of predictability until that night. I remember how the light from his screen illuminated his face, casting eerie shadows across the room. It was late, and I hovered in the doorway, hesitating to break the serene silence. Eventually, fatigue won over curiosity, and I retired to bed, leaving him to his work. The world outside was still, and I drifted to sleep with the reassuring creaks of the old house settling around me. The first disturbance came the next morning when I awoke to find his laptop still open, a rare oversight. The air was heavy with the smell of freshly brewed coffee, absent of my father's usual presence. The steady click-clack of the keyboard, a familiar morning soundtrack, was missing. As I approached the table, a flicker of curiosity gave way to a surge of temptation. There was something magnetic about the open laptop, like a forbidden fruit inviting a reluctant bite. The screen displayed a document titled Project Ogrish. The name resonated with a dissonant chord, a melody of something dark, something hidden. I hesitated, my intuition tugging at the edges of my conscience, but eventually, the allure of the mystery overcame my initial reluctance. I sank into his chair and began to read. The document was a collection of found footage and cryptic notes, each entry more perplexing than the last. It chronicled a series of experiments conducted on unwitting subjects, their identities obscured by grainy video quality and shadowed corridors. The facility, it seemed, was a labyrinthine place, filled with sterile rooms and narrow hallways that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The subjects themselves were ordinary people, plucked from the mundanity of their lives and thrust into a world of unknowable terror. The footage, though indistinct and poorly lit, revealed glimpses of the experiments, tests of psychological endurance, assessments of fear response to various stimuli, the gradual erosion of sanity under controlled conditions. The subjects were subjected to trials that contorted the mind and spirit, their reactions meticulously recorded and analyzed. The videos were interspersed with clinical notes, observations on the effects of isolation, manipulation, and the boundaries of human endurance. As the hours ticked by, the grisly puzzle began to coalesce in my mind. The experiments were not conducted for scientific advancement, nor for the benefit of mankind. They were for something else, something much darker. The phrase Project Ogrish seemed to embody the culmination of these sinister endeavors, a chilling testament to the depths of human depravity and the allure of absolute control. I found myself drawn into the chilling narrative, unable to tear my eyes away from the horror unfolding on the screen. The more I read, the more I felt the walls of the room closing in around me, an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. My father's involvement, once a source of pride, now filled me with a creeping sense of dread. What had he become a part of? What darkness lay within his soul? The escalation of my dread reached a fever pitch when I stumbled upon a series of entries marked with dates in the not-too-distant past. Recent activities, fresh horrors that made my skin crawl. The footage was clearer, the subjects more animated, their pleas more desperate. The final entry, a video time-stamped only a few days prior, showed an empty room. White walls, a single chair, and the distant sound of footsteps approaching. The screen flickered, and the video ended abruptly, leaving an ominous sense of incompletion. My father's voice startled me then, sharp and commanding, cutting through the oppressive silence like a knife. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. I stumbled over my explanations, words tumbling from my mouth in a chaotic torrent. His anger was a tempest, but beneath it, I sensed something else. Fear. He closed the laptop with a decisive snap and ordered me to forget what I had seen. His eyes, usually so warm and reassuring, were now cold and edged with panic. I nodded, but the images lingered in the forefront of my mind, etched into my memory with indelible ink. From that moment on, the world seemed altered, tinged with an unsettling hue. The house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. My father's presence, once comforting, now carried an undercurrent of menace. I watched him closely, searching for signs of the man I had known, but finding only a shadow of his former self. The knowledge of what lay beyond the surface of our normalcy had changed everything. The climax arrived with an inevitability that sent shivers down my spine. Days after the confrontation, I noticed my father becoming increasingly withdrawn. He spent hours locked away in his study, emerging only when necessary. The tension between us was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. I watched him with growing apprehension, every creak of the floorboards at night a reminder of the secrets we shared. One evening, as the sky turned to a deep indigo, I heard the familiar hum of his laptop once again. Unable to resist, I crept down the hallway, the sound of my own breath thunderous in my ears. I paused outside his study, the door slightly ajar, and peered inside. He sat there, head bowed, hands clasped in front of him. The screen was filled with a wall of text, the words blurred and incomprehensible from my vantage point. He must have sensed my presence, for he looked up suddenly, his eyes meeting mine. There was a moment, frozen in time, where understanding passed between us. He knew that I knew, and I knew that he was trapped, as much by his own actions as by the unseen forces that held him in their grasp. In a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "I had no choice." The words hung in the air, heavy with resignation and regret. I turned away, my heart pounding in my chest, and returned to my room, the weight of his confession adding to the burden I already carried. In the days that followed, a lingering fear settled in, a constant companion in the shadows of my mind. My father's involvement in Project Ogrish remained an unspoken truth between us, a specter that haunted the periphery of our existence. The knowledge of what transpired within the walls of that distant facility refused to dissipate, an echo that reverberated through my every waking moment. The world beyond our home felt different, as if the veil of normalcy had been lifted to reveal the sinister machinations lurking below. I found myself questioning everything, every interaction, every routine, wondering if the darkness that had consumed my father would one day come for me. And so, life continued, a fragile facade covering the abyss beneath. The ticking of the clock resumed its cadence, the rhythm of our days seemingly unchanged. Yet every so often, I would catch a glimpse of my father, his eyes distant and haunted, and I would remember. I would remember the open laptop, the flickering screen, and the chilling truth of Project Ogrish. In the quiet moments, when the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans, I would find myself staring into the darkness, my mind a flurry of unanswered questions. What had really happened in that facility? How far did the tendrils of its influence reach? And most importantly, would I ever truly escape the shadow it had cast over my life? These thoughts would swirl and churn, a relentless storm that left me breathless and trembling. The fear, once a fleeting sensation, had become a permanent fixture, a reminder of the night the world changed. In its wake, I was left with a lingering dread, an unsettling awareness of the fragility of our reality and the darkness that lay just beneath its surface. It was a darkness that, like the ticking of the clock, was always there, waiting, watching, just beyond the edge of the light. Growing up, my father worked in a nondescript research facility situated in a remote area, a location so isolated that it felt like a world away from the reality everyone else inhabited. He never spoke much about his job, which always struck me as odd. His silence was an unchanging constant, like the rhythmic ticking of a clock in an otherwise silent room. He would leave for work before sunrise and return home just in time for dinner, his eyes carrying the weariness of unseen burdens. Life at home followed a predictable pattern of normalcy, a continuous flow of mundane activities that rarely deviated from the expected. Yet, beneath this veneer of normality, I sensed an undercurrent of something unspoken, a faint tension that lingered like a shadow in the periphery of my awareness. It was on a night much like any other, under a sky painted with stars that resembled scattered diamonds, when the fragile balance of my world began to unravel. I remember the evening vividly. My father had returned late, his demeanor more distant than usual. He exchanged perfunctory pleasantries, his mind seemingly elsewhere, before retreating to his study. I watched him as he walked away, a specter shrouded in a cloak of his own making. The study door closed with a soft click, the sound resonating with an air of finality. It was later that night when the first disturbance occurred. I had awoken in the middle of the night, compelled by an inexplicable urge to venture downstairs. As I descended the staircase, the house was steeped in an eerie silence, the kind that seems to amplify every creak of the wooden floorboards. The study door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling out like a beacon in the darkness. Cautiously, I approached and peered inside. My father had left his laptop open on the desk, the screen casting a ghostly glow across the room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I entered, drawn towards the illuminated device. The screen displayed a folder ominously titled Project Ogrish. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated, thoughts racing. My father's job had always been shrouded in secrecy, and now the opportunity to peer behind the curtain lay before me. I clicked on the folder, opening it to reveal a collection of documents and files, some marked with a red classified stamp. I began to read through them. The documents were clinical, detailing experiments that sounded something out of a dystopian nightmare. They described a series of tests conducted on unwitting subjects, individuals who had no knowledge of their participation in this grim research. The project aimed to explore the depths of human fear and the psychological effects of certain stimuli. Each file was more chilling than the last, painting a portrait of ethical boundaries crossed without hesitation. Among the files was a series of videos listed as found footage. My fingers trembled as I clicked on the first one. The footage was grainy, captured from hidden cameras that recorded the subjects in their most vulnerable moments. Each video depicted a carefully orchestrated scenario designed to invoke terror, leaving the subjects in states of confusion and distress. As I watched, a deep sense of unease settled over me, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind that something was terribly wrong. The subjects' expressions of fear were haunting, their eyes wide with panic, movements frantic as they navigated through a maze of psychological torment. One video, in particular, caught my attention. The subject was a woman, her face partially obscured by shadows, yet there was something eerily familiar about her. The scene unfolded slowly, her fear palpable through the screen. I couldn't shake the feeling that I knew her, that her terror was not just a performance for the cameras, but a genuine cry for help. Over the following days, the oddities escalated. I found myself haunted by the images I had seen, the memory of those videos invading my thoughts and dreams. My father remained oblivious, or perhaps chose to ignore the changes in me, continuing his routine with mechanical precision. I began to notice subtle shifts in his behavior as well. He was more reserved, his eyes clouded with an undefined apprehension. At times, he seemed lost in thought, as if wrestling with unseen demons. Our conversations grew shorter, punctuated by uncomfortable silences that spoke louder than words ever could. Driven by a need to understand, I delved deeper into the files whenever I could, piecing together fragments of the disturbing story. Each discovery was like pulling at a loose thread, unraveling a tapestry woven from secrecy and manipulation. The experiments were more widespread than I had initially understood, their reach extending beyond the confines of the facility into the broader world. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. The implications of these experiments were staggering. If the project continued unchecked, the psychological impact on society could be catastrophic. My father's involvement in such a project both terrified and angered me. How could he partake in something so inherently wrong? The final straw came when I stumbled upon a document marked as Subject Profiles. I opened it with trepidation, my heart sinking as I scrolled through the list. Each entry was accompanied by a photograph and a brief description. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized one of the faces. It was her, the woman from the video, the familiarity now unmistakable. She had been a neighbor, someone I remembered from my childhood, now a ghost of her former self. Everything came to a head one stormy night. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows as if in protest of the secrets they enclosed. I confronted my father, fueled by a mix of fear and righteous indignation. As we faced each other in the dim light of the study, the air between us crackled with unspoken truths and buried guilt. "Dad," I began, my voice trembling, "I know about Project Ogrish." He froze, his expression a mask of shock, quickly followed by resignation. The silence stretched on, an eternity contained in mere moments. Finally he spoke, his voice heavy with a weariness that belied his age. "I never wanted you to find out," he admitted, each word a reluctant confession. "It was never supposed to be like this." "How could you?" I demanded, the anger I had suppressed boiling over. "How could you be a part of something so monstrous?" He sighed, the sound filled with the weight of countless regrets. It started as something else, something promising, but it spiraled out of control. I tried to stop it, but what? I pressed, needing answers. Why didn't you stop when you had the chance? He looked at me then, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. Because they made it impossible. They have leverage over everyone involved. Once you're in, there's no getting out. The reality of his words hit me like a physical blow, a chilling confirmation of my worst fears. The project was not just a moral aberration, but a trap ensnaring those within its grasp with ruthless efficiency. Our conversation continued late into the night, unraveling a web of deceit that spanned years. My father revealed the intricate machinations behind the project, a network of power and control that extended far beyond what I could have imagined. By the time dawn broke, the truth lay bare, a stark contrast to the serene beauty of the world outside. In the weeks that followed, the knowledge of Project Ogrish weighed heavily on me, a specter that refused to be exorcised. My relationship with my father was irrevocably altered, our interactions laced with a tension that could not be dispelled. Though we shared the burden of this dark secret, the trust we once had was shattered, leaving only the jagged edges of betrayal. The facility was eventually shut down, its operations dismantled under the guise of routine restructuring. Official documentation cited budgetary constraints and a shift in organizational priorities as the reasons for its closure. To the outside world, it was just another bureaucratic decision, devoid of any sinister implications. But I knew better. The project had not been eradicated, merely relocated, its insidious tendrils merely biding time until they could re-emerge. The world continued to spin, blissfully unaware of the horrors lurking beneath its surface, but I remained vigilant, haunted by the knowledge of what lay hidden in the shadows. The fear lingered like a persistent echo, a reminder of the darkness humanity was capable of when unchecked by conscience. Though the immediate threat had passed, the specter of Project Ogrish haunted my thoughts, a constant companion in the quiet moments between heartbeats. Sometimes, as I lay awake at night, I imagined the faces of those unwitting subjects, their stories untold and their lives irreparably altered. I wondered if they sensed the invisible chains that bound them, the unseen puppeteers pulling the strings of their existence. In the end, all I was left with was a profound sense of loss, not just for the innocence that was stripped away, but for the humanity eroded by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. My father's laptop remained the same, an innocuous device that belied the horrors it had once revealed. But I would never look at it the same way again, nor could I erase the memory of that night when the world I thought I knew was irrevocably changed. And so, I live with the lingering fear, a silent vigil against the return of the darkness that once crept so close. For now, the secrets remain buried, but I know that beneath the surface, the shadows are restless, waiting for their moment to rise again. The facility loomed large against the desolate backdrop of the landscape, a stark concrete testament to human ingenuity and secrecy. My father had worked there for as long as I could remember, a dedicated researcher whose work was shrouded in mystery. He rarely spoke about the specifics of his job, only mentioning the usual mundane details of office life that made it sound like any other 9 to 5. I had grown accustomed to his silence about the projects he worked on and never pressed him for details. Our home was situated in a remote area, a mere couple of miles from the facility. It was an old house, creaking and groaning with the weight of its years, but holding a quaint charm that always felt comforting. It was a quiet life, one where the monotony of each day was only ever broken by my father's occasional late nights at work or the infrequent visits by other researchers who always seemed to carry an air of quiet urgency about them. One evening, as I meandered through the house, the soft hum of static and a faint undercurrent of my father's voice reached my ears from his study. The door, usually closed and locked when he wasn't around, was ajar. Curiosity piqued, I approached cautiously. It was unusual for him to leave his workspace unsecured, especially with all the classified work he dealt with. But it was possible he simply forgot, in his haste, to return home for dinner. Inside, the dim light of his laptop screen cast flickering shadows across the walls, illuminating stacks of papers and books in untidy piles. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob. A part of me felt an unwarranted sense of intrusion. The study was my father's domain, a place I rarely ventured into. But the pull of the unknown was strong, a tantalizing whisper in the back of my mind urging me forward. The laptop was open, displaying a folder ominously titled Project Ogrish. The name seemed innocuous at first, a string of letters with no apparent meaning. But as my eyes lingered on it, a knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach. The cursor hovered over the folder, and with a hesitant click, it opened to reveal a series of files, each labeled with a date and a code. A lump formed in my throat as I scrolled through them, my curiosity now mingled with a sense of apprehension. The first video was dated several months back, and, with a mix of trepidation and intrigue, I clicked play. The footage was shaky, as if taken by handheld cameras, showing corridors and rooms that bore a striking resemblance to the facility where my father worked. The camera panned to a group of individuals in lab coats, their faces obscured by masks, speaking in hushed tones about an upcoming trial. Words like subjects and monitoring results floated through the garbled audio, and my heart began to race. I paused the video, glancing nervously at the door as though expecting my father to suddenly appear. But the house was silent, the only sound the distant rustle of wind through the trees outside. Swallowing hard, I resumed the video. The scene shifted to a small, windowless room where a person sat alone, their expression vacant and eyes unfocused. As the camera zoomed in, I noticed electrodes attached to their temples, wires snaking away to a machine that beeped rhythmically in the background. The unsettling scene sent a chill down my spine. The subsequent files revealed more of the same. Subjects in various states of distress, some visibly agitated while others sat motionless, their faces blank slates devoid of emotion. The voiceovers became increasingly concerning as they referenced behavioral modifications and cognitive reprogramming. I felt as though I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see, a clandestine world of experiments that seemed more suited to the realm of fiction than reality. As I watched, I became aware of a growing sense of dread. The subjects were unwitting participants in something far beyond their comprehension, their fates sealed by the hands of unseen puppet masters. The ethical implications were staggering, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my father was somehow complicit in this. Was this what he had been working on all these years? Had he known the true nature of these experiments? My initial shock soon gave way to a need for answers. I delved deeper into the files, searching for any clue that might shed light on the purpose of Project Ogrish. Among the documents, I found detailed reports outlining the experiment's goals and methodology, altering neural pathways to eliminate certain behaviors deemed undesirable, enhancing cognitive abilities, and ultimately creating a more efficient human being. The language was clinical and detached, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of ambition and hubris. The more I read, the more disturbed I became. It was clear that the researchers saw their subjects as mere data points, tools to be used and discarded in pursuit of their goals. The ethical lines had not just been blurred, they had been obliterated. My father's signature was on some of these documents, a testament to his involvement. My mind raced with conflicting emotions, betrayal, anger, confusion, but above all, fear for what these experiments could mean for the future. The final video was the most chilling of all. It showed a subject undergoing a procedure meant to erase a memory, their cries echoing through the room as the camera captured every agonizing second. The researchers watched impassively, making notes and exchanging observations as though the person before them were no more than a lab rat. I felt a wave of revulsion and horror wash over me, the reality of what I had uncovered settling heavily on my shoulders. Suddenly, a noise outside the study wrenched me from my thoughts. I quickly closed the laptop, my heart hammering in my chest as I listened intently. It was my father, returning from the kitchen, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Panic surged through me, and I hurriedly slipped out of the study, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. Dinner was a tense affair. I could barely look at my father, my mind replaying the images and conversations from the files I had just seen. He seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil, chatting as if nothing was amiss, but I found it impossible to engage. I excused myself as soon as I could, retreating to my room under the pretense of needing rest. Lying in bed, the magnitude of what I had discovered weighed heavily on my mind. The project was more than just a breach of ethics. It was a violation of human rights, a manipulation of lives without consent or conscience. And my father, my own father, was part of it. The man I had looked up to, respected, was now someone I barely recognized. I felt as though a chasm had opened between us, one that could never be bridged. In the days that followed, I found myself living in a constant state of fear and paranoia. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow hiding unseen threats. I avoided my father as much as possible, my interactions with him awkward and stilted. I couldn't bring myself to confront him, terrified of what his response might be. Instead, I immersed myself in researching the project, desperate to find some way to stop the horrors I had witnessed. But the more I delved into the depths of Project Ogrish, the more it seemed like an insurmountable monster. The facility was impenetrable, its secrets guarded by layers of bureaucracy and security measures. It was as if I were fighting a ghost, something intangible and ever-present. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every move I made was being monitored. The paranoia was suffocating, a constant reminder of the danger I was in. One night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps outside my door. My heart leapt into my throat as I lay perfectly still, straining to hear any indication of who or what might be lurking in the darkness. The door creaked open ever so slightly, and I held my breath, fear gripping me in its icy claws. But after a few agonizing moments, the footsteps retreated, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. I knew then that I had to act, had to do something before it was too late. Gathering my courage, I resolved to confront my father, to demand answers, and, if necessary, to expose the truth of Project Ogrish to the world. It was a daunting prospect, but I couldn't stand by and do nothing while innocent lives were being destroyed. The confrontation was fraught with tension, my words tumbling out in a torrent of anger and accusation. My father's reaction was one of shock and denial, but as I pressed him, the mask of ignorance slowly began to crumble. He admitted to knowing more than he had let on, to being aware of the project's darker aspects, but feeling powerless to stop it. It was a small consolation, but it was something. Together, we formulated a plan to gather evidence and bring the truth to light. It was risky, fraught with potential consequences, but it was the only way to stop the nightmare of Project Ogrish. As we worked together, the bond between us began to mend, strengthened by a shared sense of purpose and determination. In the end, our efforts paid off. Whistleblowers from within the facility came forward, their testimony corroborated by the evidence we had collected. The project was exposed, the facility shut down, and the researchers held accountable for their actions. It was a bittersweet victory, the knowledge of what had been done a lingering shadow over our lives. Even now, years later, the specter of Project Ogrish haunts me. The memories of those videos, the faces of the subjects, are etched into my mind, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of human ambition. I often wonder how many other secrets lie hidden in the remote corners of the world, waiting to be uncovered, and I fear for what might be revealed. The scars of what I discovered will never fully heal, leaving me forever vigilant, my trust forever fractured. I always thought of my father as a simple man, a scientist, sure, but to me, he was just Dad. He was a man of routine and quiet habits, living a life as predictable as the sunrise. Our home was a modest one, nestled in the outskirts of a remote town, surrounded by verdant woods. It was the kind of place where silence was a familiar companion, and the night skies were vast, untainted by the glare of city lights. In the evenings after dinner, Dad would retreat to his study, where the soft glow of his laptop often spilled through the half-open door into the darkened hallway. I never questioned what he was working on. As a child, I was under the impression that my father was simply a researcher involved in harmless academic endeavors. The nature of his work was never a subject of dinner table discussions, not because it was a guarded secret, but because it seemed as dull as the buzz of an overhead light. His face, usually hidden behind the reflection of his computer glasses, bore the expression of deep concentration. "Research," she'd say, when I asked about him. "Important work." One evening as I returned home, I found the house unusually quiet. Mom was away visiting relatives, leaving the place under my care. I noticed his study door was ajar, and the gentle hum of his laptop was the only sound breaking the stillness. Out of curiosity, and perhaps a sliver of rebellion, I stepped inside. The room was a familiar sight: shelves packed with books, a paper-strewn desk, and the old leather chair facing the open laptop. I hesitated for a moment. It felt like a breach of privacy, but an irresistible curiosity tugged at me. The screen displayed a document titled Project Ogrish. I had never heard of it before, and an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I sat down and began to read. The document was a jumble of jargon, but as I scrolled, a clearer picture began to emerge. Project Ogrish was an experimental study undertaken at a research facility, precisely the one where Dad worked. The project involved subjects, human subjects, who were unwittingly part of some sort of psychological experiment. The idea was to explore the boundaries of fear, to observe how far the human psyche could be stretched before it snapped. My heart pounded as I read case notes, each account more disturbing than the last. One entry stood out. It detailed a subject known as Subject 14. The notes described a series of experiments where the subject was isolated in a room with minimal light, exposed to unnerving sounds at irregular intervals. The objective was to induce a state of paranoia, to push the subject into believing in unseen threats. The data was clinical, cold. It spoke of rising heart rates, spikes in stress hormones, and most chillingly, the subject's gradual descent into madness. I felt a chill run down my spine. The date of the entry was recent, too recent. A thought nagged at me, an unsettling realization that the horror I was reading about was happening now, perhaps not far from where I was sitting. I pushed the laptop away and leaned back in the chair, trying to process what I had just discovered. The next day, I confronted Dad after breakfast. My voice trembled as I asked him about Project Ogrish. For a moment, he was silent, his face an unreadable mask. Finally, he sighed, a weary, defeated sound. He didn't deny it. Instead, he began to explain, his voice low and devoid of its usual warmth. "It's not what you think," he said. "The project is sanctioned by the government. It's an essential study for understanding human psychology, for the greater good." But his words felt hollow, rehearsed. I could see the conflict in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that betrayed his calm demeanor. I pressed him further, demanding to know why these experiments were conducted without the subject's knowledge. His answer was as unsettling as the experiments themselves. "True results," he said, "can only be obtained under genuine conditions. If the subjects knew, it would skew the data. It was a necessary deceit." I refused to accept his justification. Our conversation ended in an uncomfortable silence, each of us retreating to our corners of the house, burdened by the weight of the truth. Over the following days, the unease between us grew. Dad continued his work as if nothing had changed, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see. As the weeks passed, strange occurrences began to unfold. I started noticing emails from unknown senders on Dad's laptop, messages that were cryptically worded and unsettlingly vague. They spoke of subjects breaching containment and needing immediate attention. The messages were always deleted soon after they arrived, but not before I caught glimpses of their ominous content. My sleep was haunted by dreams of darkened rooms and shadowy figures, reflections of the horrors described in the Project Ogrish document. I became increasingly paranoid, jumping at shadows and flinching at sudden noises. It was as if the experiments had extended their reach beyond the confines of the facility, invading my consciousness. One night, while the rest of the world slept, I awoke to a soft creaking sound. It was coming from the study. With my heart in my throat, I stepped into the hallway and peered down the corridor. The study door was ajar, just as it had been the night I found the document. The dim light of the laptop cast long shadows across the floor. Curiosity mingled with dread as I approached. The screen displayed a video file, paused on the first frame. It was labeled Session 14, Final Observation. My hands trembled as I clicked play. The footage was grainy, clearly taken from a hidden camera. It showed a small, dimly lit room. In the center sat a man, presumably Subject 14, his appearance disheveled, eyes wide with terror. He was muttering to himself, words barely audible over the crackling of the audio. As the video progressed, the man's behavior became increasingly erratic. He clutched his head, as if trying to ward off unseen forces, his eyes darting around the room, as though expecting something to leap out from the shadows. A sudden noise in the video made me jump, a clang like metal striking metal. The man reacted violently, standing abruptly and backing into a corner, his eyes wild and pleading. His lips moved, forming words that sent a chill through me. It's here. I can feel it watching. The video ended there, a static-filled screen returning to the fore. I sat frozen, the horrific implications of what I had just witnessed sinking in. This wasn't just an experiment. It was a nightmare brought to life, all under the guise of research, and my father was part of it. The days that followed were tense. I struggled to maintain a facade of normalcy, but the knowledge of what was happening in that facility weighed heavily on me. I couldn't unsee what I had seen, couldn't unknow what I had discovered. My relationship with Dad grew strained, unspoken accusations hanging in the air between us. Then, one evening, he didn't come home. Hours turned into a restless night, and by morning, panic had taken root. I considered calling the authorities, but something held me back. An instinct that told me this was not a matter for regular police intervention. Desperate for answers, I returned to the study, hoping to find some clue. The laptop was gone, along with any trace of its disturbing contents. I felt a heavy sense of finality, as if my connection to the world of Project Ogrish had been severed. Yet, the unease persisted. I started noticing things. An unfamiliar car parked down the street, a sense of being watched, the flicker of a shadow just outside my field of vision. It was as if the paranoia of the experiments had seeped into my life, an unshakable presence that refused to be ignored. Weeks turned into months. I eventually moved away, seeking distance from the memories that haunted me. But the fear lingered, a constant companion. Even in a new city, with new surroundings, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was watching, waiting. I never saw Dad again. He vanished without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a legacy of unease. Occasionally, I'd catch whispers of strange happenings, stories of experiments in isolated facilities, and I'd wonder if they were connected, if the shadow of Project Ogrish still loomed large in some corner of the world. The world went on, oblivious to the dark corners where fear was cultivated into chaos. I tried to move on, to live a life untouched by the horrors I had uncovered. But at night, when the world was wrapped in silence, when shadows stretched long and the wind whispered through the trees, the fear would return. It was a fear born not just of the unknown, but of the realization that some truths are better left undiscovered, some doors better left unopened. And as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I'd wonder if somewhere, in some hidden room, another Subject 14 was whispering into the darkness. It's here. I can feel it watching. The late afternoon sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the small trailer park on the edge of town. I often found solace in the quiet, contemplative moments just before dusk, when the world seemed to hold its breath. It was during one of these moments, the air thick with the scent of pine and the distant sound of cicadas, that I found myself once again at Uncle Rupert's trailer. Uncle Rupert had been gone for 3 years now, his departure abrupt and unexplained, leaving behind a life filled with curiosities and oddities that sparked both intrigue and unease. His trailer sat at the very end of the dirt road, surrounded by overgrown grass and a sense of abandonment that seemed to echo the mysteries of his life. Rupert had been a collector of unusual items, a fascination that bordered on obsession. His trailer was filled with artifacts from distant lands, ancient relics, and peculiar trinkets that he claimed held stories of their own. Yet, among all his treasures, there was one particular find that always drew my attention: a box of blank VHS tapes. I visited Uncle Rupert's trailer out of a sense of duty to maintain the place in his absence, and perhaps in some small way to keep him alive in my memory. As I dusted the shelves and swept the floor, my eyes inevitably fell upon the tapes. They were ordinary in appearance, their labels yellowed with age, and sat in a nondescript cardboard box tucked neatly under his desk. On a whim, driven by curiosity or perhaps a deeper sense of unfinished business, I decided to take the tapes home with me that day. My house, an old Victorian on the outskirts of town, was as much a refuge as it was a relic in its own right. Its creaky floorboards and drafty windows were comforting in their familiarity. That evening, as the sun descended into the embrace of night, I sat in my living room with the tapes stacked beside the television. The air was still, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock that hung above the mantel. I inserted the first tape into the VCR, half expecting nothing more than the gentle hiss of static. Yet, as the screen flickered to life, I was met with an image that defied expectation. The screen showed a room, dimly lit and unfamiliar, a place I had never seen before. The camera was stationary, aimed at a single wooden chair placed in the center. There was no sound, only the soft hum of the television as I watched, transfixed. Minutes passed, perhaps even an hour, and yet the scene remained unchanged. There was something unsettling about the stillness, the emptiness of the room, and the anticipation that something, anything, might happen. It wasn't until the tape abruptly ended, the screen cutting to black, that I realized how tense I had become. I removed the tape, my hand trembling slightly, and placed it back into the box. The strange recording left a lingering unease, a sense that I had witnessed something not meant for my eyes. Yet, despite the discomfort, my curiosity was piqued. Over the following nights, I made my way through the tapes, each presenting a different room, a different chair, but always the same unnerving silence and stillness. The recordings were mundane in their simplicity, yet they carried a weight that pressed heavily upon my mind. I found myself watching them obsessively, searching for patterns, for meaning, in the randomness of it all. As the days stretched into weeks, the boundary between my waking life and the world, captured on those tapes, began to blur. The images haunted my thoughts, creeping into my dreams, where I found myself wandering through those unknown rooms, always drawn to the solitary chair at their center. It became a fixation, an obsession that I could neither understand nor shake. The tapes had a hold on me, a pull that was both inexplicable and irresistible. It was on a particularly somber evening, the sky overcast and threatening rain, that the first disturbance occurred. I was sitting in my study, the tapes lined up neatly beside me, when I noticed an anomaly in one of the recordings. There, in the corner of the screen, a shadow flickered, an ephemeral figure that seemed to move independently of the static surroundings. The shadow was fleeting, barely perceptible, yet its presence was undeniable. It was the first time the tapes had deviated from their unchanging monotony, and it filled me with both dread and excitement. I rewound the tape, my eyes glued to the screen, but the shadow refused to reveal itself again. It was as if it had vanished into the ether, leaving behind only a sense of unease that clung to the air. The discovery of the shadow marked a turning point, the beginning of an escalation that I could neither anticipate nor control. The tapes, once a source of passive curiosity, became an all-consuming force in my life. I spent hours analyzing them, replaying segments, searching for signs of the shadow's return. Sleep eluded me as I pored over the recordings, my mind a labyrinth of theories and suspicions. The presence of the shadow suggested a consciousness, a malignant awareness that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. Yet, despite my growing apprehension, I felt compelled to continue, driven by a need to understand the mystery that had ensnared me. The boundary between reality and illusion began to fray, my waking hours haunted by the specter of a presence I could not name. The rooms on the tapes became more familiar than my own, their silent chairs a symbol of something that eluded understanding. My thoughts were consumed by the shadow, its brief appearance a puzzle I was determined to solve. As days melded into nights, I found myself losing track of time. my life an endless cycle of waking and watching. The tapes held a hypnotic power, drawing me into their world with a grip that tightened with each passing day. I became a prisoner of my own obsession, trapped in a loop of fear and fascination. It was during this period of escalating tension that I noticed the first signs of intrusion within my own home. It began with small, seemingly innocuous occurrences: a misplaced book, a door left ajar. At first, I dismissed these as oversights, products of a mind preoccupied with the tapes. Yet, as the incidents multiplied, their nature became more deliberate, more insidious. I would find chairs moved from their usual places, always positioned in ways that echoed the recordings. The unsettling familiarity of these arrangements sent shivers down my spine, a stark reminder of the connection between the tapes and my own reality. Each discovery heightened my anxiety, the eerie sense that my life was being orchestrated by an unseen hand. My once peaceful home had become a landscape of dread, a mirror of the world captured on those tapes. Sleep brought little respite as my dreams continued to echo the waking nightmares I experienced. The shadow, once confined to the tapes, began to drift into my reality, a dark silhouette glimpsed in the periphery of my vision. I would catch fleeting glimpses out of the corner of my eye, a presence that vanished whenever I turned to face it. It became a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from the one on the tapes. The escalation reached its peak one stormy night, the wind howling outside as I sat alone in the living room. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, a prelude to the storm that raged beyond the windows. I was watching the tapes again, my gaze fixed on the familiar room with its solitary chair, when the power flickered, plunging the house into darkness. In the silence that followed, I felt a chill run down my spine, an awareness that I was not alone. The shadow, no longer confined to the screen, manifested before me, a dark figure that seemed to absorb the very light from the room. It stood beside the television, its outline indistinct, yet deeply unsettling. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the stillness. I was frozen, caught between the urge to flee and the compulsion to confront this apparition. The shadow did not move, did not speak, yet its presence was suffocating, an oppressive force that seemed to fill the room. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the power returned, the room flooding with light and warmth. The shadow was gone, leaving behind only the lingering fear that clung to my soul. The encounter marked the climax of my ordeal, a confrontation with a force that defied comprehension. In the days that followed, I withdrew from the tapes, their once irresistible allure replaced by a deep-seated dread. I could no longer bring myself to watch them, to invite the shadow back into my life. I focused on reclaiming my home, restoring a sense of normalcy that had been so thoroughly disrupted. Yet, despite my efforts, the fear persisted, a constant undercurrent that colored my every thought. The tapes remained a silent threat, their presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of understanding. I often contemplated destroying them, ridding myself of their influence once and for all. Yet something held me back, a fear that doing so might unleash something far worse. And so they remained, hidden away in a locked cabinet, a secret that whispered of unfinished stories and unanswered questions. The shadow had retreated, but the fear it inspired lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the unknown. I moved through my days with a cautious awareness, always attuned to the possibility of its return. My life resumed its outward semblance of normalcy, yet I remained forever changed, marked by the encounter with the tapes and the shadow they had unleashed. As the seasons turned and time marched inexorably forward, I learned to live with the fear, to accept it as a part of me. It became a silent companion, a reminder of the mysteries that existed beyond the veil of perception. Though the tapes gathered dust, untouched and unexamined, their presence was a constant in my life, a symbol of the unknown that lay just beyond the reach of understanding. I often wondered about Uncle Rupert, about the secrets he had uncovered, and the knowledge he had taken with him. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, I felt a kinship with him, a shared experience that connected us across time and space. The blank tapes, with their cursed allure, had opened a door to a world I could never fully comprehend, a world that remained just out of reach, waiting for the curious and the unwary. And so, I continued on, haunted yet hopeful, my life a delicate balance between the light of the known and the shadows of the unknowable. The tapes and the shadow were a part of me now, a story that echoed through the corridors of my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. There is something inherently comforting about the familiar hum of daily life that quietly unfolds within the walls of a family home. Ours was an ordinary house, nestled in a suburban neighborhood where little seemed to change from one year to the next. Its rooms were filled with the echoes of laughter and the soft murmurs of everyday conversations. Rituals were observed with the diligence of tradition. Breakfast at 7, television blaring in the evening, and stories exchanged over dinner that tied the past to the present in a seamless thread. Our basement, however, stood apart from this daily rhythm. It was an untouched realm, cloaked in darkness and forgotten by time, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. When I was young, I would occasionally dare a glance down the creaky stairs, my imagination painting shadows into monsters. But as I grew older, the basement became just another part of the house that existed in the periphery of my consciousness, a place I rarely ventured, yet knew was there. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when the first disturbance came, breaking the monotony of my routine. My mother had asked me to retrieve an old heirloom she was certain was stored away downstairs, a request that seemed simple enough at the time. Armed with a flashlight and a vague description of what I was looking for, I descended into the basement, each step creaking like a distant memory trying to resurface. The air was cool and musty, the smell of forgotten things leaching into my nostrils as I surveyed the cobwebbed landscape before me. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, their contents a mystery. I began my search, moving aside relics of past decades, until I stumbled upon something unexpected. A stack of old VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and peeling. They were nestled in a corner, hidden beneath a moth-eaten cloth. I picked up one of the tapes, squinting to make out the faded writing. It simply read, "Family Memories." Curiosity piqued. I gathered the tapes and carried them upstairs, momentarily forgetting my original task. There was no VCR in the house anymore, a fact I quickly remedied with a visit to a local thrift store. By the evening, I was seated in front of the television, a mix of nostalgia and anticipation swirling within me as I inserted the first tape. The screen flickered to life, the familiar static giving way to a scene of my parents' wedding. Joyful faces filled the screen, their youthful exuberance captured in grainy detail. I watched, enraptured, the memories flowing like a forgotten river suddenly bursting its banks. These weren't just forgotten moments. They were pieces of our history, snippets of a life that seemed both intimate and distant. As I played through the tapes, a pattern emerged. Interspersed with the joyful celebrations and mundane family gatherings were brief, unsettling clips. Moments that seemed out of place, a darkened room where a shadow moved unnaturally, faces contorted in silent screams, and distorted audio that sent a shiver down my spine. These clips were brief, mere seconds long, but their presence lingered like an unwelcome guest. At first, I dismissed them as errors, perhaps the result of magnetic interference or degradation over time. But as I continued watching, it became clear that these were no accidents. Each tape held its own set of disturbing images, woven into the fabric of our family's recorded history with deliberate intent. Who had filmed these, and why had they been mixed in with our memories? It was a mystery that gnawed at the edges of my mind, refusing to be dismissed. The tapes were not merely cursed media, but seemed to carry a heavier weight, a connection to something lurking just out of sight. Determined to uncover the truth, I spent the following days immersed in research, delving into the history of our house, the tapes, and the people who once inhabited this space. What I discovered both intrigued and unsettled me. The house had belonged to a man named Thomas Ellison, a filmmaker of sorts, though not in the traditional sense. Ellison was fascinated by the concept of capturing the human soul on film, a pursuit that bordered on obsession. He believed that by filming people during moments of intense emotion, he could reveal their true essence, peeling back the layers to expose something raw and primal. Ellison's work was largely unrecognized, his films relegated to obscure showings and private viewings. But those who knew of him spoke of a magnetic presence, a man whose charm was only overshadowed by the darkness that seemed to seep into his work. His films were not simply records of life, but were said to capture something much more sinister, something that could not be seen with the naked eye, but only through the lens of a camera. The more I learned, the more I began to understand the nature of the tapes. They were remnants of Ellison's attempts to capture the soul, his attempts to bottle the intangible. But something had gone wrong. The dark energy he sought to capture had instead captured him, weaving itself into the tapes like a parasite feeding on forgotten memories. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the basement. A sense of unease settled into my bones. The tapes were a conduit, a gateway through which the past bled into the present. I needed to know what Ellison had captured, what had been left behind in his wake. I needed to find the truth within the frames of those cursed tapes. As I sorted through the tapes once more, I found one I hadn't noticed before. Its label was blank, a stark contrast to the others. With a mixture of dread and anticipation, I played it, the screen filling with static, before settling into a scene that made my blood run cold. It was a view of our living room, the camera angle familiar, as if someone had filmed from just outside our window. My heart pounded as I watched the figures move within the frame. My family, unaware of being observed. The scene shifted, the camera now in a darkened room that seemed somehow familiar. I realized with a jolt that it was our basement, but not as I had ever seen it. The darkness seemed alive, shifting and pulsating with a malicious intent. And there, in the center of the room, was a figure, its features obscured, yet unmistakably human. Ellison. It had to be him. He stood silent and still, his presence a haunting reminder of his obsession. As the scene unfolded, the figure slowly turned, fixing its gaze directly at the camera. Or was it at me? The hairs on my neck stood on end, a primal instinct warning me of the threat that lay in that gaze. The screen went black, the tape ending abruptly, leaving me with a chilling sense of being watched. It was as if Ellison's spirit had reached through the screen, tying itself to me, whispering secrets I could neither hear nor understand. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, elongating into the corners where the light dared not go. In the days that followed, the boundaries between the past and present blurred, the darkness from the tapes seeping into the fabric of our home. Unexplained noises echoed through the halls at night. Shadows moved independently of their sources, and the air grew heavy with a presence that was impossible to ignore. Despite my fear, I continued to delve into the tapes, convinced that the answer lay within them. But with each viewing, the line between observation and participation faded, and I found myself wondering if I too was being drawn into Ellison's twisted game. Was I merely an observer? Or had I become a part of the story captured on those tapes? The climax of this psychological unraveling came one night when the house was silent, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Awakened by a sense of urgency, I was drawn back to the basement, feeling compelled to confront whatever it was that Ellison had left behind. As I descended the stairs, my flashlight flickered ominously, casting my shadow against the wall in distorted relief. The basement seemed different, as if the very walls had shifted to accommodate the unseen presence that now dominated the space. At the far end, a figure stood waiting, its outline indistinct, yet I could feel its gaze upon me. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, the air growing colder with each step. The figure remained still, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets that lay within. It was then that I realized the truth. The tapes were not just a record of the past, but a means of communication. a way for Ellison to reach out from beyond and draw others into his dark world. With a final burst of courage, I reached out, my fingers brushing the surface of the last tape, and in that moment, I felt a connection snap into place, a tether binding me to the darkness. The figure moved then, its form dissolving into shadow, and I understood that I was gazing into the abyss of my own making. The basement returned to silence, my breath the only sound in the oppressive stillness. I gathered the tapes, my hands shaking, and knew that I must rid myself of their influence. I would bury them deep, far from the reach of curious eyes, where they could no longer whisper their terrible truths. But as I turned to leave, a chilling thought crept into my mind. Could the darkness be truly contained? Or had it found a new host in me, ready to spread its insidious touch? The question lingered, unanswered and unanswerable. As I made my way back up the stairs, the weight of the tapes a reminder of the legacy I could not escape. In the days and weeks that followed, life returned to its semblance of normalcy, the tapes hidden away, yet their presence felt in the quiet moments when shadows seemed to flicker in the corner of my vision. I would find myself pausing, listening for the whisper of a camera's click or the creak of a floorboard where none should be. The fear had settled deep within me, a constant reminder that the past is never truly forgotten, nor can it be fully erased. It lives on, captured in the frames of old tapes and the recesses of memory, waiting for the right moment to resurface and claim its due. And so, we live on, our days punctuated by the ordinary, yet shadowed by the extraordinary. The tapes remain hidden, but their specter lingers, a silent testament to the folly of seeking answers that were never meant to be found. In the end, the only certainty is the knowledge that the past is always watching, waiting to be unearthed by those who dare to look too closely. Life in the suburbs had always felt like a sequence of uneventful snapshots. Each frame was predictable, each day a rerun of the one before. I had settled into the monotony of it all without much resistance, greeting the dawn with a routine that hummed softly as background noise in my life. My home was a picturesque house nestled among others just like it, each with its own sun-dappled lawn and a mailbox standing at attention by the curb. It was a place where the hustle of the outside world seemed an echo in the distance, muted and irrelevant. My job as a video editor helped maintain this rhythm. I worked from home, my days spent splicing together moments, crafting narratives from fragments of reality. It was solitary work that I thrived on, each project a new puzzle that left little room for the unexpected. My evenings were spent in front of a different screen, partaking in the gentle comfort of familiar television shows or the occasional film. It was during one of these evenings, while browsing through an online auction site for old film equipment, that I stumbled upon a listing that piqued my curiosity. An old box of videotapes, unmarked and covered in a layer of dust. The seller claimed they had been found in the attic of a recently purchased home. Intrigued by the mystery and the potential of undiscovered footage, I placed a bid. A week later, a cardboard box arrived on my doorstep, the past contained within it. The tapes were a mix of formats, some VHS, others the smaller mini DV cassettes. As I began to sift through them, I was struck by the absence of any labeling or identification. There was a certain allure to their anonymity, a promise of tales untold, locked away and waiting for someone to unearth them. I set an old VHS player in the corner of my living room, the CRT television my portal into whatever world these tapes would reveal. The first few were mundane, snippets of family gatherings, vacations, and the occasional child's birthday party. The faces were unfamiliar, but their laughter universal, each frame a testament to moments treasured and preserved. Then there was the tape that changed everything. Its surface was no different from the others, but as the static cleared, I was greeted by a sight that felt all too personal. The camera appeared to be fixed in place, focusing on a room much like mine. The furniture, though different, was similarly arranged. A couch against the wall, a television, a coffee table cluttered with the debris of everyday life. The room was dimly lit, shadows pooling in the corners like ink. I watched with growing unease, the sense that I was intruding on something not meant for my eyes becoming ever stronger. There was no movement, no sign of life, only the oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. I nearly stopped the tape, but something compelled me to continue, a whisper of curiosity that refused to be silenced. Minutes passed without incident, a still life captured in time, until the screen flickered. At first, I thought it a glitch, the age of the tape perhaps compromising its stability. But then the image returned, subtly wrong. The perspective had shifted, though the camera had not moved. It was as though the room itself had warped, its angles sharper, the shadows longer and more pronounced. And then there was a figure. It stood in the corner, indistinct and shrouded in darkness. It was a silhouette, devoid of detail, yet undeniably human in shape. I felt a chill race up my spine, a primal instinct urging me away from the screen. But I remained, transfixed by the figure that did not move, did not breathe, only existed within those confines. As suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, the room returning to its previous state of eerie calm. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my heartbeat a steady drumbeat in my ears. The remainder of the tape was uneventful, the room empty, the shadows merely shadows once more. Disturbed but intrigued, I found myself unable to let the matter rest. I returned to the box, pulling out tape after tape, searching for any further traces of the figure. Some tapes were blank, others filled with more mundane recordings. I began to lose myself in this quest for an answer, my work neglected, the days blurring into nights. It was during one of these long nights, the clock ticking relentlessly towards dawn, that I stumbled upon another tape of the same room. This time, the figure appeared sooner, its presence more defined. I could make out the suggestion of features, a face that seemed to shift and change, like smoke caught in an updraft. It did not move, yet I felt its gaze, a weight pressing down on me from the screen. Sleep eluded me that night. The figure's image burned into my mind. Each shadow in my own home seemed to stretch towards me, reaching with invisible fingers. I told myself it was only a trick of the mind, a fabrication born of fatigue and imagination. Yet when dawn broke, it brought no relief. I needed answers. Desperation drove me to seek the assistance of a friend and fellow filmmaker, Alex, whose experience with experimental films seemed fitting for the task at hand. I invited him over, hoping his fresh perspective would shed light on this peculiar phenomenon. Alex was captivated by the tapes, his interest piqued by their eerie nature. We spent hours reviewing them, dissecting every frame. He theorized that it could be an intricate hoax or perhaps an avant-garde project left unfinished. Yet, like me, he felt the inexplicable pull towards the figure, an enigma begging to be unraveled. As days turned into weeks, our obsession grew. We compared notes, analyzed footage, even attempted to track down the previous owner of the tapes, though our efforts yielded no results. The mystery deepened, the figure's presence more frequent and defined with each new tape we discovered. The climax came unexpectedly during a night like so many before it. We had just finished reviewing yet another tape, the figure now almost familiar in its form. As Alex prepared to leave, we both heard it, a faint whispering that seemed to emanate from the television itself. We froze, eyes locked on the screen where the image remained static, the room unchanged. The whispering grew louder, a symphony of voices, each distinct yet inseparable from the others. We leaned in closer, straining to understand their message, when the screen flickered violently, the image distorting before our eyes. The figure, now unmistakably human, stepped forward, its face still obscured, but its intent clear. We stumbled backwards, the air thick with a sudden, oppressive weight. The television switched off. With a resounding finality, the room plunged into darkness. We sat in stunned silence, the implications of what we had witnessed settling over us like a shroud. In the days that followed, Alex and I distanced ourselves from the tapes, an unspoken agreement to leave the mystery unsolved. The tapes remained in the box, untouched, their secrets locked away once more. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that refused to be dispelled by light or logic. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, the corners of my vision always seeking the figure that had stepped from the screen. The world seemed subtly altered, a reality tinged with the supernatural. The tapes a reminder of the unknown that lurks just beyond the veil of the everyday. As time passed, the edge of fear dulled, though it never faded entirely. I returned to my routine, the familiar rhythms of life offering comfort amidst the lingering unease. The tapes remained a testament to that brief descent into mystery. A chapter closed, yet never truly forgotten. And sometimes, when the night draws long and shadows stretch across the walls, I feel its presence once more. A fleeting glimpse, a whisper in the dark, reminding me of the tapes and the secrets they hold. In those moments, I understand that some stories are not meant to be told, some mysteries destined to remain unsolved, leaving only echoes in their wake. I had always taken quiet solace in the familiar confines of my flat, nestled comfortably atop an old brick building in the heart of a city that never seemed to rest. The muted hum of traffic outside was a constant companion, a reassuring lullaby sung by the world beyond. The walls of my living space were lined with memories and knickknacks, photos of past travels, books I'd yet to read, and cushions that bore the gentle imprint of my repose. A place of refuge and routine, the flat was a sanctuary against the chaos of life, a place where time could stretch and yawn without the pressure to progress. On a particular evening, as the sun's last golden rays began to retreat behind the skyline, I found myself indulging in a simple pleasure, sorting through the half-forgotten boxes that lingered in my storage closet. It was a task I had avoided, one I now approached with a curious nostalgia, hoping to unearth something of interest, or at least reclaim some semblance of order. The boxes were mostly filled with the detritus of years gone by, clothes that no longer fit, old magazines, and forgotten gadgets. Among these, tucked away in a corner, was a package I didn't remember placing there. It was unremarkable in appearance, wrapped loosely in brown paper, with my name scrawled across its surface in a handwriting I did not recognize. There was no return address, no indication as to its origin or sender. Curiosity piqued, I took it to the living room, where the dim light cast long shadows against the walls. I sat in my worn armchair, the package resting on my lap, weighing it thoughtfully in my hands. It was light, with a solidity that suggested something substantial inside. With a sense of quiet anticipation, I peeled away the paper, revealing a plain, unmarked VHS tape, a relic from another era. The tape was an artifact from a time when home movies were captured in physical form rather than digital, when the whirring of a cassette was the preamble to a captured memory. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me, mingled with the indefinable eeriness of the unknown. I wondered who might have sent it and why. My old VHS player, a forgotten staple of my entertainment center, sat beneath the television, more ornament than utility these days. I hesitated only briefly before sliding the tape into the machine, the mechanism clunking into life with a mechanical groan. The screen flickered, and then the image resolved into view. At first, the footage was mundane, the shaky lens of a handheld camera panning across an ordinary living room, much like my own. The room was sparse, but warmly lit, the kind of space that suggested cozy evenings and quiet contentment. I watched as the camera settled on a figure seated on a couch, a man in his 40s, with a kind face that seemed vaguely familiar. He spoke directly to the camera, his voice low and steady. "If you're watching this, then perhaps you've found it as I did." His gaze was intense, as though he could see beyond the screen, beyond time itself. I can't explain how it came to me, only that it did. And now, it is yours. A chill prickled along my spine, the kind that accompanies an unbidden realization. Was this man speaking to me, or was it a prelude to something more sinister? The camera's perspective shifted, now focused on a window. Outside, the scene was familiar, a cityscape not unlike my own, with towering buildings and the distant sweep of headlights. The footage continued in this manner, alternating between scenes of the man's quotidian life and cryptic monologues addressed to whoever might be watching. As the tape played, I felt increasingly drawn into his world, as though the boundary between reality and recording was blurring, the walls of my flat subtly shifting to match those on the screen. The man spoke of things that were unsettling in their simplicity, moments that seemed innocuous, yet were laced with a tension that belied their surface. "Pay attention to what you see," he would say, his voice a soft insistence that raised goosebumps on my arms. "Look beyond the obvious." It was then that the first true disturbance occurred. As the camera once again panned across the familiar setting, a shadow flitted across the screen, just a brief flicker, almost imperceptible, yet enough to draw my focus, my heart quickening in response. The man paused, eyes darting to the periphery of his vision, a fleeting unease passing over his features. I rewound the tape, playing the scene again, but the shadow remained elusive, a phantom of memory and light. A sense of intrusion crept over me, as if unseen eyes were watching, as if the boundaries of my flat were less secure than I had always believed. The tape continued, the narrative weaving a tapestry that was at once personal and alien. Days seemed to pass on the screen, though how much of it was true time and how much an illusion, I could not say. The man began to speak of dreams, of visions that haunted his nights and seeped into his waking hours. He spoke of feeling watched, of an inexplicable presence that lingered just out of reach. As he spoke, I felt an odd resonance, as if his experience were a reflection of my own. In the days since the package's arrival, I had felt a growing sense of unease within the walls of my flat, a disquiet that settled like dust in the corners of my mind. At night, I found myself waking to shadows that danced in the corners of my bedroom, the soft creak of floorboards suggesting a presence that should not be there. The tape was nearing its end, the man's messages becoming more urgent, his voice tinged with a desperation that was impossible to ignore. "It's here," he said, eyes wide with a fear that was palpable even through the screen. "It's always been here, waiting." The camera trembled, as though in the grip of unseen hands, the image distorting before it cut to black. For a moment, I sat in silence, the room around me thick with an oppressive stillness. The tape, now spent, lay inert in the player, its secrets discharged and yet unrevealed. A sense of inevitability settled over me, a realization that the boundaries between my world and that of the tape had dissolved. The shadows in my flat seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a silent testament to the unseen presence the man had spoken of. In the ensuing days, my life took on the texture of a waking dream, each moment imbued with a sense of otherness that defied explanation. My flat, once a sanctuary, now felt like a labyrinth of flickering shadows and whispered secrets. Each creak of the floor, each flicker of light, seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. I tried to continue with my routine, but the sense of being watched never abated. It was as if the flat itself had become a character in this unfolding drama, its walls bearing witness to the unseen story that played out in silence. Nights became a trial, sleep a series of fractured episodes punctuated by the sensation of being observed. In those moments of half-sleep, I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the cityscape, so reminiscent of the one on the tape. It was then that I saw it. The figure standing across the street, unmoving and indistinct in the half-light. A silhouette that mirrored my own, a silent watcher that seemed to echo the man's warnings. I watched it for what felt like eternity, waiting for a movement, a sign of recognition. But it remained still, a shadow among shadows, a presence that defied the boundaries of reality and dream. It was then I realized that the man on the tape had not been speaking merely to me, but to the very essence of the space we shared, a dialogue across time and place that transcended the ordinary. The climax came not with a bang, but with a whisper, a soft susurration that filled the room as the figure across the street turned away, dissolving into the night. In that moment, I understood that the package, the tape, the man, all were part of a continuum that connected us, a thread woven through the fabric of existence. I retrieved the tape from the player, its weight in my hands, a reminder of the journey it had set in motion. I considered destroying it, severing the connection it had forged, but a deeper understanding stayed my hand. The tape was not just an artifact of fear, but a testament to the shared human experience, of isolation, of connection, of the unseen threads that bind us. In the days that followed, the presence in my flat seemed to dissipate, the sense of being watched retreating into the periphery of my awareness. Yet, the shadows remained, a lingering reminder of the boundaries I had crossed, the truths I had glimpsed. And so, life continued, the flat returning to its semblance of normalcy, its walls once again a refuge against the world outside. Yet, the memory of the tape lingered, a ghost of a story untold, a reminder that reality is but a fragile construct, easily fractured by the unknown. I kept the tape, tucked away in the same storage closet where it had first been found, a talisman of sorts, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the spaces between. And though the tape's journey had ended, its echoes remained, a whisper in the quiet moments of solitude, a reminder that the unseen world is never truly far away. I remember my grandmother's house, not just as a place, but as a living memory, a vessel for nostalgia and shadowed corners. Nestled in an ancient neighborhood at the edge of town, the house breathed with the charm of yesteryears. It was a sprawling Victorian affair, with gabled roofs and peeling paint that spoke of a dignity worn by time. The garden, once a riot of colors and fragrances, had grown wild, the flowers tangled with weeds, as if nature itself had woven a shroud over the past. Visiting her was a ritual of serenity, a pause in life's ceaseless race. Every summer, my parents would drop me off at her doorstep, and I would spend weeks ensconced in her gentle presence. The days moved sluggishly, filled with the scent of baked bread and the soft sound of her knitting needles clicking together. In the evenings, we would sit by the fireplace, where she'd tell me stories of when the world seemed larger and time stretched like the horizon itself. Her house was a place of comfort, except for the attic. It loomed above our heads, an ever-present shadow, sealed by a door that groaned with age. I was forbidden to enter, warned by whispered tales of ghosts and echoes of those long gone. The attic was the heart of mystery, a repository of forgotten things. The summer I turned 13, my grandmother fell ill. Her once vibrant spirit was subdued, leaving the house with an unsettling quiet. My parents decided it was time to clear out some old things, a practical endeavor intruding on the reverie of my childhood refuge. It was amidst this upheaval that I found the tape. The attic, as I finally discovered, was exactly as one might imagine, dust-laden and filled with the detritus of lives lived. Boxes were stacked precariously, their labels faded, and the air was thick with the scent of mothballs and old paper. In one such box, tucked beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers, was a VHS tape wrapped in clear plastic. It was unmarked, save for a small piece of masking tape with my grandmother's neat script, "For when it's time." The discovery was innocuous enough. A relic from the age of video rentals, its presence was a curiosity rather than a cause for alarm. Intrigued, I pocketed the tape, intent on exploring its contents later. That evening, after my parents had retired and my grandmother was asleep, I crept into the living room and inserted the tape into the VCR. Static filled the screen, that familiar and comforting fuzz of gray and white noise. For a moment, I wondered if the tape was blank, but then the image coalesced. It was a home video, the colors washed out and the edges blurred. I recognized the living room, a younger version of it, before the carpet had faded and the wallpaper stained with time. There was a young girl there, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, playing with a dollhouse. Her hair was dark and curly, her face obscured by shadow. The camera lingered on her, and I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. The scene persisted, the girl's movements slow and deliberate, as if time itself was languishing. I fast-forwarded, the remote clutched tightly in my hand. The screen flickered, and the image changed. Now the room was empty, the camera fixed on the window, where rain streaked the glass in long, silver trails. There was something profoundly unsettling about the image, the way the rain seemed to whisper against the glass, as if speaking a language just beyond comprehension. I felt a chill creep over me, a prickling at the base of my neck. The sense of unease was inexplicable but undeniable, and yet I could not look away. The screen flickered again, and this time, the perspective had shifted. The camera was in the hallway, pointed at the attic door. The frame was off-kilter, as if the camera had been set down carelessly, and the door was ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. I could hear the faintest of noises, a soft rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat pulsing beneath the floorboards. I leaned forward, my breath shallow, the remote forgotten in my lap. The sense of trespass was overwhelming, as if the tape was a window not just into the past, but into a secret never meant to be revealed. The thumping grew louder, and I realized it wasn't a heartbeat, but something else. Something that sounded like footsteps. My pulse quickened, and I pressed stop, the silence that followed as profound as a scream. I sat there, heart pounding, the room around me dark and suddenly unfamiliar. The shadows seemed deeper, the night outside pressing in, and for the first time, my grandmother's house felt like a stranger. The next morning, I returned to the attic, the memory of the tape fresh and insistent. The daylight should have dispelled the unease, but as I climbed the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, as if the sun's reach stopped just short of the threshold. I pushed the door open, its creak like an old wound reopening. The boxes remained, silent sentinels of times past, but the atmosphere felt altered, charged with a subtle malevolence. I moved cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight, until I reached the spot where I had found the tape. There, set between two boxes, was the dollhouse. It was the same one from the video, its paint chipped and faded, the furniture within arranged with meticulous care. I reached out, my fingers brushing the roof, when a voice broke the silence. "Why did you watch it?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it froze me in place. I turned, expecting my grandmother, but the attic was empty. The light from the single window illuminated the dust in lazy swirls, but there was no one else there. I backed away, my heart a drumbeat in my ears, and stumbled down the stairs. I didn't mention the tape to anyone, the experience too strange and personal to share. My grandmother recovered slowly, but her vitality never quite returned, and the house remained under the shadow of that summer. As the years passed, I visited less frequently, the demands of adult life pulling me away. The memory of the tape faded, becoming one of those curious relics of childhood, half remembered and softened by time. But then, one night, as I lay in my own bed miles away, I heard a sound. It was the faintest of noises, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps on the stairs, drawing closer. I held my breath, the darkness pressing in, as the sound ceased just outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, and I felt a chill so profound it seemed to seep into my bones. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but the shadows of the hallway beyond. I lay paralyzed, the silence a living thing, until the door closed again, and the footsteps retreated into nothingness. I never found the source of the noise, but I knew then that whatever lingered in my grandmother's house had followed me. The tape's malevolence, once dormant, had awakened, its presence like a shadow cast across the light of my days. I moved soon after, hoping distance would dispel the fear, but it remained, an unwelcome companion. The footsteps would come and go, unpredictable as the wind, leaving behind a chill that seeped into my dreams. The house was sold, my grandmother's things dispersed, but the tape was never found again. Perhaps it was lost among the boxes. Perhaps it found its way into another's hands, a new story waiting to unfold. But for me, its echo lingers, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Time has blurred the sharp edges of that summer, but the sense of unease remains, a whisper in the quiet moments, a shadow at the edge of sight. I live my life with one eye on the darkened corners, the spaces where reality thins and something else presses through. Perhaps it is imagination, or perhaps it is the echo of a forgotten truth. one that lingers just beyond reach, waiting for the moment when it's time to be seen again. The town of Elder Hollow lay nestled in the crook of a lazy river, surrounded by a thick cloak of oak and pine that seemed to guard it from the outside world. A place where the past still whispered through the cracks of time-worn buildings and cobblestone streets. Life here unfolded with a certain predictability. The sun rose and fell at the same time every day, casting long shadows over the old mill by the river, and the church bells tolled every hour as they had for 100 years. The residents of Elder Hollow were content with their routines, finding comfort in the familiar rhythm of life. It was in this setting of quiet normalcy that I found myself after a rather tumultuous few years in the city. My name is Michael, and I had retreated to Elder Hollow, seeking solace and perhaps a little peace of mind. I rented a small house at the edge of town, a modest structure with a gabled roof and a porch that creaked underfoot. The house, like the town, had a history. It had once belonged to an elderly couple, the Andersons, who were known for their love of antiquities, particularly old films and vintage cinema memorabilia. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I found work at the local library, a quiet job that suited my temperament. I spent my free time reading or walking through the woods, savoring the tranquility I had longed for. I even made a few acquaintances at the local diner, where the waitress, Sarah, never failed to greet me with a warm smile and a hot cup of coffee. It was one evening, as the days began to shorten and the air took on the crispness of approaching winter, that I first stumbled upon the tapes. I was rummaging through the attic, seeking an extra blanket, when I found a dusty cardboard box tucked away in a corner. Inside, neatly stacked, were a collection of VHS tapes, labeled with simple dates spanning the late 1970s to the early 1990s. Curiosity piqued, I carried the box downstairs, setting it on the coffee table in the living room. The tapes were oddly compelling, each bearing a handwritten date in neat cursive. I had always been a film enthusiast, and the prospect of discovering forgotten gems was too tempting to resist. So I dusted off an old VCR I found in a closet and began to watch. The first few tapes were as I expected, old movies, some familiar, others obscure. But then I noticed something peculiar. Occasionally, between the reels of classic cinema, there were snippets of what seemed to be home videos. These brief segments were unsettling in their randomness. A few seconds of a woman sitting at a dining table, her expression unreadable, a hand reaching towards the camera as if to block the lens, a flickering image of the Andersons' living room, eerily unchanged from my own. As the days passed, the tapes began to take on an increasingly sinister tone. The home video clips grew more frequent and more bizarre. A shadow moving across the wall of an empty room, a child's voice singing a lullaby, the words distorted and echoing, the sound of footsteps on creaking floorboards, yet no one visible on screen. The more I watched, the more I felt as though something was watching back, a presence lurking just beyond the flickering images. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, a byproduct of isolation and too much time spent in the company of ghosts from the past. But the feeling persisted, a gnawing unease that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to leave. I found myself drawn to the tapes, compelled to watch them even as they filled me with dread. One night, as wind howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, I inserted a tape labeled simply with the date March 5th, 1986. The screen flickered to life, revealing a grainy image of the Andersons' living room. The camera was angled towards a mirror on the wall, its surface reflecting the dimly lit room. I watched as the image wavered, the shadows deepening, and then I noticed movement. At first, it was just a flicker, something shifting in the corner of the mirror. I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. There, within the depths of the reflection, was a figure. A woman, her face obscured by shadows. She stood motionless, staring towards the camera, or perhaps through it, her presence palpable and unnerving. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. The air in the room seemed to thicken, growing heavy with an unseen weight. I reached to stop the tape, but my hand hesitated, frozen by a mix of fear and fascination. The figure in the mirror shifted slightly, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of her eyes, dark, hollow, and filled with something indescribable. The screen flickered, the image distorting, and then the tape ended abruptly. I sat there, staring at the static, my mind racing. Who was she, and why was she on the tapes? I spent the night in restless contemplation, my thoughts spiraling into a tangled web of half-formed theories and creeping dread. The following day, I sought answers. I visited the town archives, poring over old newspapers and records, searching for any mention of the Andersons or their obsession with film. Sarah, noticing my distracted demeanor, inquired about my research. I told her of the tapes and the apparition in the mirror, half expecting her to dismiss my tale as nonsense. Instead, she listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern. "You should speak with Mrs. Callahan," she suggested. "She used to be friends with the Andersons. Maybe she knows something." And so, armed with new hope, I made my way to Mrs. Callahan's home, a charming cottage adorned with flowers and a picket fence. She was a kindly woman, her eyes bright with a youthful curiosity despite her years. I explained my discovery, my words tumbling out in a rushed torrent. Mrs. Callahan listened quietly before nodding, a distant look in her eyes. "Ah, the Andersons," she said softly. "They were quite the pair. Loved their films, yes, but there was something else." She paused, as if weighing her words. "They were part of a small group, a sort of film club, I suppose. They believed that cinema could capture more than just the physical world. They thought it could record echoes of the past." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I pressed for more information, but Mrs. Callahan simply shook her head. "I don't know much more than that," she admitted, "but I do remember Shirley Anderson mentioning something about a house where time seemed to stand still." As I left Mrs. Callahan's cottage, a sense of unease settled over me like a shroud. The notion of a house where time stood still, where the past lingered in the shadows, resonated with a truth I could not ignore. The Andersons had indeed captured something on those tapes, something beyond the veil of the ordinary. Back at the house, the tapes awaited. I resumed my viewing, driven by a need to understand, to connect the fragments into a coherent whole. The footage grew increasingly surreal, the boundaries between reality and imagination blurring with each frame. I began to lose track of time, my days and nights merging into a continuous cycle of watching and wondering. The figure in the mirror reappeared often, her presence becoming more defined, more real. I started to sense her presence even when I wasn't watching the tapes. A subtle shift in the air, a flicker at the edge of my vision. She was there, always watching, always waiting. As the days wore on, the sense of foreboding intensified. I began hearing whispers, faint and indecipherable, carried on the wind that swept through the trees outside. Objects in the house seemed to move on their own, a book falling from the shelf, a chair slightly askew. I felt as though I were living in two worlds, the tangible and the spectral, each bleeding into the other. The climax of this strange ordeal came one stormy night. I had just finished watching another tape, my mind weary from the relentless parade of haunting images. I stood in the dimly lit kitchen, staring out at the rain-soaked landscape, when a sudden chill swept through the room, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I found myself face to face with the woman from the tapes. She stood in the doorway, her form ethereal yet undeniably present. Her eyes, those hollow orbs of darkness, fixed on me with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. We stood there, caught in a moment that defied all logic, the world around us slipping into silence. I wanted to speak, to ask her who she was, what she wanted, but the words died in my throat. Instead, she moved, gliding past me with a grace that seemed otherworldly. She paused before the mirror in the living room, her reflection merging with her image until they were one and the same. In that instant, I understood. The tapes, the house, the whispers, they were all connected, threads woven into the fabric of a story that transcended time. The Andersons had not just captured echoes of the past. They had opened a doorway, a portal through which the past could reach into the present. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of her presence lingering in the air. I stood there, alone once more, the weight of the truth settling over me like a heavy cloak. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to my routine, to find solace in the mundane. But the house and the town of Elder Hollow had changed for me. The tapes remained, silent witnesses to a mystery that would never be fully unraveled. I considered leaving, but something held me back. A sense of connection to a story that was now part of my own. The fear lingered, a shadow that followed me through the days, whispering reminders of the unknown that lay just beyond the edge of sight. The house, with its creaking floors and dusty corners, had become a place where the past and present coexisted, a sanctuary for spirits caught in the in-between. I learned to live with the haunting, to accept the presence that shared my home. Sometimes, late at night, I would sit by the flickering glow of the VCR, watching the tapes again. The woman in the mirror would appear, her gaze steady and knowing, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. In Elder Hollow, time moved differently. The boundaries between what was and what is forever blurred. The tapes, the haunted echoes of a forgotten past, remained a testament to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. And so, life continued in the small town, the river flowing endlessly by, carrying with it the secrets of a world that was both familiar and strange. I had come seeking peace, but found instead a deeper understanding of the unseen, a glimpse into the shadows that danced at the edge of reality. In the hushed corridors of the Marriott, where the echo of footsteps against polished tiles sang a soft harmony of solitude, I found myself enveloped by the semblance of normalcy. As an employee responsible for maintaining the pristine condition of the rooms, I took solace in the routine, each day blending seamlessly into the next, offering comfort in its predictability. The hotel itself was a marvel of understated elegance, its design a dance of modernity and tradition. Each room held a story, a transient moment in the lives of strangers passing through. I learned to appreciate the stillness, the quiet moments before the guests arrived, where the rooms were empty canvases, waiting to be filled with the laughter, whispers, and secrets of visitors. It was during one such quiet afternoon that I first noticed a small disturbance in my day-to-day life. I had just finished up in room 412, a corner suite with a magnificent view of the city skyline. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow through the large windows. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a slip of paper partially tucked under the bed. Curiosity piqued, I bent down to retrieve it. It was a note, hastily scrawled and slightly crumpled. Its message was direct, unsettling in its brevity. I know what you've done. My fingers lingered on the paper, tracing the letters as if they held secrets in their curves and angles. I felt a chill despite the room's warmth, but I dismissed it as a prank or perhaps an accident, an errant piece of luggage or a discarded thought from a previous guest. I crumpled the note further and let it fall into the wastebasket, convincing myself that it was of no consequence. Yet, as I moved through the hotel, a disquieting presence seemed to shadow me. I noticed subtle changes, door handles that seemed to turn of their own volition, whispers carried by drafts in hallways where no one stood, and the nagging sensation of being watched. It was as if the hotel itself had become a living entity, breathing silently, observing my every step. The next day, as I entered room 412, a faint scent of perfume lingered, unfamiliar, yet disturbingly intimate. The room was immaculate, save for a single red rose lying on the bed. Its petals, dark and velvety, were striking against the crisp white sheets. There was no accompanying note, no indication of who might have left it. The guest records showed that the room had not been booked since my last visit. A gnawing unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I considered confiding in a colleague, but found myself unable to articulate the strange occurrences without sounding irrational. Instead, I continued with my duties, wary but determined to maintain a facade of calm. As days passed, the incidents grew bolder. I found personal items relocated, lights flickering with intentional precision, familiar music drifting through the air with no discernible source. It was as if someone, or something, was orchestrating these events to unsettle me, to draw me into a game whose rules I did not understand. The climax of this unnerving experience came one night as I was ending my shift. The hotel was quiet, the guests tucked away in their rooms, leaving the corridors empty and echoing with silence. As I approached the elevator, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, his silhouette sharp against the dim lights. His face was partially obscured, but I recognized the intensity in his eyes, a gaze that penetrated my defenses and laid bare my vulnerability. He stepped forward, his movements deliberate and slow. "You can't ignore me forever," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to reverberate within the walls. "You know why I'm here." I did not reply, my voice frozen within my throat. Instead, I backed away, an instinctive retreat into the relative safety of the corridor. But he advanced with a relentless determination, his footsteps echoing ominously. I turned and fled, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm in my chest. The hotel's familiar layout twisted and turned into a labyrinthine nightmare as I sought refuge. Doors closed, locks clicked, yet I felt his presence, a shadow that stretched and morphed, always just at the edge of my awareness. Finally, I burst into the sanctuary of the staff lounge, my sanctuary now tainted with fear. I locked the door behind me, collapsing onto a chair as I tried to steady my breaths. The room was quiet, the hum of the air conditioning a gentle lullaby that failed to comfort. It was there, in the solitude of my fears, that I found the final piece of the puzzle. A letter lay on the table, my name scrawled across it in the same bold hand as the note I had found earlier. I opened it with trembling hands, the words within unraveling the mystery that had engulfed me. The letter was from a former lover, their words a confession of jealousy and torment. They had been watching, orchestrating the events that had upended my life, fueled by a twisted love that sought not my happiness, but my fear. The realization was both a relief and a horror. The knowledge of their identity, a burden that now weighed heavily upon me. As I sat there, the letter in hand, I realized that the true horror was not in the pursuit itself, but in the lingering shadow it cast over my life. The hotel, once a place of comfort and routine, had become a stage for my deepest fears. Though the physical threat had been unveiled and could be addressed, the psychological impact remained. In the following days, the hotel returned to its quiet elegance, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. Yet the fear lingered, a specter that haunted the periphery of my thoughts, whispering of vulnerability and betrayal. I continued my work, the corridors and rooms now imbued with memories of shadows and whispered threats. The Marriott, with its polished marble floors and glistening chandeliers, remained unchanged to the casual observer. But to me, it was now a living reminder of the thin veil that separates normalcy from the horrors that lurk beneath its surface. In the stillness, I learned to listen to the creaks and whispers, the subtle shifts in air that spoke of the unseen. and to carry the weight of fear with a quiet resilience. It began as any ordinary evening might unfold at a remote Motel 6, nestled 6 miles away from the closest sign of civilization, a small town that no one ever really visited unless they had business there. The motel sat like a forgotten relic at the side of the highway, a beacon for weary travelers who had no better option. The neon sign flickered intermittently, casting a dull glow on the desolate surroundings. The sky was a deep shade of indigo, speckled with stars that seemed to twinkle more vividly out here, away from the pollution of city lights. I worked the night shift, a routine I had grown accustomed to over the years. It was a quiet life, a predictable one, which suited me just fine. Most nights were uneventful, punctuated only by the occasional night owl looking for a room or the sound of tires crunching gravel as a latecomer pulled into the lot. The solitude of the job was a comforting cocoon, a refuge from the chaos of the world beyond. The motel itself was nothing remarkable. A series of plain, single-story rooms laid out in a narrow U-shape around a cracked asphalt lot. Each door bore the scars of time, flaking paint and rusted hinges, but inside, the rooms were clean and serviceable, if not a bit outdated. The air carried a faint scent of bleach and old carpet, a familiar aroma that had become synonymous with my nights here. The guests that night were few. An older couple from Wisconsin had checked in earlier, their car laden with luggage and road maps. They had been heading south, likely in search of warmer climes. There was also a businessman, his nasal voice still echoing in my mind from the series of phone calls he had made upon arrival. And finally, a lone traveler, a young woman with weary eyes, who had signed in just before dusk. As the clock ticked toward midnight, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the sparse trees that lined the edge of the property. I sat behind the reception desk, a book in hand, the pages illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. The world outside seemed wrapped in a peaceful silence, the kind of tranquility that often accompanies nights spent far from the bustling heart of modern life. But then, as if on cue, the serenity fractured. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely, plunging the motel into an oppressive darkness. I blinked, momentarily disoriented, the sudden absence of light disarming in its totality. I fumbled for my phone, using its screen to cast a weak beam into the void. The power outages were not entirely uncommon in these parts, especially given the antiquated infrastructure that serviced this stretch of the highway. Yet there was something about this blackout that felt different, a sinister quality that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. I could hear a faint rustling, the sound of movement, but the darkness swallowed any further clues. I decided to step outside, hoping to find some clue as to the source of the disturbance. As I pushed open the door to the office, the night air rushed in, cool and invigorating. The stars overhead seemed brighter now, as if compensating for the absence of artificial light. I walked along the length of the building, the beam of my phone tracing the outlines of the parked cars, the details rendered ghostly in the pallid light. It was then that I noticed the first signs of strangeness. The air was heavy, charged with a palpable tension that set my nerves on edge. As I approached room 7, where the older couple had checked in. I heard something, a guttural, animalistic sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I paused, unsure whether to knock or retreat. My hand hovered over the door, indecisive, when suddenly it flew open. The man from Wisconsin stood there, his eyes wild and unfocused, his demeanor unrecognizable from the kindly gentleman who had checked in earlier. He let out a snarl, a feral sound that sent me stumbling backward in shock. His face was contorted in an unnatural grimace, the veins in his neck bulging as if under immense pressure. He lunged toward me, but before he could reach, the woman, his wife I presumed, appeared behind him, her movements jerky and erratic. Panicked, I scrambled back, almost dropping my phone in the process. The light from the screen cast eerie shadows across their faces, highlighting the transformation that had overtaken them. They seemed less like people and more like creatures driven by some primal, destructive instinct. I retreated further, my heart pounding in my chest, the thumping deafening in the silence. Instinct propelled me back to the office, where I locked the door behind me, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I grabbed the emergency flashlight from beneath the counter, its beam more robust than my phone's. In the seclusion of the darkened office, I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. It was as if the blackout had triggered something in the guests, something monstrous and inexplicable. With the flashlight in hand, I ventured back outside, determined to check on the other guests. The businessman was my next stop. His room was further down the line, and I approached cautiously, my senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The door was ajar, swaying slightly as I neared, and from within, I heard the telltale sounds of chaos, furniture being overturned, the unmistakable thud of something heavy hitting the floor. I hesitated at the threshold, shining the light into the gloom. The room was in disarray, the contents scattered as if a tornado had swept through. The businessman was nowhere to be seen, but as I scanned the area, I caught sight of a figure huddled in a corner, rocking back and forth, his hands clawing at his face. "Sir?" I called, my voice steady despite the fear constricting my throat. He looked up, his eyes catching the light, and I saw the same madness lurking there. He let out a low growl, more beast than man, and started to rise, his movements disjointed and unsettling. I backed away slowly, unwilling to provoke him further. As I retreated, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides, alive with silent menace. The young woman was my final check. Her room was the furthest from the office, its door firmly closed. With each step, I felt the weight of dread settling heavier, the atmosphere thick with an unseen presence. I knocked gently, half hoping there would be no response. But there was. A low, keening wail emerged from within, a sound so raw and filled with despair that it cut through the quiet night like a knife. I pressed my ear to the door, listening intently. It was a voice, her voice, pleading for something in a language I couldn't understand. The words were foreign, ancient, each syllable resonating with power and an aching sorrow. I felt a chill race down my spine, and I backed away. The sound still echoing in my mind. Whatever was happening, this place, this motel, had become a nexus of something dark and inexplicable, an epicenter for a force beyond comprehension. Retreating to the office once more, I considered my options. The phone lines were dead, the usual hum of electricity absent, replaced by a silence that felt almost sentient. The thought of getting into my car and driving away was tempting, but a sense of duty held me back. These guests, no matter what they had become, were my responsibility. I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hypervigilance, the flashlight my only companion. Every creak and whisper of the building around me was amplified, each sound a potential threat. I felt as if I were standing on the precipice of a great and terrible secret, one that the motel had kept hidden for far too long. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly, the rising sun pushing back the shadows. I ventured outside once more, the world returning to its familiar state of ordinariness. The guests were nowhere to be seen, their rooms empty when I checked. It was as if they had simply vanished with the night, leaving no trace of their presence. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the lingering sensation of eyes upon me as I went about my tasks. Despite the daylight, I felt no relief, only a deep, abiding unease that settled in my bones. The motel, with its faded walls and echoing corridors, seemed to mock me, a reminder of the night's events and the secret it held. In the days that followed, I searched for answers, combing through local legends and whispered stories about the area. There were tales of ancient curses, of lands haunted by the restless spirits of those wronged long ago. But none offered a concrete explanation, only fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces that refused to fit neatly together. The motel continued to operate, its doors open to the world, yet I knew that it would never be the same for me. The events of that night had left an indelible mark, a shadow on my soul that would follow me for all my days. And though the guests never returned, their absence was a presence all its own, a constant reminder of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface of our reality. I remained vigilant, wary of the creeping night and the secrets it might reveal. Every flicker of the lights, every distant rumble of thunder was a harbinger of the unknown, a reminder that the motel was more than just a place of rest. It was a gateway, a threshold to something beyond understanding, a place where the line between human and beast blurred, where sanity teetered on the brink of oblivion. In the end, I realized that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, some secrets best left undisturbed. The motel stood as a silent sentinel, watching over the highway, its secrets intact, its story unfinished. And I, a guardian of sorts, waited in the shadows, ever watchful, ever wary, knowing that one day the darkness might return, bringing with it the echoes of that cursed night, a night that would haunt me forever. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the Motel 6. It was a lonely outpost among fields and sparse trees, standing like a sentinel 6 miles from the nearest town, where the highway dared to lose itself in the expanse of solitude. The sign, bold and lit with flickering neon, announced its presence more out of necessity than desire. It seemed to beckon me, promising a brief respite from a journey I was eager to end. Upon entering the lobby, I was struck by the unexpected warmth it exuded. It was not the sterile, impersonal space I had anticipated, but rather it was worn with an air of weary charm. The clerk, a gentleman with a soft voice and an apologetic smile, informed me with practiced monotony that the rooms were clean, offering everything one might need for a night's stay. I took the key, number 13, dangling from a faded plastic fob. The room was as advertised, with its functional furniture and a bedspread patterned in an outdated floral design. I set down my bags and allowed myself to collapse onto the bed. The hum of the highway outside was a soft lullaby, a reminder of the world I had momentarily escaped. It was, by all appearances, just another night on the road. I awoke to a stillness that was both comforting and unsettling. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling through the dry leaves and whispering ancient secrets. I pulled back the curtains, peering into the ink-black night, the parking lot lit only by the dim glow of the distant highway lights. Unease pricked at me, finding solace in the shadowed corners of my room. The first disturbance came unexpectedly, a sudden flicker, followed by complete darkness. The power had gone out. I lay in the bed, the silence now oppressive, my mind racing through rational explanations. Perhaps it was a storm, though there had been no sign of one before I arrived. Outside, the wind continued its mournful song, but now it was accompanied by something else, a distant shuffle, a murmur that seemed to grow closer. Climbing from the bed, I felt my way to the door, cracking it open. The hallway was a cavern of shadows, broken only by the intermittent flash of lightning in the sky. Other doors creaked open, and the occupants, silhouettes of curiosity, stepped into the passageway. We exchanged nervous glances, strangers bound by circumstance and an unspoken fear. A voice, rough and barely civil, cut through the murmur. One of the guests, a man with a coarse demeanor, suggested we investigate, find the source of the outage. Reluctantly, we formed a small group and moved toward the lobby, our path lit by the meager glow of a solitary flashlight held by the clerk. As we neared the lobby, a low growl resonated, deep and primal, sending shivers along my spine. The clerk stopped abruptly, his face a mask of confusion and discomfort. It was then that I noticed the glint in his eyes, a reflection of something dark and hungry. Without warning, chaos erupted. The clerk turned, his face twisted into a snarl, and lunged at the guest nearest him. A scream pierced the air, followed by the frenetic sound of scuffling feet and panicked breaths. I stumbled back, my heart pounding a relentless rhythm against my ribs. The others, caught in a frenzy of confusion and terror, scattered in all directions. Some ran blindly into the night, while others disappeared into the depths of the motel. I found myself alone, the walls closing in, the air thick with dread. Instinctively, I retreated to my room, slamming the door behind me and securing it with every available lock. My mind raced, replaying the events in an endless loop, each iteration more disturbing than the last. The clerk's transformation had been swift, a transition from man to beast, driven by a darkness I couldn't comprehend. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the door, listening. Outside, the night was alive with sounds, footsteps, snarls, and the occasional cry of pain or fear. Each noise was a reminder of the peril that lurked just beyond the thin veneer of my sanctuary. Time became an elusive concept, each minute stretching into eternity. The darkness was unyielding, a cloak that smothered hope and clarity. I knew I couldn't remain hidden forever, yet the thought of facing whatever monstrosity lay outside paralyzed me. Desperation forced my hand. I crept to the window, pushing the curtains aside just enough to peer into the night. The parking lot was a tide of shadows, shifting and swaying with each gust of wind. I could see movement, a figure, or perhaps several, pacing with predatory grace. Clarity came with the realization. The blackout had awakened something within the guests, a primal instinct buried beneath layers of civility. They had become something other, their humanity eclipsed by a ravenous, feral nature. Gathering courage, I slipped out the window, my feet landing silently on the cool earth. The air was electric, charged with the remnants of a long-forgotten curse. I kept to the shadows, making my way toward the highway, the distant hum a beacon of hope. As I neared the edge of the lot, a flash of movement caught my eye. One of the transformed guests was nearby, their eyes glinting with an unnatural light. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, but they seemed more interested in some unseen quarry, darting into the woods without a second glance in my direction. With trembling resolve, I pressed on, reaching the highway at last. It stretched out before me, a ribbon of salvation, and I began to run, my strides fueled by adrenaline and fear. The sky began to lighten, the first hints of dawn painting the horizon in gentle hues. With each step, the motel faded into the background, its secrets sealed once more by the cloak of day. But even as I reached the safety of the town, I couldn't shake the lingering fear. The Motel 6 had left its mark on me, a shadow that followed in my wake. I could never forget the darkness that had claimed it, nor the transformation that had turned ordinary people into something monstrous. Life returned to its routine, but every night as I lay in bed, I could hear the echoes of that fateful night in the silence. The world was not as it seemed, and the shadows held secrets that defied understanding. The Motel 6 remained, a hushed whisper among travelers, its reputation tainted by the stories that followed. And while others might pass it by without a thought, I knew the truth. There were places in the world that held a dark magic, capable of twisting the human soul into something unrecognizable. Even now, the memory haunts me, a reminder that darkness dwells in the most unassuming places, waiting for the moment to reveal its true nature. And in those moments of stillness, I wonder if the motel still stands, a sentinel of shadows, guarding its secrets from the unwary traveler. The fear lingers, a specter of the night that refuses to fade. It whispers to me, a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veneer that separates our world from the unknown. And so, I live with the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never be closed, and the darkness that lies beyond is a part of us, waiting to be awakened. The motel was a relic from a bygone era, standing stubbornly on the outskirts of a quiet town that had long since been bypassed by progress. Its neon sign flickered intermittently, casting an unsteady glow that was more haunting than welcoming. I arrived at the motel on a cool autumn evening, seeking nothing more than a night's rest on my journey to somewhere indefinitely better. The reception area was dimly lit, with faded floral wallpaper that peeled slightly at the corners, and a heavy wooden counter that had seen better days. A bell sat on the counter, tarnished and silent, only singing its metallic ring when I tapped it impatiently. The woman behind the counter was as much a fixture as the building itself. She had a weary yet knowing smile, the kind that suggested she'd seen every kind of traveler and heard every kind of story. Her hair was pulled back tightly into a bun, and her eyes, though tired, were sharp. She handed me a key with a brass tag, its number etched deeply, a relic of a time when keys were trusted companions rather than cards or codes. Room 7. The room was modest, with a heavy quilt covering a bed that sagged in the middle. There was a small television, a relic from the early 90s, perched on a rickety stand, and a single window that looked out onto the parking lot. Beyond the lot, a dense forest loomed, its trees reaching upward like skeletal fingers, clawing at the sky. The air was quiet, almost oppressively so, with only the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves disturbed by the wind. After settling in, I found myself restless, drawn to the outdoors by an inexplicable urge. The night air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of the forest. As I wandered around the perimeter of the motel, I noticed the building's age more acutely. Each creak of the wooden boards beneath my feet told stories of countless travelers who had passed this way before me. That was when I noticed a subtle but distinct change. A draft, almost imperceptible at first, seemed to emanate from somewhere below. It was different from the cool autumn air, carrying with it a stale, almost metallic scent that was out of place in the open air. Curiosity pulled me towards the source of this disturbance. At the far end of the motel, partially obscured by overgrown bushes, was a small weathered door. It was an entrance to what I assumed was a basement or storage area, though it seemed odd for a building like this to have such a feature. The door was slightly ajar, and as I approached, the draft grew stronger, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that settled into the pit of my stomach. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open wider. It groaned on its hinges, protesting this rare movement. Inside, a narrow staircase descended into darkness. With only the light from my phone to guide me, I cautiously made my way down. The air grew colder, and the metallic scent intensified, mingling with a musty odor that was almost suffocating. The steps were uneven, some missing entirely, and I had to move slowly to ensure I didn't lose my footing. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in a cavernous chamber that seemed too large to exist beneath a simple motel. The walls were lined with old stone, and the floor was packed earth, dotted with puddles of stagnant water. In the center of the room stood an altar, a grotesque structure hewn from dark stone. It was old, older than the motel or the town, perhaps. Symbols that I didn't recognize were carved deeply into its surface, and though I couldn't understand their meaning, they filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread. Around the altar were objects that seemed out of place: antique mirrors, rusted tools, and broken furniture, all arranged with a chaotic purpose. I should have left then, turned and run back up the stairs into the safety of my unremarkable room. But something compelled me to stay, to explore further. As I moved around the chamber, my phone's light reflected off something shiny, catching my attention. It was a mirror, larger and more ornate than the others. Its frame was gilded with intricate designs that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. The glass was cloudy and cracked, but it held my gaze. As I stared into it, I felt a strange pull, as if it were drawing me in. Unsettling images began to flicker across its surface. Distorted faces, eyes wide with terror, mouths open in silent screams. The longer I stared, the stronger the pull became, until I felt as if I were falling into the mirror itself. Panicked, I tore my gaze away, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The chamber felt alive around me, the shadows deepening and shifting, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. It was then that I noticed something else: a dark figure standing at the edge of the light. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, the figure remained, solid and real. It was tall, its features obscured by a hooded cloak. It stood perfectly still, watching me with an intensity that was almost palpable. Fear rooted me to the spot, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it someone from the motel, a fellow traveler who had stumbled upon the chamber as I had? Or was it something else entirely, something not bound by the natural laws of this world? I didn't have time to ponder these questions, for the figure began to move, gliding silently across the chamber floor towards me. Its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Instinct screamed at me to flee, but my body refused to obey, trapped in the grip of unrelenting terror. The figure stopped mere feet away, its shadow falling over me like a shroud. From beneath the hood, a pair of eyes locked onto mine, glowing faintly in the darkness. They were not the eyes of a human. There was no warmth, no life in them, only an abyssal hunger that seemed to pierce through my very soul. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat echoing loudly in the stillness. The figure raised a hand, its skin pale and smooth, almost luminous in the feeble light. It reached towards me, and I could feel an icy chill radiating from its touch. In that moment, something snapped within me. A primal instinct surged to the surface, breaking the paralysis that held me. I stumbled backward, turning and racing for the stairs. I didn't look back to see if the figure followed. Every fiber of my being focused on escape. I crashed through the door at the top of the stairs, slamming it shut behind me. My heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I leaned against the door, struggling to catch my breath. The motel seemed unchanged, a silent sentinel against the night. But I was changed, irrevocably altered by what I had seen. As I returned to my room, Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every sound magnified in my heightened state of fear. Sleep was impossible, my mind replaying the events in the chamber over and over. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whisper of the wind against the window. Morning couldn't come fast enough, but when it did, it brought no respite, only the harsh reality of what I had encountered. I checked out at first light, the woman at the desk offering the same knowing smile as she took the key. Her eyes lingered on me, as if she could see the change that had been wrought within. As I drove away, the motel receded in my rearview mirror, but the unease lingered, a constant companion on the road ahead. That night, beneath the unforgiving glare of my headlights, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by eyes that glowed with an unholy light. Though I left the motel far behind, its shadow clung to me, a reminder of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary. Perhaps I should have warned someone, called the authorities, or told the townspeople of the chamber and its dark occupant. But who would believe such a tale? It was easier to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a nightmare conjured by the isolation of the road and the eerie atmosphere of the motel. Yet deep down, I knew the truth. There was something there, something that defied comprehension, waiting in the shadows for the next curious soul to wander too far, to delve too deep, and to awaken the horror that lay beneath. And so I drove, with the knowledge that some things are better left undisturbed, their secrets buried in the silence of the earth, where they can do no harm. But in the quiet moments, when the world is still and the mind begins to wander, I remember the glowing eyes and the icy touch, and I am reminded that there are places where the darkness never sleeps. It waits patiently, biding its time, until the day comes when someone, somewhere, will once again hear its call and answer as I did, drawn into a world where nightmares are real and shadows hold the power to consume. Though I have moved on, the memory of that night remains vivid, etched into my mind like a scar. I often wonder about the others who have stayed at the motel since, if they too have felt the chill of the draft or seen the flicker of shadows beneath the ground. Perhaps they have, and like me they have chosen silence, carrying the burden of their secret with them as they continue their own journeys. Or perhaps the figure beneath remains undisturbed, waiting with eternal patience for the next intruder to stumble unwittingly into its lair. In the end, it matters little. The world is full of such places, hidden from view, where reality blurs with the fantastic and the mundane cloaks the terrifying. All we can do is hope to avoid them, to pass by unnoticed, and to resist the lure of the unknown. Yet, despite the fear and the nightmares, there is a part of me that is grateful for the encounter, for the reminder that there are still mysteries in the world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. As I travel on, I find myself drawn to the strange and unusual, ever watchful for signs of the extraordinary. I have learned to trust my instincts, to recognize the subtle shifts in the air that signal the presence of something otherworldly. And though I carry the memory of that night with me always, it is tempered by the knowledge that I survived, that I escaped the shadows and lived to tell the tale. It is a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless, in a world where darkness lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the chance to rise once more. I had heard about the motel on the outskirts of town, a relic from the past where the highway once thrived, before the new bypass rerouted the flow of travelers. In its dilapidated state, the motel stood like a forgotten sentinel, its sign flickering occasionally with a ghostly hum. I was drawn to it, partly due to the rumors that whispered about its dark past, and partly because I needed a place to stay as I wandered aimlessly, a lost soul seeking refuge. The reception area was deserted when I arrived, save for a bell on the counter that seemed strangely out of place in its pristine shine. I rang it, the sound echoing unnaturally in the hollow silence. Shortly, an elderly man appeared from the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate. He had an air about him, as though he carried the weight of 1,000 stories, all untold, all haunting. He handed me a key without asking for my details, his eyes meeting mine briefly. There was something unsettling in his gaze, a flicker of recognition that I couldn't quite place. Room 7. I glanced at the key, its heavy brass catching the light, yet somehow feeling cold in my palm. The room was modest, a relic of bygone days. The wallpaper, once vibrant, now peeled at the edges, exposing the rawness beneath. A television sat in one corner, an ancient model that I doubted worked. The bed, though neatly made, seemed like it had absorbed the sorrow of countless weary travelers. I settled in, trying to shake off the unease that clung to the air like a lingering fog. Later that evening, as I lay in bed, the muffled sounds of voices seeped through the walls. A family, it seemed, with the muted warmth of laughter and the comforting cadence of conversation. It was strange considering I had seen no other guests. I found it oddly soothing, a reminder of normalcy in this forgotten place. But then came the first disturbance. The sounds grew louder, more distinct, as though they were moving through the walls. My curiosity piqued. I pressed my ear against the faded wallpaper. I could hear them clearly. A father, a mother, a child. Each voice distinct, yet oddly toneless, as if reciting lines from a script. The night's embrace was restless, my dreams fragmented and elusive. Images of faces, unfamiliar yet hauntingly close, flitted through my mind. I awoke with a start, sweat clinging to my skin despite the chill in the air. The voices were gone, leaving only the oppressive silence that seemed to amplify the motel's desolation. The next day, I explored the grounds, hoping to unravel the mystery that had wrapped itself around me. A strange compulsion urged me to understand the motel's secrets. The other rooms, though identical in architecture, seemed locked in time, untouched by the decay that had claimed the exterior. I felt watched, as if unseen eyes followed my every step. That evening, the voices returned, more insistent, clawing at the silence with a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. I ventured outside, drawn by a force I couldn't comprehend. As I crossed the threshold of the room, the air felt thick, charged with a static energy that prickled my skin. The courtyard was strangely illuminated, bathed in a light that seemed to come from nowhere. There, I saw them, the family, spectral figures that shimmered at the edge of perception. They moved with a peculiar grace, their features blurred and indistinct, yet their presence undeniable. I watched, entranced, as they reenacted scenes of domestic life, their movements fluid yet devoid of true warmth or emotion. A ghostly tableau that played out with a haunting familiarity, as if they were trapped in an endless loop, compelled to relive moments of a past long forgotten. Each night the performance repeated, growing more vivid, more desperate. The father's voice, once calm, now carried an edge of pleading. The mother's laughter held a hint of hysteria, and the child's playful tones twisted into cries of despair. I tried to speak to them, to break the cycle, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere, leaving me powerless in the face of their torment. The escalation was subtle, insidious. Shadows lengthened, stretched into corners, untouched by light. Objects in my room began to move of their own accord, a subtle shift here, an inexplicable displacement there. I felt the motel's influence creeping into my thoughts, weaving itself into my very being. One night, as I lay in bed, paralyzed by a sense of impending doom, I felt a presence beside me. It was cold, an unnatural chill that seeped into my bones. I dared not turn my head, fearing what I might see. Yet, I knew instinctively, the family had found me, reaching out from their spectral prison. The climax came with a force that shattered the illusion of my solitary existence. I was trapped, caught in the web of their cursed existence. The walls of my room seemed to pulse with life, the voices crescendoing into a cacophony of despair that threatened to consume me. I was no longer an observer, but a participant in their twisted dance. In that moment of heightened terror, I understood the truth. The family was not merely trapped. They were guardians of a malevolent force that sought to escape the confines of the motel. I felt its dark intent clawing at the edges of my mind, seeking entry, seeking freedom. In a final act of desperation, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, intangible forms of the family. A surge of energy coursed through me, a flash of clarity amidst the chaos. I pleaded with them, not with words, but with the raw emotion of my will. To free them was to bind the force, to seal it away for another generation. As the dawn broke, the motel seemed to exhale, the pressure lifting as if a storm had passed. I found myself alone, the room untouched by the night's events, yet profoundly altered. The key lay on the bedside table, its weight no longer oppressive, but comforting in its familiarity. I left the motel behind, my steps lighter, yet my heart heavy with the knowledge that the cycle would continue. The family, trapped in their spectral vigil, had entrusted me with their secret, their burden. I carried it with me, a silent witness to the motel's haunting legacy. And though I have moved on, the lingering fear remains, a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. I sense it in quiet moments, in the space between heartbeats, a reminder that some places are cursed not by choice, but by the echoes of those who came before. The motel was modestly nestled at the edge of a dense forest, with its back to a sprawling cave system that stretched for miles beneath the earth. It was a place that could easily be forgotten by travelers, situated on a road less traveled, where the asphalt seemed to narrow as if being swallowed by the surrounding wilderness. My name is Sam, and for the past 5 years, I've managed this peculiar establishment. It was a job that found me rather than the other way around, as if the universe had conspired to lead me here. The motel was a relic from the 1960s, with its pastel colors and retro signage that flickered in the twilight. To most, it appeared to be merely a quaint stopover, but for those who stayed longer, there was an unsettling charm, one that lingered with an inexplicable gravity. I was the only caretaker, a role that had become an indefinite calling. The previous caretaker had disappeared without a trace, a mystery that was whispered among the few locals who cared to remember. Initially, there was nothing overtly strange about the place. My duties were typical: check in weary guests, maintain the grounds, and ensure the rooms were clean. The pay was modest, but the room and board were free, and the solitude was exactly what I thought I needed. The first few months passed quietly, with only the occasional guest trickling through, each with their own stories and reasons for stopping at a motel, so removed from the beaten path. But as the days turned into nights, and the nights crept into weeks, I began to notice things, unsettling things. It started with the whispers carried on the wind, so faint that I thought them to be tricks of my imagination. They would ebb and flow like the tide, rising in intensity at dusk and fading at dawn. Sometimes I could almost make out words or phrases, but just as I grasped their meaning, they would elude me, slipping back into the shadows where they belonged. My dreams changed too. They became vivid, unsettlingly so, filled with images of the cave system behind the motel. In these dreams, I would wander through the labyrinthine tunnels, lost and yet guided by an unseen force that seemed to know me intimately. I would wake drenched in sweat, my heart pounding with the certainty that something from those dreams lingered in the waking world. The first true disturbance came one stormy night when the motel was vacant, save for a single guest. An older gentleman, Mr. Carl, had checked in earlier, seeking refuge from the heavy rain. He was a quiet man with distant eyes, the kind of guest who kept to himself and left no real impression. That night, as the rain lashed against the windows and thunder rolled through the valley, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway. I left my room to investigate, the corridor dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent lights. As I approached Mr. Carl's room, I noticed the door was ajar, swinging slightly with each gust of wind that seeped through the cracks. Inside, the room was empty, except for a single note on the bed, written in a hurried scrawl. "You're always welcome." I searched the premises, calling out to Mr. Carl, but he was nowhere to be found. The rain continued its relentless assault, drowning out any answers the night might have whispered to me. The authorities were of little help, noting the transient nature of our guests and the likelihood that Mr. Carl had simply left in the middle of the night. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. As weeks turned into months, similar occurrences unfolded. Guests would arrive and depart, but a few would leave behind the same note. "You're always welcome," penned in different handwritings. Each time, they vanished without a trace, leaving their belongings and the echoes of their presence behind. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they were building towards something. I began to feel the eyes of the forest upon me, their gaze heavy and unyielding. The dreams became darker, filled with shadows that slithered and writhed like living things, beckoning me deeper into the caves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a dusky glow, I received an unexpected visitor. A young woman, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity, stood at the threshold of the motel. She introduced herself as Claire, a journalist investigating the history of the area. She had heard rumors of the motel's strange happenings and was eager to uncover the truth. Claire was relentless in her pursuit, her presence a whirlwind of questions and determination. Together, we pored over old records and local tales, piecing together the motel's storied past. It seemed that the land it occupied had been sacred to the indigenous people, a place of power linked to the cave system. Legends spoke of ancient rituals and guardians bound to protect the secrets within. The more we uncovered, the more the motel seemed to take on a life of its own. The whispers became voices, distinct and echoing with a primal authority. The shadows grew bolder, stretching across rooms and revealing glimpses of another world just beyond our understanding. And then, one fateful night, the escalation reached its peak. It began with a tremor that shook the very foundation of the motel, a rumbling that seemed to emanate from the depths of the caves. The lights flickered and died, plunging me and Claire into darkness. Outside, the forest was alive with movement, as if the trees themselves were converging upon us. Guided by instinct and a compulsion I could not resist, I found myself drawn to the entrance of the caves. Claire followed, her flashlight casting jittery beams that danced against the cavern walls. The air was thick with anticipation, each step echoing with the tension of an unseen presence. Deep within the labyrinth, we discovered a chamber, its walls carved with ancient symbols that pulsed with an eerie luminescence. In the center stood a figure, cloaked in shadows yet undeniably human. It was Mr. Carl, or rather, what he had become. His eyes were vacant, his expression serene as he gestured to join him. "This is the price," he intoned, his voice a blend of many, resonating with the cadence of the earth itself. Eternal life, bound to this place. The realization washed over me like a cold wave. The motel was more than just a structure. It was a gateway, a prison, and a promise of immortality at a cost. The caretakers were chosen, bound to the land and its secrets, forever part of its tapestry. Claire's face mirrored my own horror as she backed away, the shadows reaching for her with tendrils of longing. It was then that I understood the choice before me. To remain was to accept the eternal binding, to become one with the whispers and shadows, to be forgotten by the world above. To leave was to break the cycle, but at what cost? As the dawn light crept into the cave, the whispers softened, retreating to the edges of perception. Claire and I stumbled out into the light, the weight of what we had seen pressing down upon us. The motel stood unchanged, its facade a deceptive mask for the ancient power within. Days passed, and the quiet returned, but it was a fragile peace, undercut by the knowledge of the lurking presence. Claire left, her story untold, perhaps realizing some truths were better left buried. I remained, the motel now a cocoon of solitude that both comforted and suffocated. Each day was a reminder of the choice I had made, the whispers ever present, their invitation eternal. The forest watched with eyes unseen, waiting for the day I would answer their call. And so, the motel stands, a beacon on the edge of the world, always welcoming those who seek its refuge. But for those who linger too long, the price is steep, a secret bound in stone and shadow, echoing through time. It was a house like any other on the street, nestled among a row of aging, crumbling structures that had long ceased to hear the laughter of children or the soft hum of family life. It had the forlorn look of a haunted place, not from its facade, which was no more decayed than its neighbors, but from the silence that wrapped around it like a shroud. The other houses on the street, even in their neglect, whispered of memories and warmth. But this house seemed to swallow sound. I moved in on a gray autumn day, the sky overcast and heavy with unshed rain. As I placed the last of my boxes in the front room, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. It was an absurd notion, of course. The house had been vacant for years, a relic of better times when the neighborhood was alive. I had found it advertised for a price so low, it seemed a mistake. Yet the records were all in order, and the keys were mine. An escape, I thought, from the life I wished to leave behind. The first few days passed uneventfully. I spent my time unpacking, turning the forgotten rooms into something resembling a home. The noises of the old house, the groans and creaks of wood settling, were familiar to me from my childhood, when I lived in my grandmother's similarly aged abode. But then, on the third day, I became aware of the wardrobe. It stood in the corner of the bedroom, a massive antique piece that I had assumed was simply part of the house, too cumbersome to remove. Dark wood, intricately carved with designs that twisted into shapes almost recognizable, but ultimately strange. I had not paid it much heed before, but as I lay in bed, a cold draft seemed to seep from its seams, chilling me to the bone in a way the autumn air never could. I dismissed it, resolving to check for gaps or openings the following day. That night, I dreamed of her, a pale lady, gaunt and ethereal, her eyes sunken and devoid of life, standing silently beside the wardrobe. Her presence was not overtly threatening, yet there was an undeniable malice in the silence that enveloped her. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding, the room dark and silent. The wardrobe loomed like a specter in the moonlight, filtering through the curtains, and I could not shake the feeling that the pale lady had been watching me as I slept. In the days that followed, the sense of unease grew. The house began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a trap, each room holding its own secrets. Doors that I was certain I had closed were found ajar, and items shifted out of place as though moved by unseen hands. Most disturbing, however, were the whispers, low, incomprehensible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very walls, often late at night when the world outside was still. I would lie awake, straining to understand them, yet they always eluded me, fading into the stillness of the room. I tried to rationalize these events, attributing them to the overactive imagination of someone in a new and unfamiliar setting. Yet, deep down, I knew that something was wrong. The dreams of the pale lady persisted, each one more vivid than the last, until her presence was as real to me as the bed upon which I slept. It was on a particularly cold, silent night that I awoke to the sound of the wardrobe door creaking open. Paralyzed by fear, I lay there, listening to the slow, deliberate movement of wood against wood. The pale lady stood there, real now, emerging from the darkness within the wardrobe, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that burned into my soul. I could not move, could not speak, as she drifted closer, her form both solid and ephemeral, like a shadow made flesh. In that moment, I felt a chill settle over me, a cold deeper than any winter night, penetrating to my very core. The encounter left me shaken, the boundary between dream and reality blurring until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. My attempts to explain these phenomena to myself faltered, and I began to avoid the bedroom, sleeping fitfully on the living room couch. But the pale lady was not confined to the wardrobe. She appeared in mirrors, her reflection, a ghostly echo of my own, always watching, always waiting. The whispers grew louder, clearer, forming words that slipped through my mind like smoke, intangible and fleeting. Desperation drove me to research the house's history, trawling through archives and old newspapers. What I discovered sent a chill through me, deeper than any I had known. The house had belonged to a woman named Eliza, a recluse whose sudden disappearance had become the stuff of local legend. Neighbors spoke of strange happenings, of seeing her pale form in the windows long after she was gone. The wardrobe, they said, held a secret, a gateway to her world of shadows and silence. Armed with this knowledge, I resolved to face the pale lady, to confront her and end the torment. It was a fool's hope, but it was all I had left. On the night of the new moon, when the world was cloaked in darkness, I returned to the bedroom, standing before the wardrobe. The air was thick with tension, electric with expectation. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pulled the door open. Inside, there was nothing but shadows, a yawning abyss that seemed to draw the very light from the room. Yet, as I peered into its depths, the pale lady emerged, her presence no longer a specter of my imagination, but a tangible reality. "Why do you haunt me?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Her lips parted in a smile, cruel and knowing, as she reached out, her fingers brushing against my arm with a chill that burned. In that moment, I understood. She was not merely a ghost. but a part of the house itself, bound to it by ties of anger and despair. Her whispers were not words of malice, but a plea for release, for an end to the torment that bound her to this place. The wardrobe was her prison, and I was the key to her freedom. As I stood there, the understanding blossomed into resolve. I would help her, though it terrified me to my very core. I reached into the wardrobe, feeling the darkness close around me, and in that instant, I felt her presence fade. The oppressive weight lifting as though a storm had passed. The house sighed, the creaks and groans of its ancient timbers settling into a new, peaceful rhythm. The following morning, the air felt lighter, the oppressive silence replaced by a calm I had not known since moving in. The pale lady was gone, her presence no longer lingering in the corners of my vision or the edges of my dreams. Yet, the memory of her stayed with me, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next, and the echoes of those who linger, waiting for release. Though the house was peaceful now, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes observing from the shadows. The neighborhood, too, seemed to come alive once more, the decay of its buildings softened by the return of whispers, this time of life and laughter. New families moved in, drawn by the low prices and the promise of renewal, unaware of the secrets the streets held. I held my peace, content to let the past remain buried, knowing that some stories are better left untold. As for the wardrobe, it remained in its corner, its presence no longer menacing, but a reminder of the house's history, of the pale lady who had once called it home. I could never bring myself to remove it, as if doing so would erase the memory of her entirely. In the quiet moments of the night, I would sometimes imagine her smile, no longer cruel but free, as she roamed the endless corridors of her own choosing. And yet, on some nights, when the wind howled and the shadows stretched long and thin, I would find myself listening for the whispers, wondering if somewhere out there, in the realm of shadows and dreams, the pale lady watched still, her story entwined with mine, an unending dance of silence and release. I remember the day we moved into the house vividly, though the details sometimes rearrange themselves in my memory. The house was a quaint suburban home, the kind you'd find in an illustration of the perfect neighborhood. White picket fences lined the street, and the lawns were immaculate. Children played in the yards, their laughter echoing through the crisp morning air. Our house stood slightly apart, flanked by tall oak trees that whispered secrets on the wind. It was the kind of home that seemed to promise a new beginning, a fresh start, away from the bustling city life we had left behind. At first, life settled into a comfortable routine. My husband, Mark, and I busied ourselves with the mundane tasks of setting up our new life. Boxes were unpacked, furniture arranged, walls painted with the colors of our choosing. There was something soothing about the ritual of building a new home, a sense of purpose that grounded us. Evenings were spent on the porch, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Our conversations were filled with plans for the future, hopes and dreams we dared to whisper to the stars. It was a Sunday afternoon when the first disturbance occurred. I was in the kitchen, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth filtering through the open window. The sound of the front door creaking open caught my attention. No one should have been there. Mark was out running errands, and I was alone. I stepped into the hallway cautiously, calling out his name, but my voice was met with silence. Standing before the door, I noticed something peculiar. A small pair of muddy footprints trailed across the hardwood floor, leading from the entrance to the staircase. They seemed too small to belong to an adult. A chill ran down my spine as I followed the trail, each step raising the hairs on the back of my neck. The footprints ended abruptly at the foot of the stairs, as if the owner had vanished into thin air. I shook my head, convincing myself that it was merely a trick of the rain and my imagination. But deep down, a sense of unease began to take root, an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Days passed, and though I tried to forget the incident, it lingered at the edge of my thoughts, a shadow that refused to be banished by the light of day. The house, once a place of refuge, began to feel unfamiliar. Strange occurrences became more frequent. Objects shifted from where I had placed them. Lights flickered inexplicably, plunging rooms into brief moments of darkness. I heard whispers at night, soft murmurs that seemed to seep through the walls, just beyond the edge of comprehension. At first, Mark dismissed my concerns, attributing them to stress or the unsettling nature of moving to a new place. But I could see the doubt creeping into his eyes, a fissure in the facade of his reasoning. Then came the day when I saw the child. It was a rainy afternoon, the kind of day that swallowed sound and blurred the edges of the world. I watched from the kitchen window as a little girl wandered into our backyard. She was dressed in an old-fashioned white dress, her hair a cascade of curls, wet and clinging to her face. There was something off about her appearance, a translucence that unsettled me. She stood there, unmoving, staring at the house with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time. I called out to her, my voice hesitant and trembling. She did not respond, did not flinch or turn away. Instead, she raised her hand, pointing a finger toward the attic window. Her eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, a wave of cold washed over me, as if I had been submerged in icy water. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving nothing behind but a sense of disquiet that refused to fade. I rushed outside, searching for any trace of the girl, but the yard was empty, the grass undisturbed. I returned inside, trying to quell the panic rising within me. That evening, I finally told Mark about the girl. He listened, his expression a mix of concern and incredulity. We decided to inspect the attic together, hoping to find some logical explanation. The attic was a claustrophobic space, filled with the clutter of forgotten memories left behind by previous occupants. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, filtering through the small window, casting ghostly shadows on the walls. We searched through the boxes and old furniture, but found nothing unusual. Yet, as we turned to leave, Mark paused, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room. There, tucked away beneath an old trunk, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside the box lay a collection of photographs, faded and yellowed with age. They depicted a family, a mother, a father, and their daughter. The little girl from the photographs was unmistakably the same child I had seen in the yard. Her face, though smiling in the pictures, held an eerie familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. I glanced at Mark, seeking reassurance, but his expression mirrored my own fear and confusion. The discovery only deepened the mystery. Who was she, and why did she seem to haunt our home? The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I found myself drawn to the attic, poring over the photographs, searching for clues that might unravel the enigma. Each image seemed to carry a story, a fragment of a past that refused to be silenced. My perception of reality began to unravel. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, their words forming an incoherent chorus that invaded my thoughts. I heard my name among their murmurs, a haunting chant that followed me through the house. The line between dream and reality blurred, as if the house itself was a living entity, breathing and pulsing with a life of its own. Mark began to worry, his concern for my well-being outweighing his skepticism. He insisted I see a doctor, fearing I was succumbing to some psychological affliction. But deep down, I knew there was something more to these experiences, something that could not be explained by mere delusion. I felt a connection to the girl, a bond that transcended time and reason. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling through the trees like a chorus of lost souls. I awoke to find the house shrouded in darkness, the power out once more. The whispers were deafening, a cacophony that echoed through my mind. I stumbled out of bed, drawn by an unseen force toward the attic. The stairs creaked beneath my feet, each step a resonant drumbeat in the silence of the house. I reached the attic door, my hand trembling as I turned the knob. The room was illuminated by the flickering light of a candle, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. In the center of the room stood the little girl, her figure solid and real in the dim light. She gazed at me with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the world, a sadness and longing that transcended her years. She opened her mouth, and for the first time, I heard her voice, soft and ethereal. "Help me," she whispered, the plea resonating within the depths of my soul. Before I could respond, the candle flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. I felt a rush of air, a presence sweeping past me, and then silence. When the lights returned, the girl was gone, leaving behind only the lingering scent of roses and the echo of her words. I stood there, breathless and trembling, the reality of what had transpired sinking in. The house was not merely haunted by memories, but by the spirit of a child trapped between worlds, seeking release. The photographs, the whispers, the visions, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was destined to solve. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the house shifted. The whispers faded, the shadows retreated, and a sense of peace settled over the place. I continued my search, uncovering fragments of the family's history, piecing together the story of their tragic past. The girl, it seemed, had died in a fire, her life cut short by a moment of fate's cruelty. Yet, despite the resolution, a lingering fear remained. The line between reality and the unseen world had been breached, revealing a realm of possibilities that defied logic and reason. I often found myself glancing toward the attic, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting with those haunting eyes. The house, once a refuge, had become a keeper of secrets, its walls echoing with the memories of lives long gone. As I sit on the porch, watching the sun sink below the horizon, I reflect on the events that have unfolded. The wind carries with it the scent of roses, a gentle reminder of the girl whose presence lingers still. I am left with a sense of wonder and unease, a knowledge that the world is far more complex and mysterious than I had ever imagined. In the quiet moments, I hear her voice, a soft whisper on the breeze, a plea for help that resonates within me. And though I am haunted by the past, I find solace in the knowledge that I am not alone, that there are others who, like me, seek to unravel the mysteries hidden within the shadows. The girl's story, though a part of my life now, will not define me, but I will carry the memory of her with me, a reminder that some truths are buried deeper than we care to delve, and that some spirits, though lost, are never truly forgotten. Growing up, bedtime stories were a cherished ritual in our household. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows began their slow creep across the room, my father would pull an old wooden chair beside my bed. The chair groaned beneath his weight, a familiar symphony of creaks that carried with it an odd comfort. Clutching a worn, leather-bound book, he would weave tales that sent my imagination spiraling into faraway lands where heroes and villains battled in a dance as old as time. Our home, nestled near the bustling I-95, was a sanctuary. The constant, distant hum of traffic acted as a lullaby, a reminder of the world beyond our walls. Yet, it was within these walls that my world truly existed, a world filled with love, warmth, and a sense of security that I had taken for granted. It was in this cocoon of normalcy that the disturbances began. They were subtle at first, barely noticeable enough to register, let alone disrupt. I would hear whispers, faint and elusive, threading through the night air like a breeze that rustled the leaves but left no trace. Dismissing them as figments of a tired mind, I hardly spared them a thought. However, when the whispers grew louder, resembling the soft murmurs of a child's voice, unease began to replace my nonchalance. The voice, ethereal and gentle, seemed to weave itself into the fabric of my nightly routine. It spoke not in sentences, but in fragmented phrases, a jigsaw puzzle whose pieces danced just out of reach. The realization that I might not be alone in my room was a chilling one. Yet I clung to rationality, attributing the sounds to the old house settling, or perhaps even the distant traffic. One evening, as autumn leaves swirled in the crisp night air, the whispers took on a new intensity. I lay in bed, the book of bedtime stories resting against my chest, when the voice became more defined, clear enough to recognize the distinct tone of a child's plea. The words were simple, laced with an edge of desperation. "Help me." A shiver traced its way down my spine, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, my heart thundering in my chest. The room felt colder, as if the very air around me had been sucked away, leaving behind a void that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I wanted to call out for my father, to seek the comfort of his presence, but a strange paralysis gripped me, rendering me silent and still. Days turned into weeks, and the child's voice became a constant companion. It was always there, hovering at the periphery of my consciousness, no longer confined to the night. Even during the day, I would find myself pausing mid-task, straining to capture the fleeting words that seemed so urgent, yet so unfathomable. Desperation gave way to curiosity, and I began to question the source of this spectral presence. Our house, with its creaking floors and weathered walls, had stood for generations. It whispered tales of its own, tales that my family had never thought to unearth. Thus began my search for answers, a quest that led me to the dusty corners of the attic, where relics of the past lay dormant. Among the cobwebs and forgotten trinkets, I discovered a photo album, its pages yellowed with age. Leafing through it, I found photographs of people I did not recognize, their faces frozen in time. Then, there she was, a little girl with a hauntingly familiar face, her eyes wide with an innocence that seemed at odds with the sorrow etched into her features. Her name was Emily, and as I flipped through the pages, a story emerged, a tragedy that had been woven into the very foundation of our home. Emily had lived here decades ago, her life snuffed out by an accident so sudden that it left a void, a fragment of her spirit lingering, trapped within the confines of these walls. Understanding dawned with the weight of a hammer's blow. The voice that had become my nightly companion was none other than Emily's, her spirit reaching across the chasm of time, her pleas for help echoing through the years. The realization was both terrifying and profoundly sad. She was a child, lost and alone, yearning for release from her spectral prison. With this newfound understanding, I resolved to help her. My father, ever the storyteller, was skeptical at first, dismissing my accounts as the imaginings of a mind too steeped in fiction. However, as I recounted Emily's tale and showed him the photographs, the disbelief gave way to a somber acceptance. We decided to hold a small ceremony, a gesture of closure for the soul that had been tethered to our home for far too long. We gathered in my room, the shadows pooling in the corners, silent observers to the unfolding scene. My father, with a voice steady yet tinged with emotion, recited words of farewell, a prayer for peace for the child who had been denied it for so long. As the final words faded into silence, a chill swept through the room, an almost imperceptible shift in the air. And then, a warmth blossomed, enveloping us like a gentle embrace. For a fleeting moment, I thought I heard a soft, contented sigh, the sound of a spirit finally at rest. Life returned to its familiar rhythm, the whispers receding into memory, leaving behind a sense of serenity. Yet the experience left an indelible mark on me, a lingering fear nestled deep within my psyche. It was a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, a veil that, once lifted, can never truly be lowered again. Even now, years later, As I lay in bed listening to the distant hum of traffic on I-95, I sometimes catch myself straining to hear the voice that once haunted my nights. The fear is still there, lurking in the shadows, a quiet acknowledgement of the unseen world that exists alongside our own. A world where the past is not always past, and where spirits like Emily's continue to weave their stories into the fabric of the living. The house I grew up in was as ordinary as they come, a simple two-story, built with the unassuming charm of the late 70s, its walls whispering tales of the past. Located in the heart of suburbia, surrounded by neat hedges and friendly neighbors, it was the kind of place where nothing extraordinary was ever supposed to happen. Yet, it became the stage for one of the most unsettling chapters of my life. My younger sister, Emily, had been mute since birth. Doctors never found a physical cause, and for years, her silence became a part of our family's rhythm. We communicated in gestures, expressions, and the occasional written note. Her eyes spoke volumes, and her laughter was silent, yet infectious. We never felt the absence of her voice as a lack, but rather as a unique melody in the symphony of our family life. The evening it all began was unremarkable. We were gathered around the dinner table, the soft clatter of cutlery punctuating our small talk. Emily sat opposite me, her usual serene self, nodding along to the conversation with her gentle smile. It was when we had just finished dessert that I noticed it. Emily's gaze was fixed, unblinking, on something beyond us. Her eyes, usually so full of life, were now wide, almost as if she were seeing something we could not. I followed her line of sight, but there was nothing unusual. Just the old grandfather clock, its pendulum swinging in its eternal rhythm. A shiver crept down my spine, but I brushed it off as a draft sneaking through the window. Later that night, as the house settled into its usual silence, I lay in bed, unable to shake the feeling of unease. The room was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp filtering through the curtains. It was then I heard it, a soft whispering, like the rustling of leaves or the distant murmur of a forgotten conversation. I strained my ears, trying to catch the source, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Convinced it was just my imagination, I shut my eyes tightly, willing myself to sleep. But the whispering grew louder, more insistent, until it became impossible to ignore. I sat up, heart pounding, and realized it was coming from Emily's room next door. I crept out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor, and paused outside her door. The whispering was clearer now, a hushed conversation between voices I couldn't quite discern. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, a strange reluctance washing over me. When I finally opened the door, the whispering stopped abruptly. Emily was sitting upright in bed, eyes open but unseeing, her mouth moving silently as if she were speaking in a dream. I watched, frozen, as a single word slipped from her lips, a word I never expected to hear. Alone. The sound of her voice, after years of silence, was jarring, almost otherworldly. I stood there, unsure whether to feel elation or dread. Emily's eyes fluttered, and she seemed to return to consciousness, looking at me with confusion. The following morning, The atmosphere in the house was strange. My parents hadn't heard what transpired, and without any explanation, I found myself hesitant to share. Emily had no recollection of the night, her demeanor unchanged, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was askew. Days passed, and the whispering began to seep into our daily lives. It was subtle at first, like a background noise I couldn't quite pinpoint. Emily, however, seemed unaffected. She continued with her routines, our silent exchanges as normal. Yet I noticed a change. Her moments of distant staring became more frequent, her eyes following invisible movements in the room. One evening, as I was reading in the living room, I heard the whispers again, now more distinct. They seemed to rise and fall, a symphony of unintelligible voices weaving through the air. I set my book aside, drawn towards the sound like a moth to a flame. It led me to the kitchen, where Emily stood in front of the window, her silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. "Emily," I called softly, afraid to break whatever trance she was in. She turned to me, her eyes meeting mine with a clarity that sent a chill through me. Then she spoke again, her voice a soft, ethereal echo of itself. "They're here." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I felt a chill sweep through the room, an invisible presence wrapping around us. Emily blinked, and the moment was gone. Her expression, once more that of innocent confusion. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening to Emily, something beyond my understanding. That night, as I lay awake, I made a decision. I needed to know what was afflicting my sister, what had awakened her voice after all these years. Over the next few days, I began to notice a pattern. The whispering intensified at night, a chorus of unseen voices filling the house. Emily's behaviors became more erratic. She would often stand in the middle of a room, staring at nothing, her lips moving soundlessly as if in conversation with the air. I began to research, diving into books and folklore, hoping to find answers. Every lead seemed to point to one thing, a haunting, a spirit world brushing against ours, using my sister as a conduit. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting, an explanation for the inexplicable events. One night, I decided to confront whatever was haunting us. I waited until the whispering began, its cadence familiar yet unsettling. I followed the sound to Emily's room, standing in the doorway, watching as she sat on her bed, her eyes fixed on the wall. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling but firm. "What do you want with my sister?" For a moment, the whispering ceased, the room enveloped in a heavy silence. Then Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting a depth I had never seen before. She spoke, her voice both hers and not hers, layered with an echo that seemed to come from another realm. "We are the lost," she said. "We seek a voice, a way to be heard." Her words struck a chord within me, a resonance of despair and longing. I stepped closer, compelled by a mix of fear and empathy. "And why Emily?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "She has the silence we need," came the reply, her voice now a harmony of otherworldly tones. "A canvas for our echo." As the words settled, Emily blinked, her eyes clearing, and she looked at me with a vulnerability that broke my heart. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her silence had returned. The next day, the house felt different. The whispering had receded, leaving behind an oppressive quiet. Emily was withdrawn, her interactions minimal, and I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I knew I had to do something, but what? I didn't know. In my desperation, I reached out to an old friend, someone who had dabbled in the paranormal. They suggested a ritual, a way to cleanse the house of any lingering spirits. I was skeptical but willing to try anything for Emily's sake. That evening, with candles flickering and incense burning, I led Emily to the living room. We sat cross-legged on the floor, the air thick with anticipation. My friend guided us through a series of chants, their voice a calming presence amidst the unknown. As we chanted, the air around us began to shift, a gentle breeze rustling the pages of an open book. The whispering returned, softer now, a hesitant melody weaving through the incantations. I felt a presence, a gathering of lost souls seeking solace. Emily's eyes closed, her expression one of peace, and I watched as a soft light seemed to envelop her. The whispering grew fainter, a distant echo fading into the night. Finally, there was silence. When Emily opened her eyes, there was a clarity, an understanding that hadn't been there before. She smiled, a wordless thank you, and I felt a weight lift from my heart. The presence had dissipated, leaving behind only a memory. In the days that followed, the whispering ceased entirely. Emily's behavior returned to normal, her silent laughter once more a part of our lives. Yet, I could never forget the voices or the look in her eyes when she had spoken those chilling words. I often wonder what might have happened if I hadn't intervened, if the lost souls had found their permanent voice through Emily. The thought lingers in the quiet moments, a reminder of the thin veil separating our world from theirs. Even now, as I sit in the old family home, the shadows lengthening with the setting sun, I sometimes think I hear a whisper, a faint, far-off echo of the past. And I am reminded that while the presence may be gone, its memory remains, quietly haunting the corners of our lives. It's the kind of neighborhood where everything is manicured to perfection, lawns trimmed to a precise inch, hedges sculpted into geometric shapes, and the occasional garden gnome peeking from flower beds. Our home, nestled comfortably within this enclave of suburban tranquility, had always been a place of solace. The two-story house with its white picket fence and sun-drenched porch seemed to radiate a warmth that matched my family's easygoing nature. Life here was routine, comforting in its predictability, until the day everything shifted. Life carried on with its usual rhythm, and the hours of the day ticked away in predictably comforting patterns. Morning coffee with the newspaper, afternoons spent working in the garden, and evenings filled with the gentle hum of family chatter. It was during one such evening, when the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows lengthened, that the first disturbance occurred. The phone rang, a shrill, unexpected note that cut through the hum of dinner preparations. I answered it, expecting the familiar voice of a friend, or perhaps a telemarketer. Instead, I was greeted by silence, a heavy, almost tangible void on the other end. I repeated my greeting, but only the static responded, crackling softly like a distant fire. Shaking my head, I hung up, attributing it to a misdial or a poor connection. Yet, it happened again and again. Each night at precisely 7:03 p.m., the phone would ring, and each time, the silence on the other end grew denser, more oppressive. It was an absence of sound that seemed to whisper secrets, taunting me to listen closer. My family dismissed it as a technical glitch, but a gnawing unease settled in my stomach, refusing to be ignored. The days began to blur as the calls continued, a persistent thorn in the side of our daily life. I found myself obsessively watching the clock, anticipating the inevitable ring. Then, one evening, as the digital display ticked over to 7:03, the call came again. But this time, it wasn't silence that greeted me. It was a voice, faint and distant, like a whisper carried on the wind. A voice I recognized, yet could not immediately place. "Let me in," it said, the words stretching like a sigh. My heart thudded, and I gripped the receiver tightly. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound composed. But the line went dead, leaving me alone with the echo of those words. I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice was familiar, a ghost from a past I had long buried. My nights became restless, haunted by memories and shadows that danced just out of reach. It was during one of these sleepless nights that I remembered. It was the voice of my younger sister, Emily, who had died in a car accident nearly a decade ago. The realization hit me like a tidal wave, pulling me under into a sea of grief and confusion. How could it be her? I spent the next few days in a daze, my mind a whirlwind of disbelief and longing. Despite the impossibility, each evening I found myself waiting by the phone, yearning to hear her voice once more. The calls continued, and each time, her plea was the same. "Let me in." It was as if she were trapped, reaching out from some unseen place, begging for a passage I could not grant. I tried to reason with myself, convince myself that it was merely a cruel trick of the mind, but deep down, a part of me believed. Desperation drove me to investigate. I rifled through old boxes of family photos and letters, searching for anything that might explain the impossible. It was during one such search that I found Emily's journal, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the attic. The pages were filled with her neat handwriting, recounting the mundane details of her days, mixed with dreams and aspirations that were forever unfulfilled. And then, there it was, a single entry, dated just weeks before her death, that chilled me to the bone. She wrote of strange dreams, of feeling watched, and of a mysterious presence that lingered at the edge of her vision. The words mirrored my own growing unease, a reflection of my own descent into the unknown. The idea that Emily was reaching out from beyond became an obsession. I mustered the courage to speak to the voice during the next call, my heart pounding in my chest. "Emily, is that you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The response was immediate. a single word that reverberated through me. Yes. Overwhelmed with emotion, I promised to find a way to help her, though I had no idea how. I began researching anything that might offer a clue: books on the supernatural, forums filled with tales of spirit communication. I even contacted a medium, hoping they might bridge the gap between this world and whatever lay beyond. The medium, a woman with wise eyes and a calm demeanor, listened to my story with an understanding nod. She suggested a seance, a way to reach out to Emily and understand her message. Hesitant but hopeful, I agreed, feeling as though I had nothing left to lose. The night of the seance was thick with anticipation. We gathered in the living room, the medium, my family, and I, forming a circle around the coffee table where a single candle flickered. The medium began to chant softly, her voice a soothing lullaby that filled the air. I closed my eyes, focusing on Emily, willing her presence to reveal itself. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity of silence and flickering shadows. Then, the temperature dropped, a chill that seeped into my bones. I opened my eyes to find the candle flame dancing wildly, casting eerie shapes on the walls. The medium's voice rose, calling out to Emily, inviting her to speak. And she did. Her voice, clear and unmistakable, filled the room, though her form was unseen. "I'm trapped," she said, her tone tinged with fear. "Help me." The medium asked questions, gently coaxing Emily to share her story. She spoke of a darkness, a presence that had attached itself to her in life and continued to bind her in death. It fed on her fear, growing stronger with each passing year, until she found a crack through which to call out: our phone line. The medium guided us through a ritual meant to sever the ties that held Emily captive. We followed her instructions, our voices joining together in a chant that resonated with hope and desperation. As the final words were spoken, the candle flame flared brightly before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment, everything was still. Then a sense of peace enveloped me, a lightness that had been absent for too long. The medium smiled, reassuring us that Emily was free, her spirit finally at rest. The calls ceased, and life slowly returned to its familiar patterns. But the experience left an indelible mark, a lingering fear that occasionally whispered from the shadows. Though the connection to Emily had been broken, the boundaries between our world and the next felt thinner, more fragile. Even now, as I sit on the porch watching the world go by, I sometimes imagine I can hear her laughter, carried on the wind that rustles the trees at the forest's edge. I wonder if she's truly at peace, or if she watches over us, a guardian unseen. Our home remains a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos beyond its walls. Yet, there are nights when I still find myself drawn to the phone, listening for a ring that no longer comes, and a voice that will forever haunt the corridors of my mind. The fear, though quieter now, remains, a shadow that stretches with the setting sun, a reminder of the things that lingered just out of sight, waiting for the moment when they, too, might be heard. I had always been fond of the basement. It was a retreat, a cool and quiet sanctuary beneath the bustling life above. Our house, an old Victorian, creaked with the stories of yesteryear, but the basement was my escape from the noise, both literal and metaphorical. It was my domain, where I could indulge in hobbies and lose myself in the pages of old books, the dim light from a single bulb casting long shadows that danced on the stone walls. For years, it was a place of comfort, immune to the changes that life brought. Even as the world above shifted and twisted in the relentless march of time, the basement remained steadfast, an anchor in the stormy seas of life. I found solace there, surrounded by the smell of damp earth and the distant hum of the furnace, a living entity in its own right. But that was before the calls began. It started on a rainy October night, the kind of night where the world outside felt distant, the patter of rain against the windows a soothing lullaby. I was deep in the heart of a well-worn mystery novel when the phone rang. The sound was unexpected, jarring against the rhythmic backdrop of rain. I frowned, glancing at the clock. It was well past midnight. Who would call at this hour? The phone, an old landline installed before we moved in, was a relic that seldom rang. With a reluctant sigh, I set the book aside and moved to answer the call. The moment I picked up the receiver, a chill ran down my spine. There was no voice, no words, just a low, crackling static that seemed to seep into the marrow of my bones. I waited, heart thumping in my chest, but the static continued, relentless and unnerving. I hung up, dismissing it as some technical glitch, but the unease lingered, a shadow in the back of my mind. The following night, the phone rang again, this time with an urgency that could not be ignored. Again, I answered, and again, the static greeted me. But there was something more now, a faint whisper beneath the crackle. It was as if someone was trying to speak, their voice lost in a sea of interference. I strained to hear, pressing the receiver close, but the words remained elusive, just beyond comprehension. An unsettling feeling settled over me, a sense of being watched, of not being alone. Night after night, the calls persisted. Each time, the static grew louder and the whisper more insistent. My dreams, once a refuge, became haunted landscapes where shadows danced and whispered secrets I could not understand. I became obsessed with the calls, waiting for the phone to ring, eager yet fearful of what I might hear. My waking hours were consumed by thoughts of the voice, the whisper that seemed so desperate to reach me. I began to notice changes in the basement, small things at first, a draft where there had been none, a flickering of the light bulb that seemed almost deliberate. Then, larger things. A book moved from its place, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stairs. When I was alone, I felt a presence, something watching from the shadows, its intentions unclear, but unmistakably focused on me. One night, as the clock ticked towards midnight, the phone rang again. This time, the static was gone, replaced by a voice both familiar and strange. It spoke my name, a whisper that sent a shiver through my soul. "Help me," it said, the words clear yet distant. as if spoken from another world. The voice was filled with a sorrow so profound it was almost tangible. I felt a connection, a pull towards something I could not see but felt deeply. I began to research the house, delving into old records and newspaper clippings. What I found chilled me to my core. The house had once belonged to a man named Edward, a recluse who had vanished without a trace over 50 years ago. Rumors spoke of a tragedy, a heartbroken lover who had met a grim fate within the very walls I now called home. The basement, my sanctuary, had been his as well, a place where he had spent his last days, waiting for a call that never came. The pieces began to form a picture, a ghostly tale of love and loss, of a soul trapped in a liminal space, unable to move on. The calls were a cry for help, a plea for acknowledgement and closure. I felt a strange sense of duty, a need to help this lost soul find peace. The basement, once a place of comfort, had become a bridge between worlds, a portal through which the past reached out to the present. Determined to free Edward from his purgatory, I set about trying to communicate with him. I spent nights in the basement, talking to the shadows, hoping my words would reach him. I played old records, music from his time, hoping the familiar sounds would comfort him. Each night, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an energy I could not explain, but felt in every fiber of my being. The calls became less frequent, replaced by subtle signs that I was not alone. Objects moved without explanation. The light flickered with a will of its own, and the air felt thick with unspoken words. I knew Edward was listening, that he was close, but something held him back. Some unfinished business, some unresolved pain kept him tethered to this world. The climax came on a stormy night, much like the one when the calls first began. The phone rang, but this time I did not answer. Instead, I spoke aloud, my voice firm yet gentle. I told Edward that it was time to let go, to move on from the pain that bound him. I promised to remember his story, to keep it alive so that he could find peace. As I spoke, the room grew cold, a chill that seeped into my bones, but I did not waver. For a moment, there was silence, a stillness so profound it felt as if the world had stopped. Then, a presence filled the room, a feeling of warmth and gratitude that washed over me like a benediction. I knew then that Edward was free, that he had finally found the peace he sought. The phone, silent now, was no longer a conduit for his cries, but a symbol of closure, of an end to a story long forgotten. In the days that followed, the basement returned to normal, the shadows receding back into their corners, the light bulb steady in its perch. But the sense of presence lingered, not as a haunting, but as a gentle reminder of the past, of a life once lived within these walls. The phone, once a source of dread, was now a relic of a story that had come full circle. Yet, the experience left its mark on me. The fear, the uncertainty, the sense of being watched, they lingered, echoes of a time when the boundary between worlds had blurred. I found myself listening for whispers in the night, watching for movements in the shadows, my senses attuned to the unseen. The basement, though no longer haunted, held a new significance, a place where the past and present had collided and transformed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The call that haunted me was not just a plea from a forgotten soul, but a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the next. It taught me to look beyond the surface, to listen to the silences, and to find meaning in the whispers of the past. Edward's story had ended, but the lessons it imparted stayed with me, a testament to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces we cannot see, but only feel. I remember the day I dared my best friend, Sam, to ruin my life. It seemed innocent enough, a mere challenge tossed flippantly between two bored souls, attempting to outdo each other in a series of escalating dares. It was a chilly autumn afternoon, the kind where the sun barely warmed your skin, and the leaves swirled in unpredictable patterns across the neighborhood streets. We were sitting on the cracked steps of the old park pavilion, an area long abandoned by the city and its residents, save for the occasional wanderer or curious teenager. Our bond had been forged over years of shared secrets, whispered confessions, and the laughter of long summer nights. We were inseparable, or so I thought. "Come on, I dare you," I said, grinning as I leaned back on my elbows, feeling the rough concrete scrape against my jacket. Sam's eyes, usually so bright and mischievous, seemed to darken momentarily as he considered my challenge. It was a game we played often, daring each other to do stupid things, harmless pranks or benign acts of defiance. But life had grown mundane, and the stakes needed raising. "I dare you to try and ruin my life," I repeated, thinking it a silly notion, something that could never truly happen. He laughed then, the sound echoing in the quiet park. But there was something unsettling in the way his lips curled into a smile, a hint of calculation I hadn't noticed before. "All right," he said, his voice smooth and unperturbed. Weeks passed, and the dare became a distant memory, overshadowed by the routines of school, work, and the mundane details of daily life. But slowly, imperceptibly, things began to change. It was subtle at first. Little things went missing, my keys, my wallet, only to turn up in strange places I was certain I hadn't left them. I blamed it on my own forgetfulness, the scatterbrained tendencies I'd always had. Then, the whispers started. People I'd known for years would look at me differently, their eyes lingering just a bit too long, their conversations halting as I approached. Rumors of things I'd supposedly said or done in drunken stupors, moments I had no memory of, circulated among my friends and colleagues. I laughed it off, attributing it to the natural ebb and flow of social circles. But doubt began to creep in, insidious and unwelcome. Sam remained a constant presence through it all, his demeanor unchanged, supportive even. He would listen patiently as I vented my frustrations, offering reassurances that everything would blow over. "People are just being weird," he'd say, his tone light and dismissive. I took comfort in his words, clinging to the familiarity of our friendship, blind to the carefully orchestrated chaos he was weaving around me. As the weeks turned into months, the disturbances became more pronounced. My boss called me into his office one morning, a grave expression etched across his features. "We've had some complaints," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. Inside were emails sent from my account, laced with inappropriate comments and criticisms of my colleagues. I was stunned, the breath knocked from my lungs as I protested my innocence. It wasn't me, I insisted, the words tasting bitter and hollow. But there it was, irrefutable proof of my supposed misconduct. I was given a warning, a notice that should anything else occur, I would be terminated. I left the office in a daze, my mind racing as I tried to piece together how this could have happened. I changed my passwords, increased my security settings, convinced that some malicious hacker must have been behind it. Yet, the suspicion lingered, a shadow that loomed over every interaction, every sideways glance from my coworkers. It wasn't until I found myself at the abandoned warehouse that I began to see the full picture. The warehouse had been a place of refuge in our youth, a sprawling structure on the outskirts of town, its walls covered in graffiti, its floors littered with debris. Sam and I had spent countless hours there, exploring its dusty corridors, concocting grand adventures from its forgotten relics. But now it stood silent and foreboding, a monument to the past, its shadows stretching long and dark in the fading light of an overcast afternoon. I'd gone there searching for answers, driven by a restless compulsion I couldn't quite explain. As I wandered through the echoing halls, memories of laughter and shared secrets flooded back, a bittersweet nostalgia tinged with an unease I couldn't shake. It was then that I heard the footsteps, soft and deliberate, the sound barely discernible above the whisper of the wind through broken windows. "Sam," I called, my voice echoing eerily in the vastness. There was a pause, a moment of breathless anticipation before he emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "I knew you'd come," he said quietly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why?" I asked, the single word laden with the weight of all my confusion and betrayal. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curve of his lips that chilled me to the core. "You dared me," he replied simply, as though that explained everything, as though that absolved him of the chaos he had inflicted. A chill ran through me, the realization settling like a stone in the pit of my stomach. He had been behind it all, the missing items, the rumors, the emails, every piece of my carefully constructed life, slowly dismantled by his hand. "But why, Sam? We're friends." He shrugged, a casual motion that belied the intensity in his eyes. "Because I could," he said, the words so matter-of-fact that it took a moment for their full implication to sink in. "You wanted excitement, something out of the ordinary. I gave it to you." Anger flared within me, a hot, consuming fire that quickly gave way to a chilling sense of helplessness. "You call this excitement?" I asked, gesturing to the emptiness around us, to the shell of my former life. "You've always underestimated me," he replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. "But now you see. I can shape your world, twist it, until you don't recognize it anymore." His words hung in the air, heavy with the truth I'd been unwilling to see. I'd underestimated him, dismissed his cunning and intelligence, content in the belief that our friendship was unbreakable. But here we were, standing amidst the ruins of our past, a chasm of deceit and betrayal stretching between us. "What now?" I asked, my voice barely audible above the roaring silence. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, a magnetic force that compelled and repelled in equal measure. "Now, you decide," he said softly, his eyes locked onto mine. "Do you fight back, or do you let me win?" I stood there, caught in a web of my own making, the architect of my own downfall. The dare had been a jest, a careless challenge to a friend I thought I knew. But Sam had seen it for what it truly was, an opportunity, and he had taken it with both hands, molding it into something that exceeded my darkest imaginings. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to rebuild, piecing together the fragments of my life with trembling hands. Sam remained a constant presence, an enigmatic figure on the periphery, watching with an intensity that unnerved and unsettled. But he never interfered further, content to let me navigate the mess he had created. I learned to be wary, to second-guess every decision, every interaction, the specter of his influence always looming. Trust became a fragile, elusive thing, a distant memory I clung to even as it slipped through my grasping fingers. And though I vowed to never let anyone wield such power over me again, the fear remained, a lingering shadow that followed me relentlessly. Sometimes I would find myself back at the warehouse, standing amidst the echoes of my past, yearning for the simplicity of what once was. But innocence, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The dare had been fulfilled, and with it came the understanding that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. I still see Sam from time to time, a ghost from a life that no longer feels like my own. His smile remains unchanged, warm and inviting, a facade that belies the depths beneath. But I know better now. I know that beneath his charm lies a mind capable of unspeakable manipulation, a mind that had once thrived on the challenge of my destruction. In an odd way, I suppose I should thank him. He showed me the fragility of trust, the ease with which it can be twisted and torn. He taught me to be cautious, to guard my heart and mind against the subtle machinations of those who would do me harm. But the cost was high, and the innocence of my youth lies buried beneath the weight of his betrayal. The warehouse stands as a testament to my folly, a silent witness to the dare that changed everything. I no longer visit it as often, the memories too painful, the echoes too loud in the quiet of my thoughts. But it remains, a constant reminder of the power of words, the peril of careless challenges in the hands of those we think we know. And so I continue on, navigating the uncertain waters of a world forever altered by a single, seemingly harmless dare. Sam succeeded in his challenge, but I am left with the pieces, the shards of a life I must rebuild, one careful step at a time. And though the fear lingers, I carry with me the knowledge that I will never make the same mistake again. It started as a foolish dare on an unremarkable autumn afternoon, the sky grayed by a reluctant sun that barely pierced the dense canopy of clouds. I was sitting across from my best friend, Samuel, at a weathered picnic table in the park, of the small town we both called home. There was nothing particularly special about our town, just a collection of modest houses, a grocery store that closed too early, and streets that echoed with the silence of the mundane. We were on the cusp of turning 20, just young enough to feel invincible, yet old enough to know that feeling was a lie. Perhaps it was the boredom that led me to propose the dare. Or maybe it was the subtle, unspoken competition that had always simmered beneath the surface of our friendship, like a dark current in an otherwise placid lake. We both knew it was there, but we never acknowledged it, until that day. "I dare you," I said, a grin playing on my lips, "to ruin my life." Samuel chuckled, a sound that was both amused and incredulous. "Ruined how?" he asked, propping his elbows on the table. The wind rustled the leaves above us, a whispering chorus that seemed to hang on my every word. "I don't know," I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Make me question everything. Pull the rug out from under my feet. You know, really make me regret ever daring you." His eyes narrowed slightly, the gleam of a challenge lighting up his expression. "You sure about that?" he asked, his voice tinged with something that might have been concern, or perhaps anticipation. "Absolutely," I replied, returning his gaze with unflinching confidence. The moment passed with a lingering sense of foreboding, one I dismissed too easily, as youth often does. At first, nothing happened. Days slipped into weeks, and our lives unfurled in their predictable monotony. We went about our routines with the ease of actors on a stage, playing roles we had long since mastered. Samuel continued his job at the local hardware store, while I balanced a part-time gig at the library with night classes at the community college. We still met in the park sometimes, but the dare was like a half-forgotten joke, until the first disturbance made its unsettling appearance. It was small, almost laughable, how it began. I found a note in my mailbox, written in handwriting that looked eerily like my own. It was a short, cryptic message. "You're not who you think you are." I laughed it off at first, thinking it was some prank Samuel had concocted. But when I asked him about it, he merely raised an eyebrow and denied any involvement. Over the next few weeks, the notes continued to appear, each one more unnerving than the last. "Everything you know is a lie," one read. Another said, "Trust no one, not even yourself." These weren't just idle words on a page. They crawled into my mind, nesting in the quieter corners of my thoughts, where they bred doubt and unease. Then came the photographs, images of myself that I had never seen before. They depicted me in various locations across the state, standing outside a diner in a town I had never visited, sitting on a bench in a park that wasn't our own, and even in the middle of a bustling street market that I couldn't recall ever attending. My face was unmistakably mine, yet the scenarios were unrecognizable. It was as if pieces of an alternate life were being sewn into the fabric of my reality. I confronted Samuel again, but he maintained his innocence, his demeanor so convincingly sincere that I began to doubt whether he had anything to do with it at all. Yet the question lingered like a shadow. If not him, then who? The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My phone calls were intercepted by static-filled voices that whispered my name. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes blink back at me when I hadn't moved. And worst of all, people began acting strangely around me. Friends treated me with a cautious distance, as if I were a stranger slipping into the skin of someone they used to know. Even my mother, during one of our rare visits, looked at me with an expression of uncertainty, as though she were searching for something familiar in my eyes and finding only a void. The real tipping point came one night when I received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was mine, distorted and alien, speaking words I couldn't understand. It felt like an echo from a dream, one that left me reeling with disorientation when I awoke. I was losing my grip on reality, spiraling into a madness that was as insidious as it was consuming. Desperate for answers, I decided to trace the origins of the photographs. I traveled to the places they depicted, hoping to find some clue that would untangle the web of confusion. My first stop was the diner, a small establishment in a neighboring town. As I stepped inside, the clatter of cutlery and murmur of conversation were familiar, yet foreign. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes, greeted me with a nod, and I felt a flicker of recognition pass across her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, handing me a menu. "Have I been here before?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the din. She paused, glancing at me with a mixture of curiosity and pity. "I see a lot of faces, hun, but yours, there's something about it." Her words only deepened the mystery. I left the diner with more questions than answers, my mind a labyrinth of doubt and paranoia. Each subsequent location offered the same frustrating lack of clarity, with people who seemed to recognize me, but provided no real insight into why. The climax of this bizarre journey came one evening as I was driving back to my town, the road unfurling before me like a ribbon of uncertainty. The sky was a bruised purple, the horizon bleeding into night. I was exhausted, my mind stretched taut like a string on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the headlights, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The car skidded to a halt, mere inches from the figure, and as I sat there, heart pounding, I saw that it was Samuel. He stood there, drenched in the eerie glow of the headlights, his expression a blend of triumph and apology. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at my skin. "What the hell are you doing, Sam?" I demanded, my voice tinged with a fear I couldn't fully articulate. He smiled then, a weary, almost resigned smile. "I did it, didn't I? I ruined your life." Words failed me. The enormity of what had transpired settled over me like a shroud. He had orchestrated everything, from the notes to the photographs, the voices and the reflections. It had all been an elaborate game, a manipulation of reality so deftly executed that I had been unable to discern the boundary between truth and illusion. "Why?" I asked, struggling to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. "Because you dared me," he replied simply, as if that were reason enough. In that moment, I understood the truth of our friendship. The competition that had simmered beneath the surface had finally boiled over, consuming us both. I realized that he had needed to prove something, not just to me, but to himself. And in doing so, He had unraveled the very fabric of my existence. We stood there in silence, two silhouettes against the darkness, bound by a history that now seemed irreparably tainted. I wanted to hate him, to scream and curse and demand retribution, but all I felt was an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something precious and irreplaceable had slipped through my fingers. Eventually, Samuel turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows that lined the road. I watched him go, knowing that our friendship had been irrevocably altered. The rules of the game had changed, and in the end, there were no winners, only survivors. In the days that followed, life resumed its normal rhythm, but the lingering fear remained. It seeped into the cracks of my daily routine, a reminder of how easily the familiar could become strange and the secure could unravel. I had dared him to ruin my life, and he had succeeded beyond my wildest imaginings. Now, every time I pass a mirror, I hesitate, bracing myself for the possibility that the reflection might blink back, that it might hold a secret I have yet to uncover. Every anonymous letter in the mail, every unknown number that flashes on my phone screen, sends a shiver down my spine. Trust, once so freely given, is now a scarce commodity, hoarded and guarded with vigilance. And though the game is over, the specter of its aftermath lingers, a constant companion in the shadows. I find myself questioning everything, every assumption, every certainty I once held dear. The world I knew has shifted, and the ground beneath my feet feels perilously unstable. Perhaps one day, I'll find a semblance of peace, a way to reconcile the threads of my fractured reality. But until then, I live with the knowledge that what began as a simple dare has become a haunting reminder of how fragile our lives truly are, and how close we are to the edge of the unknown. I always thought of myself as a person who savored the ordinary. I had built a life meticulously structured around predictability, a life with few surprises, and I liked it that way. My job was in an office with beige walls and the comforting hum of computers. My apartment was a small but cozy nook in a mid-sized city where I knew my neighbors, but not well enough to be involved in their drama. My best friend Ethan was a stark contrast to me, adventurous, daring, with a propensity for chaos that somehow never seemed to disrupt his life, but added spice to mine. We had known each other since childhood, and our friendship had always been a gentle tug of war between my need for stability and his craving for thrill. It was over a mundane dinner in a bustling little diner, with the predictable clatter of cutlery and the faint aroma of roasted coffee beans hanging in the air, that Ethan proposed the dare. "Why don't we spice things up a bit?" he teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I dare you to let me ruin your life." I laughed it off at first. The idea seemed preposterous, a jest to fill the silence between bites. But Ethan pressed on, his voice weaving tales of how stepping outside my comfort zone could lead to the most unexpected and exhilarating experiences. In hindsight, I should have known better than to underestimate Ethan's flair for the dramatic. The first few days after accepting the dare, nothing happened. Life continued its rhythmic, predictable pattern. I was almost convinced Ethan had forgotten our agreement, and I chided myself for ever believing he would invest time in such a benign prank. But then, subtle changes began to unfold. It started small. My car keys would disappear for hours, only to reappear in the very spot I swore I left them. Emails would vanish from my inbox. Appointments I don't remember booking would pop up on my calendar. Always inconvenient, albeit slightly annoying, places. It was an innocuous Friday afternoon when the first real disturbance occurred. I was at work, churning through another report, when a call came through from HR. They asked why I had submitted my resignation letter. My heart skipped a beat, my confusion quickly morphing into a cold, creeping unease. I hadn't resigned. I hadn't even considered it. Yet, there it was, my digital signature neatly affixed at the bottom of a well-composed resignation letter. The HR manager was understanding, almost amused, correcting the error without much fuss. I laughed it off awkwardly, but a knot had begun to form in the pit of my stomach. I called Ethan that night, intending to joke about how far he'd gone with the dare. "You're behind the resignation, aren't you?" I chuckled, masking the undercurrent of tension in my voice. But Ethan merely laughed. "Do you really think I'd go that far?" he asked, his voice a blend of humor and something else I couldn't quite place. He sounded genuinely amused, almost as if he were watching a particularly engaging episode of his favorite show. I was left feeling uncertain, the first tendrils of doubt weaving their way into my thoughts. The disturbances escalated over the next few weeks. I would find myself locked out of my own apartment, discover items misplaced in the oddest of places, and receive calls for job interviews I never applied for. Strangers approached me, greeting me warmly as if we had known each other for years, yet I couldn't place their faces. Each incident was small in isolation, but together they formed a tapestry of disruption that began to fray the seams of my carefully woven life. Ethan, always one step ahead of my suspicions, continued to play the role of the bemused best friend. He was supportive, sympathetic even, always quick with a joke to lighten the mood or a suggestion to help me regain control. Yet, with each interaction, a part of me began to question his involvement. Could he truly be orchestrating this elaborate charade? And if so, why? My world began to shift more drastically when I found myself embroiled in a police investigation. It was an overcast Tuesday when two officers knocked on my door, asking about a recent break-in at a nearby store. They had security footage showing someone who looked remarkably like me. I was bewildered, my protests falling on polite but skeptical ears. I had been home that night, alone with a book and a steaming cup of tea. Ethan was the only person I had spoken to, recounting my night in a lengthy phone call that now felt like a tenuous alibi. As the days stretched into weeks, my life became a constant cat and mouse game. A shadow seemed to loom over every aspect of my existence, a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. I began to second-guess myself, questioning my own memory, my sense of reality. It was as if I were living in a house of mirrors, each reflection slightly skewed, distorting the image I had of my own life. The climax of this bizarre, nightmarish game came one night when I returned home to find my apartment door ajar. The room inside was a chaos of overturned furniture and scattered belongings, my sanctuary transformed into a scene of violation. Amidst the mess, a single piece of paper lay on the coffee table, stark against the otherwise disorderly environment. It was a note, penned in a handwriting that was eerily similar to my own. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" it read. In that moment, everything crystallized. The sense of being watched, the feeling of losing control, the creeping suspicion that my life was no longer my own. It wasn't just Ethan's dare that had spiraled out of control, but my own desire to step beyond the boundaries of the ordinary, to flirt with the chaos I had always avoided that had led me here. I called Ethan, my voice a whisper of panic. "This has gone too far. You need to stop." There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence that stretched into eternity before he responded. "I haven't done anything, Han," he said, his voice laced with a sincerity that chilled me to the bone. "But if you're scared, I'm here." And that was the most terrifying realization of all, that perhaps Ethan was telling the truth. That maybe the person orchestrating this intricate game of psychological manipulation wasn't him, but a darker part of myself, unleashed by my own subconscious desires, my own yearning for something beyond the mundane. In the days that followed, I tried to piece together the fragments of my life. I moved to a new city, cutting ties with the familiar, hoping to leave behind the shadows that seemed determined to follow me. But even now, in moments of quiet reflection, I catch glimpses of that shadow lurking at the edges of my existence, a reminder of the dare that had once sounded so harmless. Ethan and I still talk, though less frequently. Our conversations are tinged with an unspoken understanding, a shared knowledge of the game we played and the boundaries we crossed. I continue to live in that uneasy balance between ordinary and extraordinary, haunted by the lingering fear of losing myself again, of finding that my own reflection has become a stranger. It's a fear that whispers in the darkness, a subtle reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are those we create within ourselves. I've always been one to push boundaries, to test the limits of what's possible with a reckless, almost arrogant disregard for the consequences. Perhaps that's why I dared my best friend, Jonathan, to ruin my life. It started as a joke. We'd been friends since childhood, bound by shared secrets and the kind of loyalty that only exists in storybooks. We were sitting in a dimly lit bar, the air heavy with the scent of spilt beer and stale smoke, the world outside reduced to shadows and passing headlights. The idea was simple, absurd even. How far could one go to dismantle the structures of another's life? Jonathan took a long sip of his drink, his eyes thoughtful, considering. "You always say that nothing can shake you," he said, his voice barely audible over the background clatter. "But what if I tried?" There was a hint of something in his tone, challenge mingled with curiosity. I laughed. dismissing it as just another one of our silly hypotheticals. "Go ahead," I said, raising my glass in a mock toast. "I dare you." For weeks, nothing happened. Life continued in its predictable pattern. Work filled my days, a repetitive cycle of meetings and paperwork, punctuated by the occasional night out or weekend adventure. Jonathan and I saw each other often, sharing stories and dreams in the comforting embrace of familiarity. I had almost forgotten about the dare, relegating it to the dusty corners of my mind, where all idle thoughts eventually settle. Then, the first disturbance occurred, a minor inconvenience that I barely registered as a sign of what was to come. One morning, I found my car missing. It was an old, battered thing, more rust than paint at this point, but reliable nonetheless. Panic flared briefly before I remembered Jonathan's cryptic smile when I last spoke about my reluctance to buy a new one. "Time for an upgrade," he'd said, and I had shrugged it off. The police report I filed felt more like a formality than anything else. Days later, my phone began receiving strange calls at odd hours. There was never anyone on the other end, just silence broken occasionally by a soft, distant rustling. It unsettled me, but I dismissed it as a prank, the kind of juvenile tricks kids play when they discover they can make anonymous calls. I mentioned it to Jonathan over drinks. He listened, nodding with an expression of mild interest, offering no solutions or advice. His lack of concern was comforting, normalizing the unnerving events until I barely thought about them. But as these disturbances escalated, the sense of normalcy began to fray. My emails were hacked, my social media accounts filled with strange, cryptic messages. Friends texted me, confused by odd remarks or requests they claimed I'd sent. I found myself surveilled in a way that felt both intimate and invasive, as if someone had slipped beneath my skin and peered out through my eyes. I confronted Jonathan one evening, half laughing, half serious. "Is this you? You said you'd try to ruin my life." He met my gaze with an enigmatic smile. "You told me to," he replied simply, and then changed the subject. His ambiguity was infuriating, yet part of me admired his commitment to our game. Still, I felt a chill at the thought that my oldest friend could orchestrate this chaos with such precision. Then came the climax, the moment where the thin veneer of control shattered entirely. It was a quiet evening, the sky a deep blue that stretched endlessly into the horizon. I was driving down a familiar road that cut through the forest, the dense canopy above filtering the fading light into long, clawing shadows. My headlights traced the winding path, and for a moment, I was lost in the rhythm of the drive, the hum of the engine a soothing counterpoint to my frayed nerves. But then I saw it, a figure stepping out from the trees, illuminated briefly in the piercing beam of my lights. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt, heart hammering in my chest. Jonathan walked toward me, calm and composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He opened the passenger door and slid in, his face unreadable. "You're ruining my life," I said breathlessly, the words tumbling out in a rush. "You're actually doing it." He turned to me with a slow, deliberate smile. "No, you're ruining it yourself. I'm just showing you how easy it is." His gaze was steady, unwavering, and I felt a tremor of fear beneath the surface of my anger. We drove in silence, the tension between us a palpable force. I knew this road, and yet it seemed different, each twist and turn unfamiliar, as if seen through new eyes. The trees closed in around us, an impenetrable wall of darkness, and the night air was thick with the promise of rain. Jonathan's revelations came in quiet, measured tones. He spoke of the vulnerabilities I'd exposed, the careless ease with which I'd entrusted him with the keys to my existence. Each word was a carefully placed brick in the growing edifice of my paranoia, until I felt the weight of it suffocating me. The realization that I was complicit in my own downfall, that I'd handed him the tools to dismantle my life, gnawed at me with relentless persistence. When we finally reached the end of the road, he got out without another word, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the echoes of his accusations. I sat there, the engine idling, the forest silent once more. I could feel the boundaries of my reality shifting, the ground beneath my feet as uncertain as my thoughts. I knew that I would not see Jonathan again, not in the way I had before. In the days that followed, I tried to reclaim my life, to piece together the remnants of my former certainty. But Jonathan had been right. It was too easy to unravel the fabric of what I had taken for granted. My job slipped away, my relationship strained under the weight of suspicion and doubt. Even the familiar comforts of my home felt illusory, as if reality had become a fragile construct, awaiting the slightest pressure to crumble. The lingering fear is the worst part, the sense that at any moment, everything could fall apart again. I find myself questioning every interaction, every gesture. How much of my life is still within my control, and how much is influenced by the invisible hand of an absent friend? I wonder if I am still playing his game, or if it has become my own, an endless cycle of self-destruction. Each day, I drive that same forest road, half expecting to see him step from the shadows once more. The fear that he will and the fear that he won't are equally potent, binding me to the path I set in motion with a careless dare. And so, I am left with this haunting realization. I dared my best friend to ruin my life, but in doing so, I gave him the power to show me that it was never truly mine. The day began like any other. The gentle hum of the coffee maker filled the air as I, Xander, sat in my cozy kitchen, the morning light filtering through the blinds. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee promised a day of routine and simplicity, a day just like the hundreds before it. I had always found comfort in the predictability of my life, my job, my friends, my solitary evenings spent reading in the quiet of my apartment. It was a Saturday, and as was tradition, my best friend, Kyle, would soon arrive. We shared a peculiar bond, one that had weathered the storms of adolescence and transitioned into adulthood with surprising resilience. Our friendship had a playful edge, often fueled by mutual dares and challenges that we dared to propose to each other, mostly out of boredom or a shared desire to escape the mundane. When Kyle arrived, the conversation flowed with ease. We joked, reminisced, and inwardly marveled at how our lives had settled into such routine patterns. In one of those moments where the air felt thick with nostalgia and yearning for the slightest disruption to the monotony, I proposed a dare. It was meant to be harmless, a jest infused with the innocence of our old challenges. "I dare you to ruin my life," I said with a laugh, feeling invincible in the safety of my ordered world. Kyle's expression shifted subtly, a strange glint appearing in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. "All right," he replied, his voice carrying an undertone that made me pause. But then the moment passed, the conversation moved on, and I forgot about the dare as the day slipped away into the folds of memory. The following week, things began to shift. It started with minor inconveniences, the type that easily slipped into the realm of coincidence. My morning alarm failed to sound, making me late for work. Files on my computer seemed to disappear only to reappear in different folders. My email inbox was suddenly flooded with spam, an annoyance, but nothing more. Then the oddities began to escalate. At work, I noticed a change in the demeanor of my colleagues. They seemed colder, more distant. Whispers followed me through the corridors, and curious glances lingered a moment too long. I shrugged it off, attributing it to office politics, or perhaps my own imagination running wild on a slow day. It wasn't until I found myself summoned to a meeting with my supervisor that the reality of my situation began to sink in. She sat across from me, her gaze searching, as she questioned me about emails I had supposedly sent. Emails filled with inappropriate comments and accusations, words I had never typed, sentiments I did not hold. My protests were met with skepticism, the shadow of doubt beginning to cast itself over my once secure position. Leaving the office that day, I felt the first twinge of fear. A creeping unease settled in my chest, a sense that something was terribly awry, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what. That night, I tried calling Kyle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. A part of me wondered if he was involved, but I dismissed the thought as paranoia. Kyle was my friend, my confidant, someone who had always been there, standing by my side. The disturbances continued. My social media accounts were hijacked, filled with posts that painted me in a light that wasn't my own. Friends and family reached out, confused and concerned, questioning my sudden change in behavior. It felt as though I was losing control, my life no longer my own, slipping through my fingers like sand. One evening, driven by desperation, I ventured into my local church. It was a place I hadn't visited in years, but I hoped to find solace, perhaps clarity. I sat in one of the back pews, the silence of the sanctuary wrapping around me as I tried to gather my thoughts. I closed my eyes, seeking an anchor in the chaos that my life had become. "Xander," a voice called softly, and I turned to see Father Matthews approaching. His presence was calm, reassuring. "You look troubled, my son." I nodded, words escaping me as I grappled with the enormity of what I'd been experiencing. I spoke in halting sentences, explaining the bizarre events, the feeling of being watched, manipulated. The father listened with a patient ear, his expression thoughtful. Sometimes we are faced with trials that test our very spirit. he said after I finished. It is in these moments we must seek the truth within ourselves and the courage to confront that which seeks to unravel us. Leaving the church, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided it was time to confront Kyle, to seek answers and, hopefully, to end the nightmare I found myself living. I drove to his apartment, my heart pounding in my chest with a mix of fear and anger. Arriving at his door, I hesitated, gathering the courage that Father Matthews had spoken of. I knocked firmly, and after a moment, Kyle opened the door, his face an unreadable mask. There was a tension in the air, a palpable shift in our dynamic. "Xander," he greeted, his voice devoid of the warmth it once held. "What brings you here?" I took a deep breath, my resolve hardening. "Kyle, I need to know. Are you behind all of this? The emails, the social media posts, everything that's been happening to me?" He didn't respond immediately, his eyes assessing me with an intensity that made me shiver. Then he smirked, a hint of malice behind his otherwise familiar features. "You did dare me after all." His words hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled back, unable to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. It was true, I had dared him, but never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine he would take it seriously, or take it this far. "Kyle, why?" My voice was a mix of disbelief and betrayal. "You live such a tidy life, Xander. So predictable, so boring. I thought you needed a little chaos, a little excitement," he explained, his tone almost casual, as if he were discussing the weather. My mind raced, trying to find reason amidst the madness. "This isn't excitement, Kyle. This is my life, my career, my relationships. You've put everything at risk." He shrugged, an infuriatingly indifferent gesture. "It was just a game, Xander. You know how we are with games." A game. The word echoed in my mind as I stood there, grappling with the reality that my closest friend had chosen to toy with my life for his own amusement. I felt a cold fury rising within me, a need to reclaim what had been taken, to restore the order that had once been my refuge. "I'll fix this," I vowed, more to myself than to him, before turning away, leaving him standing in the doorway with his callous smirk. The next few weeks were a blur of damage control. I reached out to my workplace, to IT departments, to friends and family, explaining, apologizing, trying to rebuild the bridges Kyle had burned. It was exhausting, emotionally draining, but with each small victory, I felt a piece of my life returning. Kyle, however, did not fade into the background. He became a specter haunting the periphery of my existence. I would catch sight of him in unexpected places: a coffee shop, the library, always watching, always waiting. His presence was an ever-present reminder that the dare, though meant in jest, had set in motion a series of events that could not easily be undone. Despite my efforts, the fear that had taken root during those early days lingered. It was a gnawing anxiety that whispered in the quiet moments, a shadow that loomed over my interactions with others. Trust, once given freely, became a fragile thing, easily shattered and hard to rebuild. The experience changed me in ways I could never have anticipated. My life, once so neatly ordered, was now a tapestry of caution and vigilance. I learned to navigate the world with a wary eye, to question the intentions of those around me, to protect myself from the whims of those who might seek to exploit my vulnerabilities. In the end, Kyle's dare had succeeded in its own twisted way. My life, as I had known it, was irrevocably altered. The chaos he had sown taught me the value of resilience, of standing firm in the face of adversity, even when the source of that adversity is someone you once considered a friend. As the months slipped by and the wounds of betrayal began to heal, I found myself reflecting on the nature of trust and the fragility of the human psyche. In the calm moments, when the world seemed to settle into a semblance of peace, I realized that my life, though scarred, was still my own. The fear, though it lingered, served as a reminder of the strength I had discovered within myself, the courage to face the shadows and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least whole. I never thought of my life as particularly remarkable. It was, by all accounts, a life of tranquil monotony, easily overlooked among the grand dramas of city existence. My apartment was my sanctuary, a small but cozy one-bedroom nestled within the heart of the bustling metropolis. It was a place of books and quiet reflections, where I could curl up with a well-loved novel and escape into other worlds. My evenings were often spent in solitude, accompanied by the soft glow of a reading lamp and the occasional pitter-patter of rain against the windows. Things had been this way for as long as I could remember, and for the most part, I was content. I had a steady job as a librarian, a modest circle of friends, and a budding relationship with someone who intrigued me in ways I hadn't expected. His name was David, and we met at a literary event a few months prior. We bonded over a shared love of classic literature, and soon found ourselves entangled in a gentle romance, full of conversations that stretched long into the night. David was charming in his quietness, a man of few words but profound thoughts. Our time together was marked by a sense of ease, a natural cadence that seemed rare in the world of modern dating. Yet, there was a part of him that remained inscrutable, a secretive depth that piqued my curiosity, but which he never fully revealed. I was drawn to him, enchanted by his mystery, convinced that whatever lay beneath was a treasure worth uncovering. The first disturbance came on a night much like any other. I had invited David over for dinner, a simple affair of pasta and wine shared amidst laughter and soft music. Afterward, as he prepared to leave, he paused at the door and regarded me with an intensity I hadn't noticed before. His eyes, usually so gentle, seemed to bore into me with an urgency that was unsettling. "Stay safe," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was an edge to those words, a gravity that weighed heavily in the air between us. I brushed it off, attributing it to a fleeting moment of overprotectiveness, and watched him retreat into the night. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I felt a strange restlessness that kept me from sleep. There was a sense of being watched, a prickling at the nape of my neck that refused to subside. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, reassured myself that it was nothing more than an overactive imagination, and finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Days passed, and the feeling grew more persistent, insinuating itself into the quiet corners of my life. I began to notice things: a book out of place, a curtain slightly askew, the faintest trace of a scent that wasn't mine. These were small things, easily dismissed, but collectively they gnawed at my sense of security, fraying the edges of my calm. The escalation was subtle, a gradual crescendo that unfolded over the course of weeks. David's behavior became increasingly erratic. Our conversations, once a source of comfort, turned tense with unspoken words. He would call at odd hours, his voice tremulous with emotions he kept hidden. "I just wanted to hear your voice," he'd say, a tremor in his tone, "to make sure you're okay." There was a protectiveness to his concern that should have been touching, but instead felt suffocating. I began to question whether I truly knew the man I had let into my life. It was as if he were a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit, an enigma wrapped in layers of contradictions. One evening, as I returned home from work, I was greeted by a sight that stopped me cold. On my kitchen table was a bouquet of white roses, their petals glistening softly in the fading light. There was no note, no indication of who had left them, but I knew with an instinctive certainty that they were from David. I hadn't given him a key, yet somehow he had found his way in. A chill ran through me, threading icy fingers through the fabric of my resolve. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but fear held me silent. Instead, I began to scrutinize my surroundings with a heightened awareness, searching for signs of intrusion, for any clue that might unravel the mystery. The climax came without warning, a harrowing revelation that shattered the fragile normalcy of my world. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, sunlight streaming through my window in golden shafts. I was cleaning, lost in the routine of dusting and tidying, when I discovered the hidden compartment. It was behind the bookshelf, a small alcove skillfully concealed, and within it lay the evidence of his obsession. Photographs of me taken without my knowledge, snippets of conversations recorded in stealth, and a journal filled with meticulous entries about my daily life. Each page was a testament to David's vigilance, his fixation chronicled in painstaking detail. As I stood there, the truth unfurled before me, a tapestry of unsettling revelation. I was not a partner in a mutual romance. I was the object of an affection that had warped into something darker, something born of control and possession. The realization was a visceral blow, a sickening twist of betrayal that left me breathless. I confronted him that evening, the confrontation a blur of accusations and denials. David's calm facade crumbled beneath the weight of his obsession, his pleas for understanding underscored by a madness that defied reason. "I did it for us," he insisted, eyes wild with desperation, "to keep you safe." But there was no safety in such love, only a perilous descent into a chasm from which there could be no return. I severed ties with him that night, my heart heavy with a sorrow that mingled with relief. It was a necessary end, a finality that marked the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter. In the days that followed, The apartment felt both foreign and familiar, a battleground where echoes of the past lingered like ghosts. The fear, though less acute, remained a shadow at the periphery of my consciousness, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the deceptive nature of appearances. I changed the locks, fortified my routines with vigilance, yet the sense of vulnerability persisted. It was as if his presence was an indelible stain, a reminder that even the most seemingly benign connections could harbor darkness. The world, once a place of ordered simplicity, now seemed rife with hidden threats, with truths buried beneath layers of deceit. In time, the scars began to fade, leaving behind a wary resilience. I learned to navigate the complexities of human connections with a cautious heart, to cherish the sanctity of my solitude while embracing the possibilities that life continued to offer. Yet, the lessons of that experience were etched into my being, a quiet vigilance that would forever shape the contours of my trust. And so, I returned to my books, to the solace of words and the refuge of stories that unfolded within the safety of my apartment's walls. The city continued its ceaseless dance beyond my window, a testament to life's inexorable march. But within the quiet haven of my home, I found a renewed strength, an unexpected truth that had been waiting to be discovered all along. From the outside, the house on Pinewood Lane appeared no different from any other in the quiet suburb. Its picket fence, painted a pristine white, a lawn meticulously trimmed, and flower beds that boasted a careful selection of seasonal blooms. I had moved into this neighborhood a few months ago, drawn by its serene atmosphere and the comforting illusion of normalcy it promised. The Devereaux family lived next door, and over time, I grew familiar with their routine as it danced seamlessly through the days. Mr. Devereaux left early for work, a punctual man in a comfortably worn suit, while Mrs. Devereaux, a gentle woman with a perpetual soft smile, busied herself with the household chores and the well-being of their young daughter, Clarissa, a bright-eyed girl of 7. Initially, my interactions with the Devereaux family were limited to the polite neighborly exchanges over the fence or brief conversations about the weather as we collected our mail. Their life seemed idyllic, a picture of familial harmony that one might find in a lifestyle magazine. There was something soothing about their presence, a sense of constancy that felt grounding amidst the mundanities of suburban life. It was during one of those mundane exchanges that I first caught a glimpse of the peculiar. Mrs. Devereaux, while tending to her garden, mentioned offhandedly that their family had lived in the same house for generations. Her words resonated in a way that seemed disproportionate to their content, echoing in my mind with an ominous weight I could not quite place. She spoke with an affectionate nostalgia. Her eyes, however, reflected a depth of something I couldn't quite name. Was it sorrow, perhaps, or a resigned acceptance? One evening, as I sat by the window, sipping my tea and watching the clouds cast elongated shadows over our neighborhood, I noticed movement from the Devereaux garden. Clarissa was playing outside, her laughter a sweet tinkling sound that carried on the breeze. There was nothing unusual about a child at play, yet I felt a compelling urge to watch over her, as if drawn by an invisible thread. She moved with an unsettling grace, her footsteps light, though not entirely carefree. As she skipped among the flowers, her laughter suddenly ceased, her frame going rigid as though frozen in time, eyes fixed on something beyond my view. The silence was palpable, heavy with an indescribable tension. Then, just as abruptly, she resumed her play, yet I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted subtly, though irreversibly. As days turned into weeks, I began to notice other disturbances. Whispers, too faint to decipher, seemed to emanate from their house late at night, carried on the wind through the thin walls that divided our homes. I questioned whether it was merely the house settling, the groans and creaks of wood aging with grace, or if I was imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me. But there was an intensity to those whispers that gnawed at my senses, an insistence that refused to be ignored. The disturbances grew more pronounced with each passing day. I observed the lights in the Devereux house, flickering at odd hours, a staccato dance of shadows and light that made the unassuming structure seem alive. More unsettling still was the way Clarissa's behavior began to change. Her previously bright eyes now held a haunted look, and her laughter, once so innocent, carried an edge of something hollow. It was as if she were being pulled into a world just beyond my grasp, a place where reality blurred with something darker. Driven by a combination of curiosity and concern, I decided to speak with Mrs. Devereux directly. I found her in the garden, her hands busy pruning the roses with a precision that belied the turmoil I sensed beneath her composed exterior. I approached her casually, my words carefully chosen, aimed at uncovering the source of my unease, without causing offense. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately, Mrs. Devereux?" I asked, feigning casual interest, though my pulse quickened in anticipation of her response. Her hands stilled, the pruning shears poised midair. She turned to face me, the smile that graced her lips failing to reach her eyes. "What do you mean?" she inquired, her tone light, yet I could hear the slight tremor beneath it. "The lights, the whispers. Clarissa seems different," I persisted gently. She sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. "Some things are part of the family, you see," she replied cryptically, her gaze drifting towards the house as if drawn by an invisible force. Her words sent a shiver coursing through me, the cryptic nature of her response fueling my imagination with possibilities both terrifying and inexplicable. I wanted to press further, to unravel the mystery that hung like a shadow over the Devereux family, but her expression warned me off, a silent plea to let the matter rest. The nights following our conversation grew increasingly restless. I found myself waking at odd hours, disturbed by dreams I could never fully recall, yet left me drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if the house next door had breached the sanctity of my mind, its presence a constant, inescapable intrusion. One particularly stormy night, as lightning illuminated the suburban landscape in startling white, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a wail, inhuman and piercing, cutting through the clap of thunder like a knife. The sound echoed from the Devereux house, a siren's call that resonated with an otherworldly anguish. My instincts screamed at me to ignore it, to lock my doors and close my windows. but an overwhelming sense of dread propelled me towards the source of the sound. The rain lashed against me as I hurried across the yard, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm. I reached the Devereaux' porch, hesitating only for a moment before knocking on the door, my fist echoing hollowly against the wood. The door swung open, revealing Mrs. Devereaux, her face a mask of calm that did little to hide the turmoil in her eyes. "Please," I breathed, "what is happening?" She hesitated, then stepped aside to let me in. The interior of their home was familiar, yet altered, as if the very air had thickened with an unseen presence. Shadows clung to the walls, and the flicker of candlelight cast eerie shapes that danced and twisted in the corners of my vision. "It's the family," she said at last, her voice a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile balance holding their world together. "Our bloodline is different. Every few generations, one of us transforms." The word transform hung in the air, pregnant with implication. I felt my mind reaching for understanding, grasping at the threads of a truth too horrific to fully comprehend. Mrs. Devereaux must have seen the disbelief etched on my face, for she continued, her words tumbling over each other in their urgency. "Clarissa, it's happening to her. The curse, it chooses, and we can do nothing but endure." The weight of her confession settled heavily between us, a shared burden that tethered us together in that moment. I wanted to ask more, to understand the mechanics of this curse, the reason behind it, the history that bound their family to such a fate. But the sound of a door creaking open drew our attention. Clarissa stood at the top of the stairs, her small figure outlined against the dim glow of the hallway. Her eyes were wide, filled with both fear and resignation, and as she descended, I noticed a subtle shift in her appearance, a transformation that was both physical and intangible. Her skin seemed paler, her features more pronounced, as if she were shedding layers of herself to reveal something entirely new. Mrs. Devereaux moved to her daughter, wrapping her arms around the trembling child. I watched, rooted to the spot, a silent witness to a scene that defied all logic. The room pulsed with a rhythm that resonated deep within my bones, the very walls seeming to contract and expand in time with each heartbeat. As lightning flashed once more, illuminating the room in stark relief, I saw the shadow of something else, a presence that loomed over the Devereaux family, its silhouette monstrous and formless, a testament to the curse that gripped their lineage. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, yet the impression lingered, an indelible mark upon my psyche. I stayed with the Devereaux family that night, compelled by a need to offer what little comfort I could, though I knew my presence was but a small balm against the storm they faced. We spoke in hushed tones, our conversation weaving a tapestry of understanding and shared fear. Mrs. Devereaux recounted stories of ancestors who had undergone the transformation, tales of survival and loss passed down through generations like a dark inheritance. The night stretched on, an endless expanse of waiting, and when dawn finally broke, it brought with it a fragile sense of calm. Clarissa slept fitfully, her small body curled against her mother's side, and as I prepared to leave, I felt the weight of Mrs. Devereux's gaze upon me. "Thank you," she said simply, the gratitude in her voice a quiet testament to the bond that had formed between us. I returned to my home, exhausted, yet unable to shake the feeling that the curse had reached beyond the confines of the Devereux house, its tendrils entwining with my own life. The events of that night played on an endless loop in my mind, a haunting refrain that refused to be silenced. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the neighborhood shifted subtly. The Devereux family maintained their routine, but there was a palpable tension in their movements, a wariness that spoke of battles fought just beneath the surface. Clarissa returned to her play, though her laughter was now accompanied by a haunting echo, a reminder of the transformation that lay just beneath her skin. I found myself more attuned to the nuances of my environment, acutely aware of the shadows that stretched and twisted in the corners of my vision, the whispers that brushed against the edges of my consciousness. The world seemed to pulse with a hidden vibrancy, a secret life that danced just beyond my reach. Though I tried to resume my own routine, the events of that stormy night had left an indelible mark upon me. I felt a kinship with the Devereux family, an unspoken connection born of shared experience and the knowledge of a curse that refused to relinquish its grip. My dreams continued to be plagued by visions of transformation, the boundaries of reality and imagination blurring in the dim hours before dawn. The lingering fear was not one of imminent danger, but of something far more insidious, the knowledge that the curse was real and that it had irrevocably altered the fabric of our lives. I could see it in the way Mrs. Devereux glanced towards the shadows, in the way Mr. Devereux's smile no longer reached his eyes, in the way Clarissa's laughter carried that haunting echo. The consequence of their lineage was a burden they carried with quiet dignity, and though my own life had been touched by its shadow, I knew that I could do little but bear witness to their struggle. The passage of time did little to erase the memory of that night. It remained a reminder of the thin veil that separated the mundane from the supernatural, the ordinary from the extraordinary. In the end, the story of the Devereux family became part of the tapestry of my own life, woven into the fabric of the days and nights that followed. It served as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the unknown, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of suburbia, a darkness could linger, waiting patiently for its moment to be seen. I often find myself wandering through the echoing halls of LeBlanc Manor, a place that wears its opulence like a faded garment. The manor, once a beacon of grandeur and sophistication, now stands as a testament to days long past, with its ornate chandeliers casting dim shadows against the dusty walls. The air is thick with the scent of forgotten memories, and each step I take is muffled by the plush, albeit time-worn, carpet beneath my feet. Amber LeBlanc, my cousin, is the reason I find myself here. She is a peculiar figure in our family, the kind of person who inhabits the space between shadow and light, always present, yet somehow distant. Despite living in the manor, she seems to belong to another realm entirely, one that eludes the rest of us. Her letters had always been a source of intrigue, filled with curious insights and musings that hinted at something beyond the ordinary. Thus, when she wrote to me, imploring me to visit, I felt a pull I could not resist. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by Amber, who appeared unchanged by the years. Her eyes, sharp and bright as ever, seemed to hold secrets I was eager to uncover. Yet, there was something in her demeanor, an undercurrent of unease, that unsettled me. We exchanged pleasantries, and she led me through the maze of rooms, her footsteps barely making a sound. It was during one of these meandering walks that I first sensed it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, something I couldn't quite place, but felt down to my bones. It was as though the manor itself had paused to listen, its ancient walls absorbing the whispers of time. We passed rooms filled with antique furniture and faded portraits of ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow us. Amber spoke of the history of the manor, her voice a gentle lull that contrasted with the growing tension in my chest. I found myself hanging on her every word, compelled by a force I couldn't name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the manor in an ethereal glow, Amber led me to the library. It was a cavernous room, its shelves lined with books that seemed to hum with stories of their own. She settled into a chair by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting playful shadows across her face. "I must show you something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze was steady, yet there was an urgency in her eyes that unsettled me. Curiosity piqued, I nodded. She retrieved a small leather-bound journal from a secret compartment in the desk. Its pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded yet legible. She opened it carefully, revealing sketches and notes that spoke of creatures and rituals long forgotten by the world. As I perused the pages, a chill crept over me. The sketches depicted beings unlike any I had ever imagined, grotesque, yet mesmerizing, with eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. The text spoke of a parasitic creature that could masquerade as human, blending seamlessly into society. The idea was absurd, yet the conviction with which Amber presented it was disarming. "Do you believe in such things?" she asked, her eyes never leaving mine. I hesitated, the rational part of my mind grappling with the possibilities. "I suppose anything is possible," I replied, choosing my words carefully. Amber nodded, satisfied with my response. "There's something here," she confided, her voice barely audible. "Something that doesn't belong." Her words lingered in the air, heavy and foreboding. I wanted to dismiss them as the fanciful imaginings of an idle mind, yet there was something in her tone that suggested otherwise. From that night on, my perception of the manor shifted. The once grandiose halls took on a more sinister air, and every creak of the floorboards became a harbinger of something lurking in the shadows. I found myself hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Amber, too, seemed changed. Her once vibrant demeanor had dulled, and she spent long hours locked away in her study, emerging only for meals that she barely touched. I grew increasingly concerned, yet every attempt to broach the subject was met with evasive responses. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began to plague the manor. Objects moved of their own accord, doors creaked open in the dead of night, and the air grew thick with a palpable tension. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, a constant presence that sent shivers down my spine. One particularly unsettling night, I awoke to the sound of soft, insistent whispers. They seemed to emanate from the very walls, a cacophony of voices speaking in a language I couldn't decipher. Heart pounding, I ventured from my room and wandered the darkened corridors, drawn by the haunting melody. The whispers led me to a small, forgotten chamber at the far end of the manor. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet I could sense the presence of something or someone within. As I stepped inside, the door creaked shut behind me, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. I felt a chill in the air, a sense of being watched by something unseen. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I could just make out the figure of Amber standing by the window, her silhouette framed by the pale moonlight. She turned to face me, her expression unreadable. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Amber didn't respond immediately. Instead, she continued to gaze out the window, her eyes distant and unfocused. When she finally spoke, her voice was laced with an unfamiliar edge. "It's here," she said simply. I followed her gaze to the sprawling gardens below, their once vibrant blooms now withered and lifeless. It was as if the very essence of the manor had been drained, leaving behind a hollow shell. "What is it, Amber?" I pressed, a sense of dread settling in my stomach. She hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully. "I've tried to stop it," she confessed, her voice trembling. "But it's too late." The gravity of her words hit me like a physical blow. It was as though the world had shifted on its axis, and I was left to navigate a reality that defied logic and reason. I wanted to deny it, to cling to the comforting illusion of normalcy, yet deep down, I knew she spoke the truth. And so began the escalation. The whispers grew louder, their insistent chorus invading my every thought. The shadows lengthened, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. It was as if the manor itself had come alive, its ancient secrets clawing their way to the surface. I became increasingly paranoid, my every waking moment consumed by the sense of being hunted. Sleep eluded me, and I wandered the halls in a daze, seeking answers that remained frustratingly out of reach. Amber, too, seemed to be unraveling. Her once immaculate appearance became disheveled, and her eyes took on a haunted quality that mirrored my own. She spoke in cryptic riddles, her words tinged with desperation. One evening, as the storm raged outside, Amber approached me with a proposition. "There's a way to end this," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her eyes. I listened as she outlined her plan, a ritual of sorts, designed to banish the parasitic creature that had taken hold of the manor. It was a last-ditch effort, fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet it offered a glimmer of hope in the suffocating darkness. The ritual was to take place in the heart of the manor, beneath the grand chandelier that had witnessed countless gatherings and celebrations. We gathered the necessary items, a collection of herbs, candles, and symbols drawn from the pages of the journal. As midnight approached, we prepared the space, our movements synchronized in silent understanding. The storm outside intensified, as if reflecting the tumultuous energy that crackled in the air. With the stage set, Amber began the incantation, her voice resonating with a power that belied her frail appearance. The room thrummed with energy, the air thick with anticipation. I watched as the symbols began to glow, their light casting eerie shadows on the walls. It was then that I felt it, a presence, malignant and ancient, pressing down upon us with a force that threatened to crush my very soul. The atmosphere grew oppressive, the air charged with the scent of decay. I glanced at Amber, who stood resolute, her eyes locked on the ritual. I could see the strain etched on her face, the toll it was taking on her frail body, yet she persevered, her voice unwavering as she chanted the incantation. The presence grew stronger, its malevolent force threatening to overwhelm us. I could feel it probing my mind, seeking to exploit my deepest fears and insecurities. It was a battle of wills, one I feared we were losing. In that moment of despair, Amber turned to me, her eyes blazing with determination. "We mustn't give in," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the storm. I nodded, drawing strength from her resolve. Together, we continued the ritual, our voices merging in a harmonious counterpoint to the chaos that surrounded us. The battle raged on, the creature's presence a constant oppressive force. Yet, through sheer force of will, we held our ground, refusing to succumb to the darkness. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm abated. The oppressive weight lifted, leaving behind an eerie silence that echoed through the manor. The air was still, the malevolent presence gone as if it had never existed. Amber collapsed to the floor, her strength spent. I rushed to her side, cradling her fragile form in my arms. Her eyes fluttered open, a weary smile playing on her lips. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Relief washed over me, mingled with a profound sense of loss. The price of our victory was steep, and as I held her, I knew that the horrors of the manor were far from over. In the days that followed, the manor seemed to breathe easier, its oppressive atmosphere lifted. Yet, the scars of our ordeal remained, etched into the very fabric of its walls. The whispers, though diminished, continued to haunt the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Amber, though weakened by the ordeal, retained her enigmatic presence. She spoke less of the creature, choosing instead to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. Yet I sensed an unspoken understanding between us, a bond forged in the crucible of our shared experience. As I prepared to leave, Amber accompanied me to the door, her eyes holding a quiet strength that belied her frail appearance. "Take care," she said softly, her words carrying a weight of their own. I nodded, the unspoken acknowledgement of our ordeal lingering in the air. As I stepped into the sunlight, leaving the manor behind, I couldn't shake the feeling, that the shadows would always be with me, lurking just out of sight. The road stretched before me, a path leading away from the darkness of LeBlanc Manor. Yet, as I walked, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the specter of what we had faced standing in the doorway. The world seemed brighter, the air fresher, yet a part of me remained tethered to the manor, bound by the lingering fear that the parasitic creature might not be as gone as we hoped. It was a shadow that would follow me, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the horrors that lay just beneath its surface. The mansion stood solemnly against the amber glow of a Los Angeles sunset, nestled within a forgotten stretch of land that had long ceased to charm the bustling city. Its once glorious gardens now tangled with wild ivy and untamed roses, whispering secrets of a time when the grounds were alive with vibrant blooms and lively gatherings. Yet, the mansion held a peculiar allure of its own, a quiet grandeur that I, a modest gardener in search of solace, found impossible to resist. My first encounter with the estate was through an advertisement that seemed to beckon me specifically, as though the words were penned with me in mind. Gardener needed, it read, promising a generous sum for tending to the mansion's expansive gardens. A picture accompanied the text, capturing an image of bygone elegance amidst encroaching decay, igniting a curious longing within me to restore what had been lost. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the caretaker, an elderly man named Mr. Croft, with a demeanor as weathered as the estate itself. His eyes bore an indefinable sadness, a hint of shadow that whispered of stories untold. He handed me a key, its intricate design cold in my palm, and said, "The mansion has its rules. Follow them, and you shall be fine." His instructions were simple, yet strangely specific. Never remain in the gardens after dusk. Always speak kindly to the roses. Whatever you do, do not enter the west wing. The words seemed peculiar, yet there was an earnestness in his voice that left no room for doubt or jest. With a nod, I accepted the key, my heart a curious mix of caution and intrigue. The days bled into one another as I immersed myself in the work. The gardens, though tangled and unruly, possessed a latent beauty that was slowly revealing itself under my care. Each snip of the shears, each turn of the soil seemed to breathe new life into the earth. I found an unexpected peace among the blossoms, and the whisper of leaves under the gentle sway of the breeze was like a symphony composed just for me. Yet, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, an unease settled over the grounds. The air grew thick, laden with a tension that set my skin crawling. It was subtle at first, a rustle too close, a shadow where there should be none. I adhered to Mr. Croft's rule, retreating indoors before the last light faded, yet curiosity gnawed at my resolve. One evening, drawn by an inexplicable pull, I lingered a moment too long. The garden was cast in the eerie glow of twilight, and as I turned to leave, a soft voice carried on the wind, faint yet unmistakable. "Stay." The sound was a gentle plea, almost mournful in its insistence. I froze, heart pounding, searching for the source. There was no one, only the roses swaying slightly as if reaching out. A chill skittered down my spine, urging me to retreat into the safety of the mansion, the door closing behind me with a definitive click. Sleep that night was elusive, haunted by dreams that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. Images of the garden, vibrant and alive, twisted into visions, plagued by shadows that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. I awoke bathed in sweat, the echo of the whispered plea lingering in the dim light of dawn. Despite the unease, the work continued. The gardens were transforming, their beauty slowly resurfacing from beneath the bramble and decay. Yet, with each passing day, the sense of being watched grew stronger, the shadows deepening with a malevolent presence that I could not escape. I took solace in the rules, clinging to them as though they were a lifeline amidst the rising tide of fear. Curiosity, however, proved a persistent companion. The West Wing, a forbidden mystery, beckoned with a silent allure. Its door was locked, the key long missing or perhaps intentionally hidden. I often paused before it, fingers brushing against the aged wood, tempted by the secrets it held. But Mr. Croft's warning echoed in my mind, a deterrent strong enough to keep my inquisitiveness at bay. One afternoon, while pruning a particularly stubborn rosebush, I noticed something glinting beneath the tangle of thorns. Carefully, I unearthed the object, a rusted key, its shape hauntingly familiar. My heart leapt within my chest, a mix of dread and anticipation warring within me. Surely, it couldn't be. That night, under the shroud of darkness, I found myself drawn to the West Wing, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The mansion was eerily silent, the walls alive with a presence that thrummed with anticipation. The key turned smoothly in the lock, the door creaking open to reveal a hallway steeped in shadow. I hesitated on the threshold, the air heavy with a foreboding that pressed against my every instinct. Yet the pull was irresistible, and I stepped inside, the door whispering closed behind me. The hallway stretched on, each step echoing softly, leading me deeper into the heart of the mansion. The room at the end was dimly lit, the air stale and thick with the scent of neglect. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through curtained windows, revealing a space frozen in time. Books lined the walls, their spines cracked and faded. A grand piano, its keys yellowed with age, sat silently in the corner, as if waiting for someone to breathe life back into its strings. And there, in the center of the room, stood a mirror, a towering presence that commanded attention. Its surface was clouded, the reflection warped and indistinct. Yet, as I approached, a figure began to take shape, emerging from the depths of the glass with a haunting familiarity. It was me, yet not me. My reflection moved independently, eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Slowly, the image began to change, morphing into something twisted and unrecognizable. A grotesque smile stretched across its face, and I stumbled back, heart racing. The mirror flickered, the room around me shifting, and I was no longer alone. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, whispering voices rising in a chilling chorus. Panic gripped me, and I turned to flee, the hallway stretching impossibly long before me as I ran. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, and slammed it shut, the key clattering to the floor. The mansion was silent once more, the presence receding into the depths of the forbidden wing. Heart pounding, I retreated to my room, the mirror's haunting image seared into my mind. Sleep offered no respite, my dreams a chaotic swirl of darkness and dread. The garden, once a sanctuary, felt oppressive beneath the weight of unseen eyes. I followed the rules more diligently than ever, yet the sensation of being watched persisted, a constant reminder of the malevolent force lurking just beyond the veil of reality. Days passed in a blur, my work a mechanical routine, devoid of the joy it once held. The mansion, with its secrets and shadows, had become a place of unease, its grandeur marred by the presence that haunted its halls. I longed for escape, yet the pull of the garden, the whisper of the roses, kept me tethered to the estate. One evening, as I stood at the threshold of the garden, a sense of determination welled within me. I had to confront the presence, to understand the nature of the nightmare that had taken root within the mansion's walls. With the sun dipping below the horizon, I stepped into the twilight, heart steady with resolve. The garden was cast in muted hues, the air heavy with anticipation. I moved deliberately, the rustle of leaves a symphony of silent voices guiding me. The roses swayed gently, their petals glowing with an ethereal light, as if urging me onward. As I reached the center of the garden, the air shifted, a chill wrapping around me like a shroud. The shadows coalesced, forming a figure that stood shrouded in darkness, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was the embodiment of the presence, its form fluid and ever-changing. "Why have you come?" The voice was a whisper, soft yet commanding, echoing in the stillness. I swallowed hard, the answer unformed on my lips, driven by an instinct more profound than thought. "To end this," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear coiling within me. The figure seemed to shift, the garden around us alive with an energy that thrummed with life. The presence loomed closer, the air thick with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm. Yet, within the depth of the shadows, I sensed a flicker of something else, an understanding, a plea. The roses rustled, their petals brushing against my skin like a gentle caress. The presence paused, its form wavering, and for a moment I saw the truth hidden within the darkness. A reflection of myself, twisted by fear and shadow, seeking solace in the garden's embrace. With a breath, I reached out, hand trembling as it passed through the intangible form. The garden shimmered, the presence dissolving into the night, leaving a profound emptiness in its wake. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a profound calm. The mansion stood silent, its secrets laid bare, the night air cool against my skin. I lingered for a moment, the garden a place of peace once more, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The roses swayed gently, their whisper a song of hope and renewal, a promise of the dawn to come. As I turned to leave, the voice of the caretaker echoed in my mind, a reminder of the rules that had guided me through the darkness. I had faced the nightmare, confronted the shadows that had haunted the estate, finding within myself the strength to dispel the fear that had taken root. The lingering fear remained, a shadow in the recesses of my mind, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered just beyond the veil of reality. Yet, as I walked away from the mansion, the garden a sanctuary once more, I carried with me a sense of peace, knowing I had survived the gardener's nightmare and emerged into the light of a new day. I first discovered the garden when I was an inquisitive child, fervent and fearless. Our family estate, a relic of past grandeur, sprawled like an old man too proud to fall. My grandfather had warned me time and again to steer clear of the western edge of the property, where the land sloped down into a dense thicket of trees. He said that it was haunted, that the witch who once lived there had cursed the land, and the wise stayed away. His words were vivid, but ineffective against the curiosity that thrummed through my veins. One late summer afternoon, the sun hung low in a sky so blue it could have been painted. I ventured beyond the familiar stretch of groomed gardens and into the wild, heart thumping with a thrilling mix of fear and anticipation. As I pushed through the overgrown foliage, I stumbled upon a clearing that seemed a world apart from the rest of the forest. It was a secret garden, hidden and untouched by time, vibrant with colors so vivid they seemed otherworldly. The heart of the garden was a single gnarled tree, its branches heavy with fruit that gleamed like polished jewels in the dappled sunlight. The tree, both ancient and alive, exuded an aura that was as inviting as it was unnerving. I stood there, transfixed, my eyes drawn to the forbidden fruit, a mixture of red, gold, and deep purple. They were plump and enticing, nestled among the dark leaves like buried treasure. My hand itched to pluck one, just one, to taste its forbidden sweetness. But just as I reached out, a soft wind rustled the leaves, whispering with a voice I could almost understand. It carried a warning, an echo of my grandfather's tales about the witch who once dwelt here, casting a curse upon any who dared to partake of her bounty. Startled, I withdrew my hand, stepping back from the line I had nearly crossed. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, and an inexplicable chill swept over me, urging me to flee back into the safety of the mundane world. Years passed, and the memory of the garden faded to the back of my mind, a curious echo of childhood adventure. The estate remained my home, its stately decay an ongoing testament to our family's history. Life moved on, yet something in me lingered, a root tied to that hidden place. It was inevitable, perhaps, that I would return. Drawn by a pull I couldn't quite articulate, I found myself wandering the grounds once more, the seasoned air carrying a crispness that heralded autumn's approach. The estate had grown more silent over the years, absorbing the whispers of time into its walls. The garden awaited me, unchanged by the passage of years. This time, I was not a child. Rationality and skepticism were my companions as I stepped into the clearing, but they did little to quell the flutter of fear and curiosity. The tree stood there, as if expecting me, its fruits still gleaming with that impossible allure. My hand reached out almost of its own accord. As my fingers brushed the fruit, The air thickened around me, and the world seemed to pause. The whisper returned, a soft murmur at the edge of hearing, a lamentation and a temptation intertwined. I hesitated, remembering the tales, the curse, the witch who preyed upon those who dared to defy her warnings. But my curiosity proved stronger, or perhaps my skepticism overpowered the fear. I picked a fruit, its skin smooth and cool against my palm, and bit into it. The taste was indescribable, a burst of sweetness that flooded my senses, surreal in its intensity. For a moment, I was suspended in a blissful delirium, the world around me forgotten. The first disturbance came not from the outside, but from within. That night, as I lay in my bed, I felt an unfamiliar sensation, a creeping unease that settled in my bones. Sleep eluded me, chased away by dreams that flitted at the edges of consciousness, tantalizingly elusive, yet disturbingly vivid. I saw the garden, the tree, the fruit, each warped and twisted, their vibrant colors bleeding into shadows that reached for me. Days turned into a blur of restless vigils and growing dread. Strange occurrences began to needle at the fringes of my reality. At first, they were easily dismissed, a misplaced object, a creaking floorboard. But soon, they became harder to ignore. Shadows seemed to lengthen around me, moving with an intent that defied logic. The estate's silence grew oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting. The escalation was a slow, insidious agony. My reflection in the mirror began to warp, a stranger's eyes staring back at me with a depth of malice I couldn't comprehend. Voices whispered through the corridors, too quiet to decipher, yet too persistent to ignore. They spoke of longing, of hunger, of a curse that could not be broken. I felt eyes upon me constantly, a prickling at the back of my neck that would not abate. Isolation took root in my heart as friends and family became distant, their concern a veiled accusation. I was alone, trapped in a world that had shifted beneath my feet. The garden became both a refuge and a prison, its allure undiminished, even as its curse tightened its grip around me. I knew deep down that the climax was inevitable. As the days shortened and the shadows deepened, I found myself drawn back to the garden, compelled by a force that was both familiar and terrifying. The tree awaited me, its gnarled branches twisting against the sky like skeletal fingers. The fruits hung heavy, each a reminder of my transgression. Under a moon that cast the garden in silvery light, I confronted the source of my torment. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder of the witch's presence, lingering and powerful. As I stood before the tree, the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of despair and longing. It was her voice, the witch, calling from the depths of her curse, demanding reparation for my audacity. The shadows coalesced around me, and I felt the weight of her gaze, as cold and eternal as the grave. The garden seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the fruits shimmering in the spectral light, mocking my futile defiance. Desperation clung to me as I reached for another fruit, hoping beyond hope that some hidden truth lay within. But as my fingers brushed against its skin, the whispers ceased, the world holding its breath in anticipation. I understood then, with a clarity born of despair, that there was no escape. The fruit, the curse, the witch, they were all part of a cycle, an eternal dance that ensnared all who dared to cross its path. In that moment of reckoning, I felt the garden shift, its ancient magic binding me to its heart. The witch's presence swirled around me, a specter of vengeance and sorrow. I could feel her curse settle into my soul, a shadow that would cling to me for eternity, the price of my hubris. The garden released me then, the whispers fading into the night, leaving only the haunting echo of its curse. I stumbled back to the estate, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I had unleashed. The house seemed to cradle me in its decaying embrace, its walls still and silent once more. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root, a constant companion that shadowed my every step. The garden remained, a forbidden sanctuary that called to me even as it repelled. Its fruits, vibrant and inviting, were a reminder of the witch's curse, of the choices I had made and the consequences I could not escape. I am still here, within the confines of the estate, bound by the ties of family and fate. The garden remains hidden from view, its secrets safely guarded by the shadows. Yet there are moments, fleeting and terrible, when I catch a glimpse of its vibrant colors in the corner of my eye, a reminder that the witch's curse is never truly broken. And in the quiet of the night, when the world is hushed and the shadows stretch across the floor, I hear the whispers return, a lullaby of longing and loss. They sing of the witch, of her power and her pain, and of those who dare to taste the forbidden fruit. It is a song that will haunt me forever, a melody of darkness that binds me to the garden and its eternal curse. The garden had always been a place of tranquility for me, a sanctuary where the burdens of everyday life seemed to lift like mist under the morning sun. It stretched wide behind our old house, bordered by a line of towering oaks and peppered with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. At its heart, an ancient stone well stood sentinel, a relic from a time long gone. As a child, I would circle it, running my fingers over the cool, moss-covered stones, wondering about its depths. The well was said to be a wishing well, a detail that lent it an air of magic and mystery, though I had never been one to believe in such things. My days passed in a gentle rhythm, each one mirroring the last, until the day I decided to clear the garden of the overgrown weeds that had begun to encroach upon the stone path leading to the well. It was a task I'd been putting off, but on that bright spring morning, an inexplicable urge pulled me from my usual routine. As I worked, the garden seemed to hum with a kind of energy, a pulse that drew me closer to the well. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden glow over everything. I paused, wiping the sweat from my brow, and approached the well. A rope hung from the beam above it, frayed and aged, yet still sturdy. It was then that I noticed something new, a small, beaten-up bucket resting against the stones, filled with stagnant water. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before, and a shiver traced its way down my spine as I leaned closer. It was the whispering that caught my attention first, faint and indistinct, like the echo of a forgotten dream. I strained to listen, heart pounding in the sudden silence that enveloped the garden. The voice was barely perceptible, yet it seemed to beckon me. weaving promises of dreams fulfilled and desires granted. I shook my head, trying to dispel the unease that had settled over me, but the voice lingered like smoke, curling around my thoughts. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the well with a compulsion that I could neither understand nor resist. The whispers grew more insistent, and it became clear that they were not merely a trick of the wind. There was something, or someone, within the well, and with each visit, the compulsion to drop the bucket into its depths grew stronger. Curiosity, mingled with a strange fear, gnawed at me. Finally, one night, unable to sleep, I ventured into the garden, my path illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The air was cool and still, the only sound the crunch of gravel underfoot. I stood at the well, staring into its shadowy abyss, and then, hesitantly, I lowered the bucket. It dangled for a moment, suspended in the dark, before disappearing into the blackness below. Time seemed to stretch, the world holding its breath. Then, a gentle tug at the rope signaled the bucket's return. It emerged, dripping with water that shimmered in the moonlight, and clutched to its side was a small golden trinket, a token of gratitude, or perhaps a lure. I hesitated only a moment before reaching out, the cool metal sending a thrill through my fingertips. The whispers rose, swirling around me in a cacophony of promises and threats. But beneath them, a new voice emerged, clear and distinct. "Thank you," it said, the words resonating with an ancient power that thrummed through my bones. In the days that followed, I found more trinkets, each one unique, each one more beautiful than the last. The whispers turned to conversations, and I began to learn of the man in the well, a presence who spoke of debts unpaid and dreams unfulfilled. His voice was full of longing, but tinged with something darker, an edge that scraped against my senses. He spoke of a time long past, when the well had been a gateway, a bridge between worlds where wishes were granted for a price. The price, it seemed, had been too high, and the gateway had been sealed, trapping its last visitor within. The man was bound to the well, cursed to grant wishes no more, waiting only for someone who could release him. As days turned into weeks, I found myself caught in his tale, tangled in its threads, as if in a spider's web. My dreams were haunted by visions of the man, glimpses of a shadowy figure within the depths, his eyes glinting in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, more demanding, and it became clear that the price of my curiosity was rising. Despite the unnerving nature of my encounters, I felt a strange kinship with the man. We were both prisoners, he of the well, and I of a life that felt increasingly hollow. I began to understand his desperation, his desire to be free. Yet there lingered a fear, a premonition that to aid him might invite a darkness I could not control. I had always been practical, grounded, but this was unlike anything I had ever known. The man promised to fulfill my deepest desire, to grant a wish that would change my life. In return, he asked only for my trust, for a simple act that would break the seal and release him. It was a decision that weighed heavily on me, and I spent long nights pacing the garden, the moon casting my shadow against the stone path. I debated with myself, wrestling with the morality of the choice before me. Yet, each time I approached the well, the man's promises whispered sweetly in my ear, drowning out my doubts with the siren call of possibility. Finally, compelled by a mixture of hope and dread, I stood once more at the well's edge. The night was silent, the air thick with anticipation, and I knew that I must decide. With trembling hands, I dropped a single coin into the darkness, sealing my fate with a wish whispered into the night. The change was imperceptible at first, a ripple that spread through the air, altering the very fabric of the world around me. The garden seemed to hold its breath, the shadows deepening as the moonlight dimmed. I waited, heart pounding in my chest, for the fulfillment of my wish, but the expected transformation never came. Instead, a deep, resonant laugh echoed from the well, a sound that chilled my blood and froze me in place. The air crackled with energy, and I realized too late the true nature of the bargain I had struck. The man was free, released from his prison, but the fulfillment of my wish was not his goal. In those desperate moments, I understood the depth of my error. The whispers had twisted my desires, ensnaring me in a pact with a being whose intentions were far from benign. The garden, once a place of peace, had become a crucible of fear, the well its dark heart. The man, no longer confined, took form beside the well, his presence a shadow that devoured the light. His eyes met mine, and in them I saw the truth, a hunger that could never be sated, a darkness that sought to consume. My wish had been granted, but at a cost far greater than I had imagined. He vanished then, leaving behind an emptiness that echoed through the garden, a void that could never be filled. The well, now silent, stood as a reminder of my folly, its whispers stilled, its secrets kept. In the days that followed, I attempted to resume my life, but the garden was no longer a sanctuary. The shadows lingered, stretching long and deep, and the memory of the man in the well haunted me. I found myself avoiding the garden, unable to face the stone path, the overgrown weeds a testament to my neglect. Yet the whispers returned, softer now, a gentle reminder of the darkness that lay beneath. The well, though silent, called to me still, a siren's song that I struggled to resist. I understood now the true nature of its magic, a binding, a curse that could never be undone. As time passed, the garden fell into disrepair, the well a forgotten relic of the past. I moved on, seeking solace in other pursuits, but the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that never faded. I knew that the man was out there, somewhere. His presence felt in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of my hubris. The garden, once vibrant and alive, had become a place of fear, its beauty tarnished by the darkness within. I had learned a harsh lesson, one that I would carry with me always, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, and that the price of curiosity can be higher than one can bear.